of the Australian Press Club. So, even tweet his name out to pressure the journalists to ask elbow questions. And I'm so looking forward to it. And I'll listen.
Thanks, Tony. Over to you, Dryfly.
Yeah, I'll just wrap it up real quick because I'd like to hear other people's comments too. I just want to tell them I'm not that pessimistic for two reasons, though. Before people think like, oh, we're all eating cyanide, and it's never going to work out. There are a couple things that were put in place. They're going to force Congress to face some of this. I mean, they'd like to blow it off to November. Believe me, they'd like to, but they've got shutdowns staring them in the face again in March. Really, like early March. I mean, it's coming up on them again. So they can't just, oh yeah, we're going to ignore it. So these issues are going to keep coming to the table over and over and over again until they take care of it, until they push some of these issues off their plate. And it's so why I called my representative this morning. I just basically told him that. I said, these aren't going away. You're going to have to face them. You're going to face them at town halls. You're going to face them on the campaign trail. You're going to have a competitor. You're going to have this isn't a district where he's going to run without be uncontested. This is tight enough that he'll face heat and he'll face real questions. And this is an agricultural community that, an agricultural district, very, very pro-farming. And the farm bill is coming up in September too. What do you think the chances of the farm bill going through with all these urban representatives and urban senators, if they don't get what they want out of the deal? It's like close to zero, like less than zero. So, I mean, the whole thing comes down to they're going to have to make some decisions. It's just that the election is such a cluster that they're just terrified. They're terrified to step out and do anything, to say anything. And that was why you wondered why DeSantis got out of it. That's why. He looked at the polling. He saw there's no path forward. It was going to get nothing but worse for him. And he may not survive re-election in Florida if he doesn't really start patching up some of the really start taking care of the people down there, because he's ignoring.
But I think he's term limited in Florida. Wouldn't he be running for a Senate race?
I don't think he is term limited. I think he can run for a second, Florida, but maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, it might be a Senate. But who is he going to knock out? Rubio or I think it's Scott is the other guy. I mean, no, they're not. He's not.
Well, yeah, and that's what Rick Scott did, right? He's term limited. I think after 8 years, the last governor, Rick Scott, then went on to take a Senate seat. But
he's only been there for DeSantis. I think has only been there for 2. So I think he can run for one more. I think he can run for re-election. So I think he can go.
According to our Florida resident in the background, he is term limited.
Yeah,
okay.
Cool.
I'm wrong.
So, but you're right. He's a political animal. He had his little tilt at the presidency that was never going to succeed. But we'll have to see what he wants to do next, right? If all of what you're talking about and he dropped out early is because he's trying to protect himself at home, it's trying to protect himself at home for a constituency as a politician, as a federal representative or federal senator, I guess. But I'm not so sure he's in that great with the federal, the people that would select and elect representatives and that'd be a lot of work for him, having to start as a representative. You'd think he'd try to go right to senator or president, or maybe I don't know. Maybe he pans out. Maybe they've got compromat. Who knows? But it just seemed odd to me that he spent all that money. I mean, he spent scads of money. And he didn't even run through the actual first contested election. Caucuses, that caucus in Iowa was a bit of a joke, frankly. They had to hold an actual poll. But see, I got you back in. But we're going to Luca first, buddy. You're going to have to stay up. Luca, over to you.
Hey, Driver. So, yeah, this is kind of like a comment or a question for Driver. So you're keeping your hopes up for New Hampshire with Nikki Haley for now, or what's your opinion there?
My thought on her is that she will do okay. She isn't going to win, but Primus sent me a poll probably, I think it was 2 days ago, and he was trying to point at how well she was going to do in New Hampshire. And I'm kind of a wonk with these things. So the first thing I do is I look at the internals of the poll, okay, because that's just who I am. I mean, if I get a chance, if I can actually get access to the poll, I look at the internals. And in that case, if you look at the overall polling data, they're both at about 45%, plus or minus something. It was that's close. That's just the rough number. But if you pull out the independents and Democrats who are likely to flip and actually just vote in this primary once, pull them out and just look at the Republican vote, Trump wins it 2-1. He's like 60-30, okay, on a percentage basis. It's crazy, or 65-25 or something like that. It's just nuts how much Trump destroys Haley in New Hampshire amongst Republicans only. Now, the reason that matters is that she's likely to do pretty well overall because it's an open primary, which means independents can vote in the Republican primary. Democrats can switch their registration and vote in the Republican primary, then switch their registration back. Okay. So they could get a pretty big turnout of other people who would not necessarily be Republicans in that primary. But you go to other states, most of the other states are closed. In other words, you have to have changed your registration about the time you were registering to vote. In other words, weeks ago, months ago, you'd have to go in and make a special effort to change your party registration. Then you could vote in the Republican primary. It's called a closed primary. And most of the other states are like that. The places where you're going to run into closed primaries, I think Trump is going to just destroy her. I mean, I think he's just going to mop the floor with her. And he was going to even do worse to DeSantis. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of this and to see the spin and if those numbers, internals of the actual inside the Republican Party change. If that happens, then yeah, she's got a chance. Otherwise, I would say probably unlikely. I right now the betting pool. I looked at the betting pool today, or was it last night? I looked at it last night. It was the money on Trump is like 85 cents on the dollar, and everyone else is like 15 cents combined.
So that's 85 cents to be the Republican nominee or win the presidency?
Yes, to be the Republican nominee. I don't know what the presidential is yet. I'm not even sure it's out because there'll be so many in it. It wouldn't mean much. I mean, Biden is probably leading because there's so many other people in it. But you, right now for the Republican um, uh, nominee, it's like 85 cents, something like that. You pay 85 cents to get $1 in for Donald Trump, and that's not 100. I mean, that's not 100% yet, but it's getting up there. What it tells you is that the people who are in that pool have already written off pretty much everybody else. And that, by the way, it has been increasing. It has not been decreasing up until like a few days ago. Anyway, Trump has been gaining in that wager pool. So, I mean, if you believe that, I mean, they've been mostly right, at least close. So I'm just not that optimistic. What's really going to happen is what comes out after this primary. Does the spin change? Does the dementia claims that are really starting to haunt Trump? Do the trials, which are haunting Trump, does it change the actual hardcore mega Republicans who are the people who turn out at the polls? And if it doesn't, well, yeah, then you're looking at him being the nominee regardless. And so it's going to be interesting. And for Ukraine, I don't think he's going to win. I'll be honest with you. I do not think he's going to win. I'm looking at the polling, and even the Koch brothers, who put their money on people in the Republican side, don't think he's going to win. They think Trump's going to get crushed in the states that matter. Okay, like Pennsylvania and Ohio, or not Ohio. He'll win Ohio, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, places like that. It's just going to it'll be tough. It'll be really, really tough for him there. But the Koch people get it wrong sometimes too. They're not omnipotent. They're not like able to they don't have a crystal ball. They just put money on people, and they make their own weather. and they're not putting the money on Trump. They're putting the money in Haley, but at some point they'll probably pull the money on Haley and start chasing Republican Congress people and senators. They think that they can control, that will kind of buffer the worst of Trump, because they don't benefit much from him either. And I'll listen.
Well, they'll be buying up House and Senate members rather than worrying about the presidential race to try to contain Joe Biden if they decide that Haley can't beat Biden after this next primary. If Haley, I mean, so interested to find out, Loves Democracy may be able to tell us if if Nikki Haley actually were to beat Donald Trump in the New Hampshire primary, would that signal the beginning of the end for him as a presidential candidate, or is she's going to win that one? But and she'll win South Carolina, won't she? I guess that's the question. She's from
She
South
won't
Carolina.
win. She won't win. She won't win South Carolina. She's behind, massively behind in South
And that's her
Carolina.
home state, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Loves Democracy.
Well, I mean, so I just know what I've heard, right? And so I was watching MSNBC tonight, and this blew my mind. But maybe it's because I'm kind of new to this politics stuff. But several people, one was Sununu, who, did I say that right? Who, is actually endorsed her and been politicking for her. Well, no, he was supportive of her and said she should keep going. The other guy, I'm trying to remember who that was, but I mean, his attitude was, if she loses tomorrow, she might as well just quit. And I mean, a part of me says she should just quit now, because I think I think Trump's going to be the nominee. So, using that same, don't waste the money, right? Then she might as well just quit now. But she would be an improvement over Trump. And like I told my mom tonight, I said, I'm not this this is just my opinion. Nobody flame at me, please. If you want to explain to me why I'm wrong, I'd love to hear it. But I'm not sure Biden can beat Nikki Haley. I think he can beat Trump for the same reason he beat Trump the last time. I think all of us kind of see, we're taking Nikki Haley and like comparing her to Trump, so she looks really moderate, compared to him. But she's not. She's not very moderate at all. I think she has more experience, but I mean, like, I'm not sure. I don't think she'll be a dictator. That's a big plus.
Well, yeah, there's that.
Yeah, and from everything that I was hearing, including from Sununu, who, like I said, has endorsed her and is supporting her, and who, by the way, for all the stuff he said about Trump, said tonight that he wants a Republican to win. So if Trump is the nominee, he'll vote for him. So
Yeah.
great. Thanks for that.
Bottom line, I don't know, and I agree she'd be better than Trump, but I'm not sure either of those two can beat President Biden, because I'm just not convinced the American population's ready to vote for an Indian American woman as president of the United States. The Republican part of as a whole, the entire group of Republicans and independents, I'm not sure they're ready to vote for an Indian American woman as president of the United States.
Well,
I'll just go out and
which,
say it.
thanks to Trump, now everybody's aware of that. And
Yeah, and it's okay, right? It's okay to be out in the open and be
well, I mean, it
be
should be
yourself,
for
right?
sure.
If yourself is
Right.
sexist, misogynist, racist, whatever, everything's cool again.
Can I just follow up on what Dryfly was saying?
Yeah, go ahead, Luca. You're up.
Yeah. So how do I put this? So yeah. So I guess the narrative is Trump is the nominee, right? And some people were saying it's again a very dictatorial way of like giving this sense of inevitability. Well, anyway, it's inevitable. It seems that like if Nikki Haley loses a open primary, you're right, Raifa. She might just. Oh, what's she doing? She's gonna go to Super Tuesday and then lose like all of the other states. So now guess this. No, I don't remember exactly like the nomination process going back like decades, but it feels that like if Trump were to be so if she pulls out after losing New Hampshire, say that she loses New Hampshire pretty badly, and then the internal polling says you're done, and she pulls out. I think this is probably even a faster nomination than Ronald Reagan, right? So while I agree with you that I would like to think that our country is not turning into Nazi Germany this year, I would love to believe that, though there are some tendencies there. And that Biden beat Trump before, he'll beat him again, say, that's the other narrative. But let's not underestimate the power of momentum. This guy will be nominated in January. What the hell? Like with 91 not conviction, like 91 counts, and well, we know all of that. I'm not gonna repeat it. That's
91 federal charges. And
right.
And the federal prosecutors have a conviction rate when they go to trial of 99.6%.
Right. So with all of these, though, say that like Nikki Haley cannot even like win, or maybe even loses badly tomorrow. Is it tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? Anyways, and pulls out. Like, he doesn't even need to run in the other states. Yes, I know he needs to run to the trials, but that gives you a hell of a momentum. And then, yes, you're right. Even with this momentum, Biden like has a pretty good economy, short inflation, and all of that. So, of course, I want Biden to win, but let's not underestimate also the other factors, including the geopolitical factors, like Putin wants probably Trump to be there, and I talked to my Chinese friends, and they say that like in China they love Trump because they think he's, well, I'm just gonna say the way they said it. He's such an idiot that he's just gonna help China one way or another. Maybe
Hey,
through
that's
blunder.
the same thing my Russian friends say.
Yes. Maybe through blunder. I mean, sure, he had like this tough China policy, but he's an idiot, right? Well, that's what the Chinese say. I'm gonna try to stay impartial here. And so there is going to be giant like geopolitical external pressures, and let's not forget the oligarchs. Because here's the deal, right? My European friends were like, "Who's behind like Trump?" And I'm thinking even the owner of the current platform, that exactly a month before $50 billion of Tesla stocks were going to expire, like 2 or 3 years ago, said that he's going to go on the road. He doesn't need to own a house in California anymore. And besides, his rockets are now shooting out of Texas. Guess what? Like a zero tax state. And the federal government has a giant hole. So they're looking at resurgent Biden that comes back and says, I destroy MAGA, and perhaps look at all you idiots, like we won down ballot, and now I control all of the government, and I guess what? I even stuffed the Supreme Court, and now let me go after the oligarchs. Good luck with that. So the political pressure, especially if Trump like is nominated in January, and that's maybe just the only question I have for Dryfly. When did that happen last time? I don't know, man. It's pretty scary to me. Thank you very much.
Can I speak to that? He won't be nominated until the convention, and the convention is in the summer. Even though he doesn't face a competition in these upcoming primaries, there will still be primaries. So it'll be kind of like full primaries. There'll be no one running except Trump. And so Trump will get like 800 votes and he'll win a state. And that's kind of it'll be more than that, but it's not a lot. But that's how it runs. So there won't be a convention until, I don't know, I don't know when the Republicans, maybe it's like July or something like that. Both Republican and Democrats have their conventions middle to late summer. And then the election doesn't really get serious in most people's minds until after Labor Day, after the end of August, early September. So in that respect, we're not that different from you all having short elections. It's just that we have this long sort of preseason that just drags on and drags on and drags on, where people talk and talk and talk, and it looks like it's really serious, but most people tone it out, except in years like this, where there's so much going on that's just crazy. Then people will pay attention. So there's no reason for Haley to stay on the ballot if she's really getting crushed, but she may not actually pull her name off the ballot. She just may not campaign. And the reason they'll do that is that what if Trump is convicted? What if he is sentenced to prison? And what if it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get out of prison until the election? Then all of a sudden the pressure on the Republicans will be enormous to try to figure out some alternative. And will they do it or not? It's hard to say. It depends on how strong his delegate pool is at the convention, how strong the party is to maintaining the rules and regulations. And no one really knows that. That's all uncharted territory. None of this has ever happened before. So tomorrow's a big day. I don't think Haley will quit the race unless she gets crushed. I think she's going to have a strong enough showing that she's going to try to go into Nevada, which is the next one, and then into Super Tuesday. But it's really going to be hard to know. It's just going to be super hard to know. So that was, the original question was, why didn't I know anything about commerce? Why didn't I know anything about some of shutting down some of these channels? Well, that's why. There's just you just can't find it in the news here. You might be able to find it there, but boy, you got to hunt for it here. Listen.
Yeah, interesting. So Tony, I'm going to skip you for a second. I'm going to go to James Healy because he also is an American and he might have something salient to say about this. And then I'll come back to you.
I just have an American question, James. Is that
all right?
Yeah. So I think you answered it just then, Dryfly, and you can answer it, James, I suppose. And please don't forget, Will. I think something wrong can't raise his hand because he's had problems. But on the American, yeah, on the American thing, what if Trump gets convicted? Isn't all this running for nothing? Is it the 14th Amendment? That's my question. Is that why DeSantis suspended his campaign? And is that an issue too? Suspension, is it like stopped it, or he's just suspending it for now?
I can say something. Actually, I was like, it's very interesting because right after DeSantis pulled out, I joined a Twitter space from DeSantis voters, and actually, I was surprised. Many of them were like strongly anti-Trump. So that is one of the positive things, right? If anything, and they were saying that like, in a sense, for like reasons that I'm not necessarily agree with, but they were quite strongly anti-vax, and they were talking about how Trump like was friend of Dr. Fauci and blah blah. So many of those people will not vote, right? But one interesting thing that they were saying was, even if Trump gets convicted, it would have to go through the appeals, likely, to be, in prison or something like that. And so, yeah, say that the big trial, the Jack Smith trial, one of those, like he gets convicted and they sentence to jail. There's a good chance he'll appeal and then come out, and then it goes back to his base, right? Are they going to vote?
And then we get to Kenny pardon himself. But the one case where he couldn't is if Jack Smith convicts him on secret handling of secret documents, and he himself signed a law on the Presidential Records Act. Trump, in fact, signed this law when he was worried about leaks, that if he gets convicted on a couple of these charges of Jack Smith's got, one that deals with presidential records and the other that deals with most secret confidential information of the United States, if he gets convicted on either of those, he will be barred by federal law from serving again as a president of the United States on a law he himself signed, I will remind you. But he can be convicted on other things, go to jail, and still be eligible for president of the United States. I guess I'd really like to talk to a U.S. constitutional law person and federal expert on what are the sanctions that can be placed on a presidential winner if he in fact is convicted but then wins the presidency. James, are we going to get into that situation?
Not before that I say Nikki Haley has a vested interest in continuing on the campaign trail as long as she can afford to, if she wants to set herself up for 28. And so she would be a very good shot at the Republican candidate in in 28. And so if she does that, she would be the leader. And what is happening here is the Trump has got the voice, he's got the reach through our journalists, through our news system. He's reaching everybody now, but she's going to break through when she goes local, because people will be eyes on her directly, listening to her directly. She'll have a shot. Now, I don't think that she's a very good candidate at all. I don't think she can beat Biden this year because of woman issues. I'm trying to stay out of American politics. Why the fuck am I trying to stay out of American politics? Anyway,
No, I said it too. I mean, we don't need to get a big argument about it, but I don't think America's ready for it.
Those are some things that I think are really important to say. Is she's got a future. She can play up her first generation status. I think there is a lot of truth, but she's also, and this is a key thing, to beat Biden, she would have to rely on the MAGA voters. And there is extreme pressure on every Republican candidate to do what Trump wants. And there are great big carrots out there for them. I am so sure that they're getting carrots for doing this too. So with that kind of pressure, both positive and negative against them, the subtle, do we have to convince you harder kind of thing, and the either appointments or whatever it is, she's really got a lot of pressure on her. She's already said that she would go along with Trump if he became the nominee, which means that she's a Trumpist at heart. And so the people who are worried about Trump should worry about anybody who's made the same press. You can say that's just electioneering. That's what you do. You pull in all sides, you use them. But I think with MAGA, you're really you're getting the whole pie there. You don't get the part you're like. You're not picking off the salami off the pizza and eating that. You're getting the whole thing, because they're not going to let you have it. I don't know. So that was kind of it. She could be a winner. She could be the president. She could use her Indian thing as a strength in this. But she's also not very happy to let Americans do that of, by, and for the people kind of governing. She's not. And she's blaming excesses in spending when the largest problem we've had lately are cuts in taxes from the people who have it. So just some things.
Yep. Thanks for that input. That is important context. Chris.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I don't know, you guys kind of beat around the answer I'm looking for, but not quite specifically said it. But first off, I mean, I think it's naive to think that even 4 more years of Trump wouldn't, at least there wouldn't be a big push or attempt to push past that and try to extend that. I know that seems extreme thoughts, but from his base and from his mouth and from the people who seem to cow down to him, the things that he said to some about his opponents, I think of Ted Cruz, Ron DeSantos, you name it, they've all bowed to him. They've taken the abuse from him, and then they bow to him. And so I just think that there's something there, as far as a concern for him to try to extend past the 8-year limit. And I think he would have support, at least to make it interesting and make it a fight. But I guess my question and I get the answer I didn't quite get from everybody, and it sounded like everybody was skirting around the answer. Maybe there isn't an answer because we don't know uncharted territory. But let's say he's convicted. Let's say he gets disqualified. He's the candidate. Would it go back to the previous person? Let's say Nikki Haley pulls out after this next primary because she gets squashed. Okay, we're going with Trump. Trump gets convicted. He gets disqualified. Is there any precedent or anything written in the Constitution where you just go back to the next person? Or do we go start at square one with another quick primary? I mean, how would that look, and what would be the result?
So, yeah, there is a process for that, but it depends on whether or not it's pre-convention or post-convention. They can nominate anyone to be their nominee at the convention. So if it happened before then, they would obviously select someone, a la the good old days when a smoke-filled room used to select who was going to be the candidates for president of the United States. So they could go back to something that had precedent like that. If it's post and Trump goes out, I think they just carry through. If the Republican, they don't get to stop and renominate or anything like that. They have to press on. But I'll bet James knows more, or dry fly.
Dry fly.
Dry fly.
Well, there's two factors. One, you're right, is that there's the nominating process of the conventions, but there's also state getting on the ballots. I mean, America doesn't have an election. We have 50 elections. Yeah. So each state is going to have their own requirements. That's why Colorado is so crazy. You have Colorado, who's technically booted Trump off the ballot, and it's in the Supreme Court. Yeah, did Maine do it? I didn't think Maine did. I thought Maine was still waiting. Michigan, I know, is waiting too, and California is waiting. Their Supreme Court said not yet. They will revisit it, depending on the ruling from the Supreme Court. But yeah, so let's say that he is nominated. He's the nominee. All these states are going to have different times and procedures to get you on the ballot. And then if you're not on the ballot anymore, there's a whole new set of procedures, and each state has a different procedure. And is that going to be a showstopper? Well, it depends on the state. If you're Trump and you get pulled off of the California ticket, it's not a big deal because you're not going to win California anyway. But if you're Trump and you get pulled off the Texas ticket, oh boy, do you have problems. So the short answer is it's uncharted territory. It's just going to be really, really hard to say. And a lot of it is going to be determined with 50 separate lawsuits in 50 separate election committees and boards across the country, if that were to happen. It's one of the reasons why Trump, when he knew he was going to get prosecuted, when he knew he was going to get indicted, worked with Daniels to try to push up all of these states that are going to be likely to put him over the top early, so that he's sort of a fait accompli by the time you get to summer, when he's very possibly going to face a conviction, at least on one of those. I mean, some of those cases, a couple of those cases look pretty rock solid. So I don't think he's gonna be able to walk out completely clear without a major felony conviction. Now, here's the thing: is people say, well, he'll get to appeal. Yes and no. I mean, what happens in appeal is that sometimes you get to appeal and stay out of prison. Sometimes you have to go to prison and appeal. In other words, if you're a murderer, they don't, and you get convicted, they don't say, oh, you're going to appeal, take 3-4 years to appeal. Yeah, well, you get to run around murdering people. No, they cuff you and they haul you away, and then you start the appeal process from jail. So it's going to depend on the actual court that he gets convicted in, because the DC circuit has a different set of rules than will happen up in New York with the state, and Georgia with the state, and possibly Michigan with the state, and Florida. They all are in different districts. So there's some similarities, but how the states handle, say, white collar crime versus violent crime. Would this be considered a real violent crime? It's just going to be really, really crazy. So I don't like to, Europeans are probably just shaking their head, and they ought to, because we're shaking our head. But the reality is that no one really knows until this happens. It's going to have to happen before we know really what the procedures are going to be fully. And I'll listen.
Yeah, what a mess.
Yeah,
What a mess. Thanks. Brett.
Yeah, good. Yeah, we're gonna wrap up this American politics conversation real shortly because we don't want to get caught with Marcus. But anyway,
Right?
but
You'd be in so much trouble,
but I
man.
want to applaud everyone for talking technical detail and working through scenarios of when and background on these elections in America, because they are important. They are crucially important. They're technically complicated, and thanks for everybody for participating in the spirit. I'm going to go to Love's Democracy next because she's been waiting the longest. Then James, Luca, and I think Victoria had her hand up, but I'm not sure.
Don't you get something wrong?
Okay, so
No, it's okay. I'm good, Tony. Thank you very much. Anyway.
Oh, sorry. Is that something wrong? You can't. If you can't put your hand up, you should wave at me, and we'll see if or any of your emojis. Try out. Put your hand up now. Let's see if it works. Yeah, okay, that works. So no worries. Love's Democracy. You go ahead, then James.
this is going to be super short. Just the two things I wanted to say was one, there is nothing that prohibits, other than the exceptions that Will talked about, so it depends on what he gets convicted on and what he doesn't. He can run, he can be president from prison on some of those charges, which would be odd. I don't know how that would work. But the other thing I was going to say, one more complication in the whole, what if he goes through appeals, blah, 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 is that aside from each state doing their own thing, there are some deadlines that are set federally. For example, like when the vote has to be certified, for example. So I don't know what happens if he still, if he wins, but he's appealing his court case. It's just going to be a mess. So stay tuned. No need for TV this year.
That's true. James.
Oh, yeah, that was good. Well, here's a thought to start out with. The courts, first of all, serious part. The courts have so much to do in the future of the world, really. Huge majority Republican appointees, drafted to be young and be there a long time, and so they're a friend to Trump. But I think that should they let him go on all charges, that would be too far, and there would be people in the streets. And so I don't think they want to go there, honestly. And I don't think most of them really have it in their hearts to support everything he's doing. But what has been true since the Mueller report was that he's been getting away with threatening and obstruction of justice. And the reasons that they didn't do it then were that Bill Barr said, no, you're not going to indict him on that. And so he was not indicted on that. And ever since, Engoron and all the other judges, except for Eileen Cannon, have let him get away with saying, more or less vaguely, but threatening things about the judges, about the witnesses, about everything. And so this has been very poisonous to our environment in the United States. And so that's one of the things I worry about, is that sort of influence. But the funny thing, because I wanted to say something funny, because last night I was unable to. And here it is. You've heard that one of the judges asked Trump, would it be legal to have SEAL Team 6 kill your political opponent? And of course, they're looking skeptically at this, right? But just imagine that the court said, yes, we agree presidents, while they're in office, have that power. Joe, Joe could do with that. He could just send him to the moon. He could say, "Mr. Trump, you're a danger to our democracy. I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to put you on the moon." If the court came back and said that, which is outrageous, but I just thought it was funny.
Well, it would be funny, right? He'd want that to happen. The court come back and say that, and say, Joe Biden's still president with that ultimate authority right now, don't you? Now,
Right,
do you want
I
me to
know.
rule on this motion?
I know. So it's sort of funny that it's even up there for consideration. Joe's not going to do that, and neither is the court in that case. They're not. And that the Bart Simpson thing where it's like, "Say it, Bart, say it." I want that judge to come back and say, "What about genocide instead of SEAL Team 6? What about that?" Because I think that's the real worry for me.
Yeah, good, very good point. Victoria.
Hi. I linked a CNN article in the comments where CNN, asked some lawyers, can Trump be president, and some other legal questions, and they're answered in there. And the answer is yes. I did have a thought that I don't think anyone else has brought up yet, though. The Supreme Court is hearing the appeal for the Colorado case where they're taking him off the ballot. And if I'm not mistaken, they're invoking the 14th Amendment as part of their argument. If they rule that even without being convicted, he's in violation of that and that disqualifies him, that will be precedents that can be referred to if he is elected, and they have to, invoke that in a different way. So that was
Yes,
just
yes, it is a very curious thing because, as you just pointed out, should states be allowed to prejudge him in relation to that 14th Amendment or their concerns in relation to that? In balance with Victoria, as Dryfly said, don't states have the right? Aren't they states' rights to run their elections in the manner they choose, including the processes and criteria for putting people on the ballot in each and every state? So yeah, so this is why sometimes a guy like Trump is an interesting and can be a useful tool, if you will, to exercise the Constitution, exercise the balance between states' rights and federal rights, and how well they've crafted their legislation and their constitutions.
Yeah, you make a good point. I mean, even before then, before he gets elected as president, states individually could say that he's not eligible to run in their state. Now, I don't know if they have grounds to do that, but it's maybe it's possible. And then, that makes it less likely that he will be elected. One thing I thought was interesting in that article, and take it with a grain of salt, and I have no idea if it's true or not, but and the lawyer they were asking this question was one of Trump's previous defense attorneys, if I remember correctly. So take it with a bag of salt. But he pointed out that if Trump is elected, he will become the head of the Justice Department again. And he said, if it were me, I would just drop the case. So I don't know if they would do that, but that's something else that the article brings up. But yeah, it's I agree, it is a mess, and I don't know what's going to happen. But I think if the Supreme Court rules that Colorado can judge him ineligible because he's in violation of the 14th Amendment, even without being convicted, just standing trial, that'll change some things. I'm not sure how they're going to rule.
Or not. They might not have to rule on the point of law related to the 14th Amendment because he would not be allowed due process, but they might rule that it is in the purview of any individual state based on their constitution to hold the elections within their state and build their own ballots on rules that they set themselves, which might include them just feeling he's not of fit character. I think they have, some of them have things like that, states could exclude a person from going on a ballot because they're not considered fit characters. And,
Yeah,
so they might do something like that.
Right. I have mixed feelings about that because although that could be useful keeping Trump from the presidency, imagine what a mess that might become, especially in, with all due respect, Republican states, red states, like they might pass a law that, you can't be an atheist, or, they may even try to pass a law that you have to be a Christian. That would be challenged, but they might do it. But I'm just thinking of what that might cause,
Yeah,
the mayhem.
it might open a bit of a Pandora's box. You're absolutely right. It
Yeah.
might. And it really depends on how those state constitutions are all written. But as long as they allow for due process in the state for adjudication of whatever the criteria they're going to use for putting on a ballot, as long as it's legal, then what we might, what you would see if American partisan politics go this way, especially in gerrymandered states, not Democrat or Republican, but any state that was gerrymandered the way they are in their state level, could then start having basically controlling presidential elections in Democrat or Republican states based on who gets on a ballot.
Oh gosh, yeah, this is scaring me. I do want to say one more thing before I go back to listening. Someone earlier asked about Ron DeSantis and like how final this position was, and normally, now who knows what might happen? I guess we've been surprised with politics the last, I don't know, however many years, but normally when a candidate concedes and endorses somebody, that is the end. Now, could that change if Trump is convicted? I don't know, because that's kind of never happened before, but that's normally how it works. And I'll listen. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for participating, Victoria. Very good questions. And now we're going to Luca.
Enjoying a delicious dish of my ragu tortellini, Bolognese tortellini. Listening to this discussion, I don't have much to add. I just hope that the courts don't mess it up. I don't trust the Supreme Court for obvious reasons. Also, Trump is intimidating them. That might backfire. There's a video of Trump saying, my judges on the Supreme Court will do the right thing. It's like Corleone's speech. I mean, this guy. Anyways, I just hope that they cannot completely stay out. I just hope that they don't mess it up. And I'll take this from the other side. Like I say, it was very illuminating to join that group of DeSantis voters, and many of them calling the MAGA voters. They were yelling at each other, sheeps, for the cult of personality. Again, all for the wrong reasons, in my opinion, but it was really funny to hear it. Like, you nominated Dr. Fauci, and your side nominated Dr. Fauci. You be damned, we'll never forget. And anyways, what these guys say is also what Mike Son says, is that all these like trials and this and that, convicted and blah, 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 let him run from prison. Again, that's what the DeSantis people were saying. Let the Republican Party that supported him to the end get crushed. Of course, the risk is what I mentioned before. It's all of like the geopolitical ingerence and all of that. But let them get crushed. Let him run from prison. Land of the free. My son says in Italy, it's the land of the free. You can run as a president from prison. Let them get crushed. Let all the traitors be eviscerated, and then they can remake a new party that is not a bunch of sheeps with the cult of personality later on. I still hope that that's gonna be, the result between now and November. Thank you very much, guys, and I listen.
Thanks. Now we're gonna stay on American politics and the process of operating things on who becomes the president of the United States with respect to Ukraine, of course. So we won't be taking any more U.S. policy questions, but we'll finish up the ones we've got with Love Democracy, Dry Fly, and Sky Kiss, and then we'll move on to the United Nations.
You are a
thank
glutton
you.
for. Wait a minute. You are a glutton for punishment, dude.
Indeed, I
Man.
am.
It's like, let's throw ourselves from the fire pan into
But
the fire.
well, look, if Mocker shows up here and we're having a depressing argument about the UN, at least it won't be America, and I might survive the encounter. So we're gonna have to get off this American thing before she wakes up. I sense a disturbance in the force. Loves democracy, Dry Fly, and then Sky Kiss.
I was just, what was I going to say? Oh, I was just going to point out that there have been judges that have made the judgment that Trump was guilty of insurrection. So it's not completely like he's claiming that I haven't even been, charged with it, or, I haven't even been convicted of it yet. And, I think that really honestly that it would be much better for anybody else to be president because, that's who's going to support Ukraine.
Yeah, I think that would probably be a consensus if we held a vote in here. Dry Fly?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, well, first of all, the clarification that it was the Colorado Supreme Court and it was the appeals court or whatever court it was that first determined that Trump was guilty of insurrection. So they in Colorado, they brought it to the court to have him removed from the ballot with regards to the 14th Amendment, subchapter 3, I believe it is. And the judge originally looked at it and said, he definitely had insurrection, but I don't feel that we have the legal standing to be able to assert that. And so she said that, yes, he was an insurrectionist, but no, we do not have the legal standing to remove him from the ballot. It went to the Colorado Supreme Court where they looked at it and said, yep, he was an insurrectionist. And no, we do have the standing to do it. And we are going to do it. And they did it. And that was when it was an appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn it. The thing that was interesting about that was that the first court that said that he was an insurrectionist, but we don't have the standing to remove him from the ballot, it was Trump's lawyers who appealed that. In other words, Trump wasn't going to let the thing stand that he was an insurrectionist. He wanted to have it completely cleared. Had he just let it sit, he'd be on the ballot in Colorado now. Okay.
Hubris. Hubris.
Yeah. So that's just
my dark friend.
That's one of them. Now the other one is that Mr. Healy was mentioning how it was Trump who spoke about that. That actually that little bit of back and forth between the judges was with Trump's lawyer. So the judges, and I think it was the 11th Circuit in D.C., asked him, so, could Donald Trump hire or order SEAL Team 6 to go out and do a hit on his campaign, number one campaign competitor, basically like Navalny, like what Putin did. And his lawyer said, well, it wouldn't be a good idea under the Constitution. Yes, he is immune from all prosecutions doing anything while president.
And that's got to be bullshit.
I think it is. And I absolutely do not believe under any circumstances that the Supreme Court will let that stand. I just do not. But that was the rounds. It wasn't Trump who said it at that time. It was his lawyer. It was Trump later who then went on the campaign trail in New Hampshire and will tell everyone he can tell that, yes, you have to have absolute immunity. You can't do anything if you don't have 100% total immunity for everything, And he went on to say that, even looking at Truman, if Truman had been alive today, we would have tried him under the Democratic process, because he would have done something horrible with the atomic bomb. And anyone who would drop the atomic bomb would have to immediately be tried for it. And war crime, is it? That's been debated ever since. I wouldn't say it is. You can argue whether it was good judgment or not. Ain't going to war ever. But the point is that he's been going on and on and on about it afterward. But it wasn't him who made that statement to the 11th Circuit. It was his attorneys. And if people want to get really into the weeds and wonky, it's all based on a Federalist society theory of
those goddamn Federalist Society people.
It is, yes, it is. It's of the unitary president, that the president.
The people that brought you the unitary president.
Exactly, and their answer is that the only way you can discipline a president, the only way, under anything he does, he can do anything he wants to. The only way he can be disciplined is through impeachment and removal.
Or the 25th Amendment.
Or the 25th Amendment. So that's it. So anyway, the point is that it's the people want to get in the weeds. That's why it's not just a slam dunk obvious, oh yeah, this should be no problem. It's just going to be a piece of cake. It's because there are no pieces of cake when you're dealing with a lunatic like Trump, who will find the edge of every single issue. So anyway, I'll leave that before mockers, because I think you're right. We need to move on. Thank you. And I will.
Thanks, Dry Flight. Sky Kiss, you get the last section.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. We've never been here before, and because of democracy and democracy worldwide, and this wave of authoritarianism and authoritarian leaders, and we've been discussing for 2 years here, so I don't need to repeat that. And Dry Fly and Loves Democracy, everybody, this has been very interesting, and I was so proud. I was so proud of both of those Colorado decisions that we just discussed, and I'm proud that the state is bluer than ever, because when I got here 18 years ago, it was kind of red violet, blue violet. Yeah, red violet. Now it's more blue violet, and we do lead on a number of issues. So I wanted to say, yeah, the rise of the Federalist Society has presented us with great problems, and just tie this back to everything that we in the United States have been through, and a lot of us here in the report over these 2 years, we've looked at these all of these issues basically because we know what happened in that phone call that led to an impeachment. And that phone call where he's trying to get something from Zelensky, and all President Zelensky was asking for was some armaments, and he was going to buy them, I believe. And oh no, but will you do us a favor though? And so that was the statement heard around the world, sort of. And yeah, it's just that Ukraine's fate and the fate of democracy in general, I just, that is one of the things that when I'm in meetings with other Democrats and we're talking about things, and even with people who have left the Republican Party but are still, they would like their old party back. We're just really, really desperately concerned about the fate of democracy. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Sky Kiss. Yeah, so, yep, thanks for providing that additional background there on that issue, and we will move on. to the United Nations, where I'd just like to highlight Sergei Kislitsa's statement, the joint press statement from 48 countries following the meeting of the UN Security Council, where Russia called a Security Council meeting, as is its purview, to complain about arms provision to Ukraine and bring up this incident in Donetsk the other day, which civilians were killed in a shelling incident that has not been determined on who was the cause of it. It has, in fact, been denied vociferously and directly by the Ukrainian government, and also the Russians have obviously claimed that it is the Ukrainians that did it. But there is some controversy surrounding that issue anyway. They've called an immediate Security Council to hearing to complain about the provision of aid in military form to Ukraine, and you know, it went the way it normally those hearings go. But the statement after it, the clear, incredibly clear statement after it from 48 countries we underscore the hypocrisy of the Russian Federation calling yet another UN Security Council meeting to criticize lawful arms sale transfers to Ukraine that are done in support of Ukraine's inherent right of self-defense as reflected in Article 51 of the UN Charter. So this meeting today is another attempt by the Russian Federation to distract from the war of its war of aggression against Ukraine and its intensified campaign of systematic airstrikes, killing civilians and destroying critical infrastructure. We reiterate our resolute condemnation of Russian Federation's aggression against Ukraine, which constitutes a manifest violation of the UN Charter. We reaffirm our unwavering support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. While Ukraine is trying to defend its civilian population, the Russian Federation is killing the Ukrainian people with arms procured from other countries. So they follow on to condemn the military support provided in Russia's war of aggression from Iran, Belarus, and the DPRK, North Korea. And we continue to urge all countries not to provide weapons and military equipment, including missiles and drones or other support for Russia's war of aggression. This includes the DPRK's violations of the UN arms embargoes on the DPRK, adopted through successive Security Council resolutions that Russia has signed. I remind you, back when it used to be also in favor of restricting a weapons transfer from the DPRK. We urge the DPRK and Russia to abide by the Security Council resolutions and remain concerned that the Russian Federation use of ballistic missiles from the DPRK provides DPRK valuable insights into the technical capabilities of those weapons. And I'll note that DPRK operators are also on site when those weapons are used. So technically, I would call that DPRK participating in a war of aggression on Ukraine, but that is just my commentary. Now, I'll continue. Additionally, there is clear evidence of Iran's unlawful transfers of armed Iranian UAVs to the Russian Federation when restrictions prohibiting such transfers under the UN Security Council Resolution 2231 were in place. The Russian Federation has used those UAVs to repeatedly strike critical infrastructure, including grain silos, energy facilities, and residential buildings in Ukraine. The Russian Federation's actions to undermine credibility of the Security Council resolutions, undermine the global non-proliferation regime, exacerbate regional tensions, endanger all of us. We call on UN member states, including the Russian Federation, to fully implement UN Security Council resolutions, which I will remind you again, that Russia signed. We must ensure accountability for the serious crimes under international law committed on the territory of Ukraine and ensure justice for all victims and prevention of future crimes. We call on the Russian Federation to stop its war of aggression and withdraw immediately its troops from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. 48 countries signed that. I would argue all the countries that matter in the world. If you haven't signed up to that, and I have offended you, your country hasn't signed up, but that's the 48 countries that I think really, really matter in the world right now. And if you want to matter in the world, pile on and join that statement. Don't complain to me about the fact that I didn't just say your country matters, because I'll say it again. I'll die on that hill. Prince, do you have anything to add before we go to James?
I just would wonder if you want to read if you want to hear the entire statement of what he said in the actual Security Council meeting.
Yeah, you could. You could go and play that too. Yeah, I wanted to cut in and add my commentary.
No need to. I have the transcript. So James, why don't you go ahead and we can read the transcript.
How long is it? Well, I mean, how long was the speech? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know what timing wise. I actually didn't have a chance to watch it actually or read it yet.
I can wait.
I went and looked on his Facebook page, and there is a copy of it on his Facebook page, which is very typical, and so I can very easily read that for you guys here. So let's go do that real quick. How's that, Will? Mr. President.
Yeah, go ahead. I thought it was really important that's 48 countries' statement.
Oh, it is
collectively laying that down pretty strong. I thought that was worth a good read. But yes, I wouldn't mind hearing the speech as well.
Yeah, he usually gives the good speeches. He gives really good speeches. Anyway,
he does, and then he gives good interviews too. So yeah, have a look, and we'll go to James.
No, I got it right here in front of my face.
Oh, all right. Well, let's go.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. President, distinguished members of the Security Council, Deputy to the High Representative, I also recognize here Putin's representative in the permanent seat of the Soviet Union. I am not surprised that the person for whom the Russian ambassador requested this meeting has quickly extracted himself from the chamber. Nevertheless, we acknowledge the importance of the Security Council's platform for documenting the testimonies of modern reincarnation of Ribbentrop and his henchmen. These testimonies will undoubtedly be used in future trials against war criminals. And injustice will be served, even if now unjust state of affairs is so pervasive. In 1952, Franz Bauer, who played an essential role in the Frankfurt Auschwitz trials, formulated the term Nazi unjust state and tried to enable remembrance and enlightenment in the midst of a justice system that was surrounded, like today in Russia, by a population for whom turning a blind eye, keeping quiet, lying while brazenly aware of injustice were the order of the day. His credo was, nothing belongs to the past, everything still is present, and it has the potential to become future. I like that quote. That's a nice quote. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah. We reiterate that the Russian war against Ukraine and occupation of the Ukrainian sovereign territories have been and remain the only source of suffering for the civilian population of Ukraine. Only yesterday, the Russian army shelled more than 100 Ukrainian cities, towns, and villages in 9 regions, from Chernihiv and Sumy to Mykolaiv and Kilvorod. The most brutal Russian attacks were in Donetsk region. The Russian Federation initially requested this meeting to discuss the issue of weapons supplies Indeed, the transfer of weapons and military equipment that Russia receives, in particular from Iran, DPRK, continue to fuel the conflict and result in an increased toll of casualties among the civilian population of Ukraine. The same Fritz Bauer, whom I have already quoted, once told his colleagues that it was some years after the Nazi regime, as soon as I leave the confines of my office, I am on enemy territory. When I leave my office here in New York, I'm not on enemy territory. And prior to the Security Council meeting, a group of UN member states delivered a joint statement on the matter of the supply of weapons and munitions to Russian Federation by some states in violation of the relevant Security Council resolutions. I am not alone, as you saw an hour ago. I am not on enemy territory here in the Security Council, and I invite everyone to read it carefully. And if you wish, you can still join the statement. Mr. President, another testimony, or rather full confession, was made last week by a certain Medvedev, former Russian president and Putin's current deputy in the Russian Security Council. He openly and honestly outlined in his Telegram channel the real goals of the Russian war against Ukraine: to kill all Ukrainians as long as they want to have their own independent country. One could hardly perceive that the following statement in any other way. I quote, "The existence of Ukraine is fatally dangerous for Ukrainians. They will understand that life with Russia in brackets is a large common state which they do not very much now, do not want very much now."
You want me to jump in on the next paragraph?
Sure, if you want to. It's a long one. They will understand that life with Russia in a large common state, which they do not want very much now, is better than death. Their death and the deaths of their loved ones, and sooner than Ukrainians realize this is the better. Go ahead, James.
Prince, I'm sorry. I thought that it was the catchphrase that you were going to start at, so I don't have your place at the moment.
Oh, okay, no worries. Sorry. Okay. This manifesto of genocide, maybe I'm not almost done. It's longer than I thought. This manifesto of genocide.
You're almost done.
Yeah. This manifesto of genocide, plain and simple, that can only be compared to other manifestos written almost 100 years ago and known under the title Mein Kampf. Much has already been said about the fact that Russia's actions and words precisely repeat those of Nazis. One may find it awkward that Russia accuses others of neo-Nazism to justify its aggression. In fact, this is the psychological phenomenon of projection, when one's own thoughts and feelings and ideas are attributed to others. Therefore, go ahead.
Therefore, the catchphrase "war until the last Ukrainian," which has been used so often by the Russian delegation in the chamber as an accusation, is in fact keen desire, as follows from the confession by a certain Medvedev: they are indeed going to wage war until the last Ukrainian. Just because the model of their world does not contain either Ukraine nor Ukrainians. And this is the only reason for Russia to be so obsessed with, with both Ukrainian resilience and global solidarity with my country. Solidarity that results, in particular, supplying weapons to assist Ukraine to exercise our right to self-defense in strict accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter. It is imperative to highlight the Russian determination to inflict harm on Ukrainian civilians has not diminished. On the contrary, it has intensified significantly. Russia has increased its number of attacks along with the number of missiles launched across Ukraine. And the statistics of victims have decreased because most Russian missiles do not reach their targets, solely due to the bolstered air defense provided by our allies. This is literally what saves our children, alongside the evacuation measures implemented by Ukrainian authorities to protect residents in the most dangerous areas. Mr. President, yesterday marked the 100th anniversary of the death of Lenin, another idol of today's Russians and the leader of the Bolshevik coup d'etat in Russia. You may recall how often Putin publicly blamed him for creating Ukraine. It may be baffling, or it may seem baffling, that among initial actions performed by the Russian invaders in many occupied Ukrainian settlements was the re-erection of Lenin monuments, re-erection of Lenin monuments. Anyway, however, this was quite logical as the current Kremlin dictator strives to closely follow in the footsteps of his Bolshevik predecessor, who, in reality, had a very straightforward maxim that he repeatedly conveyed to his accomplices. And I quote, "If we lose Ukraine, we lose our head. And if you lost your head, and you lost your head quite so." A colonial and imperial mentality towards Ukraine has always been a hallmark of Russia's authority, whether it's czars, Soviet communists, or Putin's criminals. And for their respective peace in the current war is a way to lose Ukraine. That is why the Russian Federation so strongly opposes the implementation of the peace formula. It is rather a rhetorical question, which exactly prompts Russia's objections. The idea that a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace, or the fact that the peace should be based on the principles of the UN Charter. And the process, regardless of Russia's sentiments, is well underway. The fourth meeting of the National Security and Foreign Policy Advisors on the implementation of the peace formula was held in Davos on 14th of January. More than 80 states and international organizations participated in the meeting, testifying to the rapidly growing interest in the peace formula. The meeting was focused on discussing specific points in the peace formula, notable withdrawal of Russian troops and cessation of hostilities, restoration of justice, environmental safety, preventing escalation and repetition of aggression, confirmation of the end of the war. In addition, 2 special sessions were held on food security and humanitarian aspects of the war. As follows from the press communique of the co-chairs Ukraine and Switzerland, this meeting laid the necessary prerequisites for the preparation of a meeting of leaders of states and governments, which can give a start at the high level to establishing a common and universal basis for achieving comprehensive, just, and lasting peace for Ukraine based on the Ukrainian peace formula. It was also emphasized that Ukraine's security is an integral part of world and regional security. Therefore, war against Ukraine remains one of the main destabilizing factors for security in the world. Due to this, peace efforts must be significantly strengthened in order to end the war in a just and comprehensive manner. The task of the world community should not only be to end the war, but to overcome the consequences of all these crises that were caused by it throughout the world. Mr. President, symbolically, today, my country marks the Day of Unity. Unity has many dimensions and manifestations. It is the resilience of Ukrainian soldiers defending their native soil from the bloody aggressor. It is a record number of participants in Davos promoting peace for Ukraine. It is solidarity with Ukraine, including here in this chamber. It is assistance by our allies aimed at enhancing our defense capacities. It is also shared commitment to the values of democracy, freedom, and justice. I encourage you to be guided by this perception and spirit of unity, as it is essential for the prospects of the efforts to maintain international peace and security. I thank you.
Thanks for that, James. Prince, do you want to add anything to that? It is he does give a good speech. Or do you want to go to we have some actually incoming news on damage from these missile strikes and artillery.
It's up to you. Tony did put his hand up. So I don't know if you want to go to Tony and see if his hand.
Well, I think we quickly ought to cover the fact that we were waiting for what was going to happen, and there are districts in Kiev that are now reporting damage. So I'll just briefly cover that, and then we'll go to Tony. But so Sviatoshisky district, that's west of Kiev. It's just before you go outside the ring road. It doesn't look like there's any military targets in there from my early assessment, but caused a fire at some nearby cars. And the local administration has said parked cars basically caught fire. There's a damage to a kindergarten, one house. There's already one person known to be injured. And then if we go back over to Kharkiv, where Russia has used a combination of, as they usually do, short S-300 missiles and traditional artillery. They've struck in the Kharkiv region and blown up a gas pipeline, which has caused a colorful fire. And it's reported that that 4 hits in the suburbs of Kharkiv took place. Residential buildings in the private sector. Children received shrapnel wounds, and one woman was injured. They also destroyed a sanitarium school for sick children in the same area, and also this gas pipeline. So a lot of collateral damage to hit one gas pipeline that it looks spectacular, but it will be isolated and dealt with relatively quickly. So no long-term outage probably of gas in Kharkiv, but they have managed to attack civilian targets again. Prince.
And nobody said surprise. Yeah, I'm pulling some reports in addition to trying to keep up.
So some of these missiles have been shot down, and so some of this damage is from falling debris, but I'm not sure what the tally of missiles being interdicted is in total. We'll get that as it shortly comes along. Over to you, Prince, and then go to Tony.
Well, yeah. Can you not hear me, Will?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, just checking. Yeah, and I am seeing actually that some missiles are like disappearing, so I don't know if that means they were shot down or if they have been if they were false targets. I've heard there was a second volley that was released from the Tu-95s. This is Kharkiv. Yeah. All about the civilian stuff. At the moment, they know things about damage are being clarified, hitting houses, several explosions in the city, complete destruction of the entrance of an apartment building. Rescues are trying to dismantle the rubble to find people under it. Also, one of the most effective parts is the Kiev district of Kharkiv. There is no electricity or water. Electricity, partially water, and relevant services are working to eliminate that, and that is from the head of the the mayor of Kharkiv, excuse me. And let's see if I have Vitaly Klitschko. Cars are on fire, like you said. Um, Cars are on fire. Preliminary information about debris. Yep. You said all that. Windows from apartment buildings were shattered by the blast. No information still about victims. They're working on stuff. Another non-residential building was hit. Emergency services are on their way. One victim has already been hospitalized, and then another apartment fire broke out. A fire broke out in an apartment in a residential building. Also, emergency services are on their way. Just checking other.
And meanwhile,
accounts here. Yeah.
Meanwhile, there are no additional information other than there are reports of explosions in Bryansk simultaneously.
Yeah. So I think that, a lot of this is waiting for things to come in, and I pull from accounts that are definitely, how do I word it? Verified.
Typically proven reliable in the past. And yeah, so if you're looking at three of those, like I am, and they all say the same thing, then you
Yeah.
go ahead and say, yeah, that's probably happened.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I know some accounts that directly quote exactly what is said on accounts like the Kyiv City Military Administration. So if they say it's from the Kyiv City Military Administration, I know it is from the Kyiv City Military Administration, which is who I'm looking at now. And it's pretty much the same as what Klitschko said. Sometimes they vary. It's weird. Anyway, that's about all I know at the moment.
Tony.
Yeah, thank you. Great speeches. Great speech. Speaking to yours, Will, and yours, Prince and James. And I note that my country was well represented. So let me get this clear. So missiles are in the air just after Russia calls a UN meeting. Is that correct?
Well,
after
several hours so after it closed.
Okay, so they call a meeting, we condemn them, they put missiles in the air. Now, I hope this is discussed as far as my country is concerned. I hope this is discussed in tomorrow's meeting, that what we basically got behind, Australia got behind these two speeches, and missiles were in the air. And I hope that journalists pick up this, and I'm a concreter, carpentry, construction. I hope that they are smart enough to pick this up and put these questions to the Prime Minister on Thursday at the press club. And if they don't, we are just lost. It's pathetic. Anyway, that was my comment. Fantastic speeches, and I hope that changes things.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. I mean, I take your point that this attack today is just one of, what are we up to? It's 700 days basically. I think we're 699, folks, or 698. I think Wednesday. Yeah, it's 699. So I'm pretty sure Wednesday we go 700 days tomorrow.
699. Yeah, it is 699.
And essentially, we'd be in the high 690s of days where an atrocity has taken place by Russia, as today's attacks were again. I don't know how many of those missiles got shot down, but I know that some made it through because there was repeated unending explosions for a number of minutes reported in Kharkiv and Kiev. And the resulting damage that we've seen already so far is not military structures. Okay, so even at their wildest imagination, you tried to say a burst gas main in a residential area was a military target, I don't know. They could quibble and call that, but Russia continues to do this day by day by day by day by day. And the question I guess I'd like the press club to ask an Australian politician or a member of the Defense Department in this country is, what's it going to take? What atrocity would Russia have to do, or what number of atrocities are we piling up before you're willing to lean in and provide Ukraine the military support that they've both asked us for and that we have the capacity to provide? What's it going to take? Because I pretty much tell you that if you were to state what it would take, Russia would do that atrocity tomorrow, just to put a thumb in your eye. I honestly believe that. Prince.
It's interesting. You know, I'm doing a second segment with Gina now. Did you know that?
Yes, I did. In depth with Gina. I retweet it all the time.
Yeah, we didn't have it yesterday. She has been sick, but she is feeling better, by the way. I will say that it was last Sunday when she was with us. We talked about exactly what you said, and I'm looking for the exact note because, you know, that's how I am. But it was what level of atrocity? What level of atrocity will it take before you are ready to act? What level of atrocity is too much? Tell us, and that is really what it comes down to is how much is too much? What level of atrocity are you willing to accept? And the fact that I can't find it is annoying me, but that's okay. But it was a really good conversation, and you know, of course, we could never really know the answer without getting in the brain of somebody else. But it does make you think. It makes you wonder, you know, how much is too much? Where is that line for you? For me, that line was long ago, long time ago. That level happened for me on Maidan. I'm sorry. That level has happened so many times in the last 10 years. And after the first and after the full scale invasion, that line has been crossed so many times, in my opinion. And it should be in everybody's opinion. And you know, I get frustrated and I get angry and I hear and I read things and I don't even know if I can say I get down because of how I feel about it. But what it is it's not really getting down. You know what it is? It's getting angry and feeling helpless and feeling impotent and feeling like I don't do enough. But knowing that I am working my fingers to the bone, you know, and I still don't feel like I'm doing enough. When will I feel like I'm doing enough? I don't know. But I will keep on pushing as hard as I can. And today's Monday, right? Yeah, it's my Monday. Is today Monday or is it
Nah,
Tuesday?
it's Tuesday.
It's tomorrow. Oh no, I still have to co-host. I still co-host tomorrow night. It's still Monday for me. Tomorrow night will be Tuesday night. Sorry.
Correct,
Sorry,
and you'll be sitting home. You'll be sitting home watching what happened in those New Hampshire primaries and planning for your day off.
I know that is actually what I was going to say. So for all of you who listen to me 7 nights a week, from 7 p.m. Pacific till midnight Pacific, or 10 p.m. till 1 a.m. Eastern time. Yeah. No, not 1 a.m. 3 a.m. Sorry. 10 p.m. till 3 a.m. Eastern time. I am going to start having a night off. I am going to start having Wednesday nights off. And thank you, Slavi. I see you down there and listeners right now. Slavi is going to co-host on Wednesday nights with Adam. And I'm looking forward to this combination because you've got 2 Ukrainians right there. I think 2 Ukrainians are going to be able to bring you guys some magic and some really good stuff.
Well, I think we ought to go to standard working practice. Maybe you ought to form a union because, frankly, I think you should take 2 nights off a week like a standard modern worker. And Slavi could come join me here in this slot at Tuesday at 11 a.m. In your normal time period too, because how does that new guy Adam rate? You should be putting all these new co-hosts with me to develop some really, really bad habits.
Yeah, it is the bad habit. You are the bad habit monster. No, I think that Slavi likes to talk about culture, and she can talk about anything really, but I think she likes to talk about some culture, and I think she has some experience with that. And Adam seems to be drawn to that experience too, or to that kind of thing. He actually sent me. He was so excited today. He sent me pictures of something that came in the mail, and that is a bunch of Ukrainian folk tales, basically Ukrainian short stories. And he loves to find those kinds of things and share them, but finding the meaning behind them, and it's always interesting also. So anyway, I'm sure that they will get along fabulously, and they will come up with some great stuff to share. So yeah, starting this Wednesday, I will have a night off.
It's like all culture Wednesdays, right? Because she's bringing culture.
They can
He
do
talks
whatever
about
they
culture.
Want. They can do what they can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want. I just think that it's he is the only person I know who has tried to make the 12-course Christmas dinner of the Ukrainians. I would venture to bet that Slavi has made the 12-course Christmas dinner from the evil and demon possessed food that I found out that they make. I'm just kidding. That they make on New Year's Eve, like meat jello, because I still can't get over meat jello, or a perfectly good, beautiful layered salad that is ruined by pickled herring on the bottom. Anyway. It's just,
Anywho.
Yeah, I just sort of went off there, and poor James has had his hand up, but James is a co-host, so he understands. Anyway.
I certainly do not.
Oh, whatever. Go ahead, James.
I just
being mean to James Healy. That is like kicking the puppy.
No,
James?
No, it's okay. I'm fine. No, all I wanted to say was really to make the comment about the speech to the UN, which I was going to make before I read the speech to the UN, and that was that the Eurasian peoples are poorly represented by their current representative to the UN Security Council, who have clearly abdicated their responsibilities for establishing and maintaining world order, and for keeping their own hatred in check. And so it is way past time that consideration be given to a truly appointed representative who is picked in accordance with the rules of the UN, rather than one who ducks in under the wire of just like shedding their skin and growing bigger like a fucking snake. So
and very importantly, undermines the operation and validity of the UN Security Council by failing to comply and implement Security Council measures that it itself voted for.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. So there's that. And then also, Prince, as to you doing so much, working so hard, I suggest that some days that you turn off the alarm and get all the good sleep you can, and then use that energy to do more for Ukraine while you can. I appreciate that effort.
I turned the alarm off. One of my birds is extremely hormonal, and she will not let me sleep in.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think what you do though here on air, and what we do when you interrupt and you say, currently there's something going on, here's what it is. I think that is really important, that we whoever is on, and that's the thing, we can't be high reliability organizations one person at a time. You only achieve that in a group, and we've got a group here who can pay attention to the alarms collectively while we're awake, while we're on duty, and then we can carry this forward. So I admire your stick-to-itiveness and your energy, and your incredible capacity to hang in there and get stuff done, like many of you. I wish I could work that hard that regularly. I need more time to decompress when I'm not doing this stuff because sometimes, it gets compressed. So I just admire it. So I hope that you make sure that you're getting what you need in terms of rest and relaxation and energy because you deserve it.
Well, thank you, but I'm not sure what that is anymore. I do need to read Samantha Power's book, and I do need to read East West Street, and then there was another one I had on my list after that, and then I have a bunch of documentaries I need to watch,
That's
and
a
then I
great thing to
then
do. That's what I did this weekend was I read that the article about the whole history of the group looking at Lemkin there included talking in 45 and 46 about why you didn't need to have the dolus specialis. You just needed to have knowledge base. And that was such an important thing. And I'd read the other article and heard that one. And I read through it and it was something I've needed to do for a long time. And I had to carve out enough time. So I'm struggling with those other books, but that's a great thing, Prince. I'm so proud of you.
yeah, no, I mean, I've got a lot of stuff to do behind the scenes too, that I don't even know that some of the MriyaReport team knows that I do, that I'm working on, and so there's a lot of that stuff to catch up on too. Depends on how late I'll be able to stay up the next couple of nights. So yeah, because by
Well,
now
let me
I
just
go
let me
ahead,
just say
Will.
for the record, not only do we not know what you do, we do not want to know what you do. You you are you are painfully disturbingly weird, young lady.
Well, Mockers can tell you a bit about that, but that's a whole nother story too. No, no. It's all good stuff. But
She keeps birds, folks. I mean, I don't trust anybody who keeps birds for one thing. They're just strange.
I have an extremely hormonal sulfur cockatoo right now too. She attacked my head today. I'm so glad I had a hoodie on because she totally attacked my head.
Well, that's what you get for A, having anything to do with sulfur cockatoos, and B, having anything to do with females of any variety.
I can't help it, Will. I'm a lesbian, just like you.
Exactly. This is a diversity workplace. Look who we've woke up. Tony.
Yeah, I'm driving, so it might be noisy. I just wanted to say what they UN, both those articles, what you read and the pictures. It was nice to see them quote what Russia's breached, and also the fact that they got together. They done a MriyaReport and got together, because that sends a clear message. And maybe they're all sick of it too. They're going to be what they should have done 2 years ago: stand up together and make constant speeches like that. Yeah. So that's what I took from it. Also, I just wanted to add those speeches were hard hitting, and they've had enough, and hopefully they'll push and won't let it slide. And I'll listen.
Very good. Oh, I see people coming up here. Mockers, there was something I was going to ask you, and now I can't remember what it was. Maybe I was going to ask Will, but that's okay.
Were you waiting for me? Were you waiting for
I
me till morning?
You haven't gotten out of bed yet. Go make your coffee. Hi, Victoria. How are you?
I'm all right. I hope you get some much needed rest so you can recharge your batteries.
Well, thank you.
Um,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. So yeah, I'm glad everyone came together to condemn Russia. That was great. I've been watching some things that are going on in the EU, and I don't know where they stand. And I'm kind of confused about when or what might happen next. the first thing is the possibility of the EU stripping Hungary of its voting rights. Last week, the MEPs did a non-binding resolution that they should investigate, depriving them of their voting rights. And I guess it's the UN Council that actually has to do it. And I haven't heard anything else, and I can't find anything else on that. And the next vote for Ukraine aid is February 1st. So I'm very nervous, and I was just kind of curious what your guys' thoughts on that was. And then the other thing, and I just saw this earlier today, supposedly the EU is now in the last stage, whatever that means, or entering the last stage. I think that was what the article or the headline said. This is from Nexta, that they were entering the last stage of turning over frozen Russian assets to Ukraine. But I haven't looked anything up on that. But yeah, it's taking a long time. I think the things that are closest to potentially happening is a deal with U.S. Congress or UN, but neither could happen. So I'm just kind of curious what your guys' thoughts are. Sorry, I'm tired. I'm rambling a bit, but I'll listen now. Oh, I put 2 articles about the process of like invoking Article 7. There's 3 stages. They're already in stage 1. They've been condemned. And I think they could go right from stage 1 to stage 3, but I'm not sure. But there are 2 articles in the comments.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if Will does or not. I think James might have an indication of an answer. But Will, I have one thing to say to you really quickly. I know you just suggested 2 nights a week. What I got a deal for you there, okay? Mockers takes 1 day a week off because she has to go to the sucky office. When she takes 2 days a week off, then I'll consider 2 days a week. But that's it. So there you go, Mockers. There's your challenge. Figure out how to take 2 days a week off. James, go ahead.
I just wanted to address the likelihood of aid. And what I don't know is, well, first, it is wrong to ask the question about, what kind of horrible things will it take for you to do something. That's the wrong question to ask a psychopath. The question is how much money will it take, or what kind of things can you do for me? That's what they understand. And I hope that is something affordable for Biden to meet terms on. But I suspect that he may have to do what he did for Israel, and that is give some emergency aid, which would be welcome. But if he gives the whole amount, and he might give $61 billion, that may be seen as too much. And then I would not be surprised that they impeach him for this, or add to the count of impeachments. But they don't have any counts, but they are impeaching him. They're holding a hearing to impeach him. Even now, there is a committee seated to do that. So I think he's ready to spend his political career, or at least that close to it. Not that I think he'd get impeached and thrown out of office, but they'd love to have that whataboutism there to compare to Mr. Trump. So anyway, that's all I had to say, Victoria. I wish I knew more, but that's what I think about the aid situation. They might get it. They may decide it's the worst thing in the world for them politically, and that's almost as good as the compromat that somebody has on some of the Republicans.
Very good. Now, Mockers, I heard you scoff.
That was a bit of a scoff and a snort, like a
And a laugh. I think she maybe doubled over, laughing hysterically at this point, not able to speak. Yeah.
Made her spit her first sip of coffee.
She may have spit her first cup of coffee, and as as news from Redacted with Will. Well, that was a little piece of redacted news from Heather. Go ahead, Loves Democracy.
Oh, thank you. What made you think I wanted to talk? I just wanted to tell you that unlike all these other squishy people, I'm very sad that you're taking a day off. I think you should continue to work 7 days a week. And that's all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you very
Yeah.
much. And
Yeah, how am I supposed to tell the time if it isn't, every day from 11?
Oh,
For me, it's 11 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Rest assured, I will still be around. Oh, air alerts are clearing. Air alerts are clearing.
Hey, I'll just add that a fella's just sent me a video with sound that a person that just happened to be between locations when that attack happened in Kiev, and I find it amazing those missiles, those cruise missiles, when they're terminal, they scream, they whistle as they're coming in. It's unnerving.
Yeah, I actually had somebody who is in Kiev send me personally a video just of sound, and it's loud. It's loud. It's very loud. I saw messages from Jay in Kiev. I saw messages from Jason Smart. Everybody mentioning how loud it was. And I'm still, when I'm reading stuff, still updated stuff from Kiev City Military Administration and from oh my goodness, how did I all of a sudden forget the name? Klitschko. When I'm reading stuff from him, that it's looks like debris has fallen, not actual hits, at least that I know of so far. It sounds like debris has fallen, not actual hits. But time will tell. We'll find out. Go ahead, Dryfly.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at too. Andrew Perpetua had some pictures, and it didn't look like it was direct hits. It looks like stuff that fell, but still, does a lot of damage. It's incredible how much damage one of those things has when they're knocked out of the sky and they fall in a city. And I guess it makes sense when you think about it. And then the other thing was for what Healy said about the impeachment. Don't lose sleep over that. That's pretty much already dead. I wouldn't say it's dead.
Did I lose sound?
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you,
Yeah.
Dryfly.
Yeah,
can
we
hear
can
you,
hear
Dryfly.
Dryfly, and we could also hear Loves Democracy. Carry on, Dryfly.
Anyway, the point is that that's pretty much dead. Don't lose sleep. I mean, I wouldn't lose sleep over. The focus really needs to be on what we can do for Ukraine. But the whole thing that's going on, trying to get at Biden, that's not happening. The guy who was the head of it, Calmer, he even admitted, I think it was like 3-4 days ago, he doesn't have the votes. He doesn't even have close to the votes. Not only not to get an impeachment, but not to even get a hearing, a regular, real formal hearing. They have a pre-hearing or some damn thing like that, which has no basis in law. So there's so much bullshit going on in Congress. You really got to just kind of push that stuff to the side and focus on what's really coming out. And the aid may or may not come out, but that's not going to have a bearing on it. It's just not going to. So I just thought I'd throw that out so that Victoria doesn't lose sleep over that one, because that's not worth worrying about, in my opinion. And I'll listen.
Thanks, Dryfly. Over to you, James, and I'm going to slip out.
Have a good one. Yes. Well, and that's not what I was saying. What I was saying is that he may be forced to send aid for the same reason he sent emergency aid to Israel, and that is because of the worsening conditions. In Israel, I am a strong believer that there's a real risk of something horrible happening there, really horrible that we don't want to face up to. We don't want to. I don't even want to say it this time. I've said it before, and I think that Ukraine left alone will be in that same precarious position of disappearing. And before that happens, Joe Biden's going to do everything he can, like any good president of the U.S. should, to get that aid at whatever cost. And then at that point, they may say that somehow violates the
James,
1973
James, darling,
rule.
James,
So,
you,
all right,
you're being,
I'm leaving.
yeah, I just want to say you're sort of putting scenarios there that don't exist as far as I'm
Well,
concerned. You're worried
yeah,
about something that's
okay.
not happened.
Then
You know what I mean?
I'll go to bed now.
Yeah, it can happen, or it can, just be not going to happen. And I reckon that's one of those things. Dryfly?
I agree 100%. I couldn't have said it better. That was what I was going to say. There's things worth worrying about and things not worth worrying about. Them trying to impeach Biden over not sending aid or sending aid illegally or whatever the hell, that's not worth worrying about. I do believe he's right in that I don't think the U.S. is going to sit idly by and do nothing, even if Congress does nothing. But as the question is it going to be enough to help Ukraine win? And that I have real serious issues with. The thing to watch, and I said it to Axel, I think, probably, and this is for Ukrainians, to block out the noise, block out all the crap you're hearing out of Washington. The thing to watch, and I was telling Axel this 6 months ago, is watch the budget. If the budget keeps faltering and the Congress starts shutting down government and those kinds of things happen, that's a real worry. And I don't mean just for a day or two, I mean weeks, because the government has a ton of inertia. I don't see that happening. I absolutely do not see that happening. I think there's enough money just in the budget to be able to carry Ukraine through for just about as long as they want to. But they don't win. Ukraine won't win unless we give more, a lot more. They won't win easily. It'll be bloody. It'll be awful. It'll be dragged out. So that's a concern. It should be a concern. But it's not going to be like this end of the world kind of scenario that everybody's reading about unless the US government absolutely shuts down shop. And if that happens, there's problems all over. Then there's problems in the Red Sea. Then there's problems everywhere. I don't see that happening. That would be absolutely political suicide for the congressmen who running in Republican districts that are moderate. I mean, they might lose 40 or 50 seats in the House. That's the kind of wipeout that you saw when FDR came in after the Depression. It's just unthinkable that that would happen. So I absolutely am agree with you 100%, Markers. Those are things that are just so freaking lunatic crazy out there. They're not worth worrying about. Anything's possible. We could be hit by asteroids, but I don't worry about that. That is the kind of equivalent of the political equivalent of being hit by an asteroid. They will push a budget. There will be money in it. There will be some weapons, probably not enough to really make a huge difference initially until they get that that other budget, the supplemental done. If they get the supplemental done, it'll make a huge difference. And that assumes, of course, if Biden sends it, which I think he will. I'm of the opinion that if he has the money and he has the ability to send what he has available to him and money to replenish what he doesn't, he will send a lot more. So the real key for Americans, push for the budget, push for the supplemental, and for the Ukrainians, watch the budget. If the budget goes through, there will be stuff in it for Ukraine. And I will listen. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dryfly. I mean, I get the feeling that, it's not just that one single fund that was, and also that there's other ways and means for these things to be done. They can find other ways. It's like with the EU, right? So the EU's had their 50 billion blocks or whatever it was. Well, they've managed to wangle at least 20 of that through another scheme, which is already existing. That they don't need anybody to sign off on or unveto, as it were. So, they've managed to get 20 billion of that money in place, actually. And then I think what they've done in some cases is they've given some of those funds back to the individual countries, and then they have said, oh, look what we just found in our back pocket. Here, Ukraine. You might be able to use some of this. You know, so there are other ways and means of doing all sorts of things. And I have a lot of faith that in the end, we will all do the right thing. Unfortunately, in the meantime, it's just a little bit, what do you call it? Frustrating, annoying. And I feel like some days I could just go and bang some politicians' heads together. And you know what? I'd really like to, really like to. So if anybody wants to help me achieve my dreams in life, feel free to invite me to one of these meetings where all these bigwigs are, and I can go in, I can just, have a word. That would be fun, wouldn't it? I get myself kicked out in about 15 minutes, but still, it'd be funny. Oh, you lot, listen to me. Yeah, anyway. Sorry, got excited then. So, let me see. Right, so, I don't quite understand what Lavrov said here. Moscow is ready to listen to anyone interested in stopping the use of Ukraine as an instrument of war against the Russian Federation. What is he talking about? He's saying the whole world is using Ukraine to attack Russia. What an absolute melm, right? Honestly. Not being funny, mate, but who crossed what border? I mean, I think, it should be pretty easy to tell who invaded who, because who crossed which border? I mean, it's not that difficult to figure it out, really, is it? Where are you currently fighting? Could it be that Ukraine did not attack because, well, you wouldn't be fighting inside Ukraine at this point, would you? Honestly, they talk some absolute twaddle, don't they? Can't believe I haven't kept that clean. Yeah, just absolute. What? There. Oh. I thought that was a flooding by unnatural means then, but it turned out it was actual natural flooding. So I'll not worry about that one. So, do you have any more info about the attack this morning? Just to sort of like refresh my brain, Prince, or at least just tell me, how many missiles, what, where, when.
12 Tu-95s. Don't know how many missiles yet. Most of it seemed to be focused on Kyiv. There were, of course, ballistic missiles, and there were artillery hits in the north and east kind of direction in the Kharkiv area, and then around near the front line. Kherson, of course, waiting mostly to hear information on Kyiv. There is damage in Kyiv. I did actually, that was one thing I had up and I forgot and I closed it. There has already been reported by Kyiv City Military Administration that operational information as a result of a rocket attack on Kyiv. It is already known about one woman who has been deceased, 4 wounded. Most of them have minor explosive injuries. Information is being clarified. And it does look to me, from what I've seen, is that a lot of what happened in Kyiv, as was pointed out earlier, was from falling debris. Unfortunately, the law of gravity is what goes up must come down. And so you've got something that's already up there that's a missile that's going to do a whole lot of damage, but you send another missile up into the air to intercept missile A, and now you have debris from 2 things coming down. Now, that is all better than the missile itself coming down, but you've got debris that's going to fall, and your debris is going to cause damage. Your debris is going to cause fire. Your debris, unfortunately, is going to cause death and going to cause injuries. Not in every instance, but that's what happens. We know that. I say that every time. What goes up must come down, and unfortunately, I'm seeing that is what probably is causing a lot of the damage. I haven't seen anything confirmed as direct hits, in Kyiv specifically. Kharkiv may be a little bit different because they were hit with very different things, but I'm not seeing a whole lot about that yet. Except for damage to houses, damage to buildings, damage to civilian infrastructure, damage to a gas pipeline, those kinds of things. So we're in the collection of information phase. Have not the air raids just cleared, and so with that information, I hope will be coming in as far as how many missiles and things like that. But we saw the Tu-95s in the air, we saw the 22s in the air, we saw indication of ballistic missiles, the S-300s, we saw rockets, we saw all kinds of different things. Did not see any Kinzhals this time though, so we'll get it coming, and that information will be coming in the next couple of hours, like it always does. I hope that you had a pleasant sleep and that you are doing well. And my day did not feel complete yesterday or today, which was your yesterday, because I did not have a chance to speak with you. But there's something I know, and there's something now that I really want to talk to you about. But I would have had to wake you up in the middle of the night to talk to you about it. But yeah. So anyway, that can't happen now, and it won't happen. It won't happen until I wake up tomorrow morning. Sucks. Anyway, it's good to see you. I'm glad you got out of bed. But tell me I'm right. That first time you said hello, I said get out. She's not even out of bed yet. Told you to get out of bed and get your coffee. You weren't even out of bed yet, were you?
I was actually out of bed.
I don't believe
but-
you.
Well, no, I was in the bathroom, right? And I was literally stood there with my legs crossed in the bathroom thinking, I've got to answer now, so I best not have a quick wee yet.
Oh, have we ever been there? You've been there. I've been there. Everybody's been there. And yeah, it's so true. It's so true. How many times where I'm sitting on the toilet and going, please don't ask me. Please don't ask me. Please don't ask me.
Not me.
And then I
Not
go,
me. I've
"What do you
never
think,
done
Prince?"
anything embarrassing ever.
Oh, but you can do it and nobody knows, as long as you're not like making noise in the bathroom. As long as you're not making bathroom noises, nobody would know. And you want to hear us? Okay, I'll tell you something really embarrassing and really funny that happened to me the other day. Mockers, you will love this. You will love this. I got a message from somebody on the team. Surprisingly, not you. Oh, die. Hang on. I fix it. I fix it quick. Okay, there we go. Now can you hear me again? Can you hear me?
I could hear you fine the whole time, but carry on.
Okay, anyway, I lost a headphone. Anyway, here's the story.
Oh.
I'm on the throne of the house in the smallest room, and I get a message from somebody, and I'm like, oh man, I gotta call this person, or whoever it was. And so there I am sitting on the throne, not thinking at all, and I press call, and the person answered, and I'm like, I just called you while I'm sitting on the toilet, and I didn't mean to. I was totally intending to just get up now, but I called you before I even got up off the toilet. Why on earth did I do that? And we all had a good laugh because it was funny. And I don't do that. But it was weird. Mockers.
Waters.
Yes. It's like you just all of a sudden you need to talk to somebody and you dial the phone number, not remembering that you're sitting on the toilet.
My problem is, right, I've got very good at doing a stealth run to the toilet because of being here for a long period of time. So yeah, I'm not going to tell you too much about that, but let's just say sometimes, let's just say that, yeah, so sometimes you talk to me and I might not be in the best state. It's a good job it's not video. There we go. That's the
Oh
one.
no, I know that. I know that, and it's just these are the things that happen. These are the things that happen when you are a MriyaReport co-host. That and
I
train.
can do a
Not
really
if you're
quiet
working.
room,
Not
by
if
the
you're
way.
working with me. Not if you're working with me. You can. You
Well, this
can
is
go
true.
up.
This
If
is true.
Marcus wants to go rearrange your sock drawer, she can always just say, "Hey, Will, what do you reckon about this?" And you do it too. I know. I see you over there. So Prince, you said you have something you have to touch base with Marcus about. You two ladies could sneak out and reapply lipstick or whatever it is you do, and I can have a chat with Tony. We can do the Australian 30
We
minutes
could go
or
to the
whatever.
bathroom together.
Yeah, more information than I require, young lady.
I'm just kidding. It's a joke because the women always go to the bathroom together when you go out to talk.
That's what I mean. Go reapply
Yeah.
lipstick or do whatever it is you do in there.
Nah, it's okay. We'll be just fine. I'm sure that you'll start talking long enough where we can send a couple of messages back and forth.
Yeah. Also, I'd just like to point out what ladies do in them toilets basically is gossip, do the hair,
Preach.
and yeah, and chat to that person with the perfumes and stuff. That poor person, they have to put up with some really annoying drunk women all night. But you know what? It is their livelihood, so fine. But yeah, that person that sits in the toilets with the perfumes and that I don't know, they have breath mints and lollipops and just anything that you might fancy when you're drunk. It's like, oh, a novelty. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
basically what ladies do in toilets. We gossip and do our hair. That's all.
And see, I don't have that problem though because I get in, get out. I get in, do my thing, get out. That I just do my hair. No. There's nothing to do.
I was gonna say you've got to have a lot of hair to do your hair.
You got to have a lot of hair to do your hair, and I keep it so that you do not have a lot of hair, and I do that on purpose. If I'm out in a fancy place like you're portraying, I may do something like straighten my tie and then walk out, and that's about it. So yeah, make sure that my tuxedo is looking fine. That's about it. Put my jacket back on because I usually would take my tux jacket off to go to the bathroom. Those kinds of things. And then make sure the fringe is
You've got
all
tails,
settled
ain't you?
correctly. Make sure the beads are all, none of the beads got screwed up when I put my jacket back on. So yeah. Anyway,
Dan, my lovely.
Queen Dan the Martha Man would like to join us in the bathroom.
Yeah, I got a little story about that. One time I went with my mother, I think a few family members, and very close friends of my parents. They used to ballroom dance. And these were ballroom dancing. Another couple, they ballroom danced. They used to go to, my parents were great dancers. They used to ice dance even. They were really good. Anyways, my mother, there was there must have been 12 people. It was out to eat at a restaurant. I can't remember where. It's a fancy restaurant out near where I grew up. And my brother was a waiter there at the time when he was in college. Anyways, my mother went all of a sudden out, just before they brought out entrees and stuff. My mother decided to get up and go. A couple of ladies, they all shuffled to the bathroom, and of course the guys around the table go, "Geez, why do they always gotta go to the bathroom together? What are they planning in there?" I said, "I'll ask them when they get back." So sure enough, they had been drinking, and so they my father asked my mother, what is it with the all yeah, I can see one girl, one of you ladies going together to the bathroom, but how come you all get up in a group? And my mother just turned to my father and looked at him like it was not dinner conversation. My mother was very, very strict during meals. And she looked at my father in front of all the company and her other friends that she'd come back to the table with. And she said, "We're planning to take over the world from you men." They
Sounds like a good
shut,
plan.
yeah, they immediately shut up the rest of the night.
Sounds like a plan. And by the way, I would like to just really quick, Walkers. It's just and I realize this is an abrupt change of subject, but I'm going to do it way really quick. Will, my friend, you owe me one. You know how you owe me one? You know why you owe me one? Because somebody suggested I challenge you to a financial endeavor tonight, and I said no. because I just did that not too long ago, like last week. Anyway,
Very
so
kind of you, Prince.
I know, I do have a heart. It may be stone cold and black, but it is there.
Well, talking of stone cold and black hearts, I was just looking at something. I think I've lost it. Oh yeah, no, here it is. So there was obviously a air raid attack last night. And so sorry, I'm just I'm bookmarking a few things while I'm still talking to you, and I've totally lost the thing I really wanted to talk about. Oh, have I? Have I really totally lost it? Yes, I have. Balls. That's annoying. Never mind. So let's talk about snow instead. Weather's bad, isn't it? I'm going to do numbers in a minute, by the way. And bloody Nora, have you seen the numbers?
Yep, that's what I've been waiting for. Big numbers.
Oh yeah. Well, let's do them first.
Well,
then.
okay, I want to know why Nora is bloody.
Oh, I don't know. Bloody Nora. It's just one of the things we say. Here we go. So, numbers. Let's have them. You know what? I'm loving these numbers today. This is just like wow. Right. So we have on the top line 980 liquidated personnel. Gosh, it's almost average. But 22 tanks. Wow, that's a lot to lose in a day, by the way. 22 tanks. I think it was about 10 or 11 yesterday. Anyway, 59. That's right, 59 armored personnel vehicles. Yes. 51 artillery systems. What? 51 artillery systems. Effing yes. Excuse me. 2 MLRS. 1 cruise missile. Now, obviously, we know there were plenty of UAVs, but they came in later. 65 vehicles and fuel tanks. That's a lot of logistics vehicles. Crikey. And, yes, 12 special equipment. 12 special equipment. Not a record, but still very close. Oh, yes. So that is what I would call a super duper bumper package of vehicles. Oh my crikey.
I'd say on a weighted basis, that is very possibly the biggest day of all time.
There were some very big days towards the beginning of the war, I'll be absolutely honest. But,
that's true.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that that was a really bad day for the Russians. Do you think they did some sort of attack yesterday? Do you
So
think?
what happened yesterday was 2 things that we reported, some of which is kind of we reported it as kind of bad news, or would be portrayed as bad news, because there was some tactical withdrawal by Ukraine and some recorded territorial gains by the Russians, all but up near Kupiansk, and as of yesterday, also down near Vuhledar. And they actually took some. They also actually took some Ukrainian prisoners that they were ballyhooing about. But in prosecuting an attack or moving into new areas, I suspect Russia has exposed some of their moving armor, their moving trucks, and their moving special equipment to take up new positions, given that they've taken a little land and they've exposed themselves to a lot of hot, steaming death.
Lord, haven't they? Goodness me. Yes. They sure have. I mean, oh, what a bad day. You know how they keep being told Oh, where's my brain? Oh yeah. How they're constantly being told they're winning. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Carry on winning. So Russian propaganda, by the way, has stated that they have killed 60, that's right, 60 French mercenaries in Kharkiv on January the 16th. This is going to be quite a shock to the French, I would imagine. So MASH is reporting that one of these is the son of a brigadier general from the French army, of course. 60 killed and 20 wounded mercenaries are recognized actives of recognized activists of Nazi groups in France and other EU countries. Each of them has served in the army and belongs to a battalion of Alpine hunters. Many have already been fired from their original armies for their inappropriate behaviour, after which they went to Ukraine. In total, more than 100 mercenaries from France have died in the special military operation. So, yeah, the French have said, no, definitely wasn't. There was only 50 French people there, and they work in different units. So, no. But we're ruining their fairy tale. There we go. Now then, I wouldn't be surprised if that number tripled on the Russian news. But let me see. This is what they say about the brigadier's son. So, the brigadier's general's son apparently is Alexis Drion, quote, the son of Frederic Drion, who became a brigadier general in the French army in 2001. Alex has joined the Ukrainian armed forces no later than last year. He served in the 2nd Battalion. His partner was Sebastien Claude Remy Bernard. I don't know. His gay lover? Don't know. Also killed in the strike. He served in the RICM, formerly the Moroccan Colonial Infantry Regiment. My God, they talk some nonsense, don't they? In the Marine Light Armour Unit. Bernard first arrived in Ukraine in 22, but did not receive the desired position in the ranks of the armed forces and returned to his homeland. A year later, he tried again and joined the 5th Assault Brigade. Where do they make this up? Anyway, so this claim is based on 2 French guys. Let's just have a quick look at what they've said about them, right? So the 5th Assault B and 2B of the Ukrainian Legion, or the whatever, are completely different units in completely different commands. So it's worth noting that they wouldn't have been together at any one time anywhere. So that's quite funny as well. So they're just making it up as they go along. That's what they're doing. Anyway, French mercenaries only ever hang out in groups of up to 100 at a time, just so it's easy to spot them. Just wanted to point that out. Sorry. Oh, I've seen a horrible video from Kyiv this morning. There's a lot of damage to one of these buildings. Primarily, the debris has hit a residential building and a kindergarten. Well, I'm hoping that there was nobody in the kindergarten because of the time of day, but still, what a shitty thing. Oh,
Bonkers.
yeah.
Pictures of that apartment building in Kharkiv are awful. You see, I said that one too. I think I sent that to you.
Yeah, it's basically missing the side of the building.
Yeah, basically the whole side. I mean, and it looks like it's hard for me to tell if those are, some of them are couches. It looks like some of them might be beds. Just, basically people's room, totally exposed because it took out the entire front of the building. And 2 women were killed in that apartment.
I was going to say, you can't really just shut the window and carry on with that, can you? Not when the entire wall is missing.
No, the whole wall is missing. And 2 women were killed in that apartment building this morning.
I'm not entirely surprised. It's an awful mess. So, yeah, it's one of those things that just keeps happening, and I don't know. I feel really helpless sometimes that we sit here and we report on it, and I would like to be able to say, and as a result, this is now happening to Russia, and I know Ukraine will retaliate, but the point is that doesn't bring any people back, does it? So
No, it
yeah,
doesn't. No, it doesn't. And I said earlier, and I've said this a few times, there are times that I feel like I I do so much, just like you do, just like Will does, just like we all do, spending time listening to the space, retweeting, doing research, finding out what's happening, bringing us information. And all of that helps us to do what we do. Um, and so I see everybody who participates in Maria Report a big, huge part of that. And we all put a lot of time, effort, energy, and tears and heart into what we're doing. And some days it feels like it's not enough, no matter what you do. You stay up for 24 hours, still doesn't feel like enough.
Well, the thing is, if you stay up for 24 hours, you only end up dizzy and sick. So, been there.
Speak for yourself. You're a weakling.
Yeah, well, I've got no meat left on my bones. That's what it is.
I know that.
I've got no reserves left.
I know that. I have offered to share some meat with you, but so that didn't sound right. But I've offered to share, but I don't know how to deport some of it to you mockers.
You get lipo, and I'll get it injected. We'll do it that way.
Yeah, okay, because that will transfer, overseas really quickly and easily, I'm sure.
Yeah, maybe not. Anyway, do you want to talk about the UN Security Council? Because Russia's slightly embarrassed themselves.
We can, but we did talk a lot. We did not talk about what the horsehead did or said. We talked a lot about what I can only pronounce his name when I see it. The UN,
the Ukrainian rep, yeah.
The Ukrainian rep, yes. But I would also just since you went to the UN, I would like to point out that Will did a very, very valiant job of wrapping up the US political conversation before you woke up and transitioned to the UN. But he did it very deliberately, and he told everybody he was doing it very deliberately. So you need to buy him, like, I don't know, a cookie or something.
He's
so yeah.
Man.
Well, sometimes. He is awesome.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Prince, right? When I see that I've got Will on a Monday morning, I'm like, oh, that's nice. I've got Will on a Monday morning. He can tell me all about oil and gas, and I can get a little bit of work done. Yeah.
Oh, just really, really quick. I gotta. Sorry, guys. Okay, Miriam from Orphan Feeding Foundation.
Yeah.
She posted a picture. She sent it to me a while ago, earlier this evening. Do you know who Mikhailo Dinov is? Azov Defender of Mariupol.
Of course I do. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a picture of her with him. She got to hang out with him last night. Jealous.
Yeah, a little bit jealous. Hey, she's cool though. I'll let her off.
She's amazing. She's amazing. Yeah, remind me to tell you the other thing she posted earlier today too, but we've got some hands.
Go ahead, for every child.
Good morning. It's 12:53 here. But it's still morning for you too, isn't it, Markers?
Coming up to 7 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's morning for both of us. That's wonderful. We can say good morning and we're both on the same side of the clock. It's Tuesday here. I'm guessing it's Tuesday there.
It's definitely Tuesday, yeah.
Oh, great. That's lovely.
Okay.
Um, this won't work for me, and it won't work for probably some others too. But some people can form teams of 3, 8 hours each, and everybody gets to have regular hours and regular days, and nobody misses anything because in a team of 3, you share what you've heard um, in 5 or 10 minutes, and it stays. There's continuity. It won't work for me because I've had screwy hours for so long. I could never have 3 people that would keep these same screwy hours. But it works for some people.
I've kind of missed the point there. Why does it work? How? What? For what?
It works for some people to maintain a flow of information that's accurate. Um, uh, uh, I've seen it work, and I know that it can work. It's just not where it can work for me right now. Um, but Prince was saying sometimes you just needed to be up for 24 hours. N- You you really have to have your rest. Um, I'm saying that like I get it. But nevertheless, it is possible. It is possible for people to maintain continuity of information and have their rest. Um, I don't know. Maybe I'll get there again someday.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Well, we try our best, don't we? Naps help. Me and Tracy love naps. Loves democracy. Go ahead, lovely.
Well, I just feel that I have to do this, even though it's not really necessary. And it's referring back to what Prince Heather said about Will. But tattletale.
What? Oh,
Thank you.
anytime, anytime. By the way, no, I got to clear this up first. I got to make sure. Sorry, false excitement.
Oh well. While you go with your false excitement, did we talk about? Well, we talked about the Ukrainian UN representative Sergei Kislitsky, that fella. See, I've got his name in front of me.
We read the statement that he made with the 48 other countries
Yeah.
at the press gaggle,
You
and we
see,
read
go on.
and we read his entire statement that he said in the UN Security Council meeting.
Well, I just wanted to comment on that joint statement, which for starters was awesome, but also it saves an awful lot of time, doesn't it? When everybody else doesn't speak separately, they just go, yeah, here's our joint statement in relation to that. Big middle finger to you guys. And, toughies. And I thought that was quite funny. And I thought it was quite funny that it was like a list of everyone as well, even some of Russian's friends, apparently. So, yeah, I just thought that was quite interesting indeed. And yeah, it just it said a few things to me that that basically everybody was fed up of Russia pulling this crap. And this sort of meeting for no good reason, basically. So I thought that was particularly amusing. So yeah, stuffies. And just Russia got no respect at all. What I do want to note, though, is while they were there, they also met with Iran in one of the UN meeting rooms. There's a nice picture of them meeting with the Iranian representatives. And, well, I just thought they should have all just been hauled out and shot, personally. But, you know, I am angry with them. Will?
Yeah, somebody should have said, "Oh, I'm sorry, you can't have your meeting of illegal arms traders on the premises of the UN while it's in session." So yeah, that statement I didn't add because I was reading it. I'll admit I read it with some commentary, but only a minor amount. But when I read it, it starts out kind of abruptly, like there's no preamble and all that, and so it gets straight stuck into the point, which is one of the things I really liked it. But I would have added to it, now that I'm a speaker and not a co-host, I would have added just at the very beginning, nice try, horse face, but, and then the rest of it.
But
Yeah,
you suck, and here's why.
yeah. Nice try, idiot. But now then, Rammstein 18. Do you know when that is?
This week?
Oh, it's today.
Today? It's not usually on a Tuesday. It's usually on a Thursday.
And yet, today, January the 23rd, a new meeting will be held in the Rammstein format. This is the 18th meeting of the military coalition in support of Ukraine, with the participation of approximately 50 representatives of countries. Austin has reiterated that the United States, an international coalition of about 50 countries, continue to support Ukraine. So that's actually looks as though, yeah, already today, what is known about the new meeting. I think actually it's not held today. It's the way it's written. Oh, but it says today, January the 23rd, a new meeting will be held in the Rammstein format. So it looks like it's today. Sorry, I got excited then. Thought I was.
I got the Zoom link.
You got the Zoom link. There you go. So happening. It's happening. So it's not Thursday after all. Oh, Kharkiv's a mess as well. For fuck's sake.
Kharkiv is a big mess.
Gee whiz.
It's the S-300s that they have a hard time shooting those things down.
Don't they just? For fuck's sake.
Yeah. It's hard to shoot those S-300s down. That's what it is.
Oh, the US State Department's come out with guns blazing, and spoken out on the US opinion about the transfer of Alaska to Russia.
Oh, that was so freaking funny. That cracked me up.
Yeah, he basically said, "I don't think so, mate."
And I think it basically said, "Yeah, try. Oops. Go ahead and go ahead and give it a shot. Go ahead and give it a shot. We'll see how that. Let us know how that works out. Yeah, let us know how that works out for you. And Karen's address is go there first, and good luck.
Yeah, should be there. Top window with a sniper rifle.
Yep.
Charlie, go ahead.
Hey, Mockers. Hey, Prince. As always, thank you so much for doing this. I'm calling tonight from Salt Lake City. The Sundance Film Festival is going on here, and I thought you would enjoy knowing there is an incredible film set in Kharkiv called Porcelain War. So last year, 20 Days in Mariupol, and there was a film about the shooting down to the plane in 2014. But this year's big Ukraine film that is just fabulous. It's called Porcelain War. It's about a couple right near the border of the fighting in Kharkiv. And they're both artists. He sculpts these beautiful porcelain animals, and then she kind of paints and decorates them. And they're truly stunning. And then also during the day, he's part of the war effort. He's training soldiers or new recruits to shoot and different things, and they also show a lot of his best friend who came in, who used to live in Crimea, and then came to Kharkiv after the full-scale invasion. And it's as moving as 20 Days in Mariupol, but also just this incredible heart that you see this couple. So it won't come out in any way that people can see it for a while, I'm sure, but keep an eye out for it. And if you go to porcelainwar.com, it is the absolute must-see Ukraine film at Sundance this year. So I thought you might enjoy knowing about it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, that sounds really interesting. And again, it's a personal story, isn't it? And I feel that they are a lot more impactful than a war story, as it were.
Yeah.
Something that focuses on just a couple of people.
Yeah, it has all of the kind of urgency and power of 20 Days in Mariupol, but the really kind of intimate, way you get to know this couple, for me at least, just give it that much more oomph. So totally agree.
That's the way to do it. It really is. Home in on a person or one particular place, a small amount of people and their experience. And I think that's much more impactful than something on a grand scale, zoomed out some more from that. I really think it's important to show individual experiences. So yeah, definitely pleased that there's a lot more coming out, and I will be looking out for that myself. Thank you so much. So maybe we can get a copy of that from somewhere. We'll try. I'll keep an eye out for it anyway. Thank you so much. Now, after the US State Department laughed at Russia's idea of taking Alaska, I think they should do it, right? Just a couple of meters, but they get about 3 meters in, and well, they wouldn't get well any further, would they? So yeah, they should try it. They should just a little bit. Wow. By the way, one of the rockets last night was destroyed by a Browning machine gun.
That was epic. That was pretty epic, right?
Oh my word. They're just getting so good at this. That's incredible. I'm impressed. Miracles every day, isn't it? And the impossible as soon as they can. Amazing. I'm just looking at the video from Mariam that you've posted up.
Yes. So Miriam made an appearance on and I would have no way of knowing this, but fortunately I know somebody who lives in Germany, and let me know that this appearance that Miriam made on this TV show, or on this show, it is an extremely popular show in Germany, and it is absolutely wonderful. And if you guys remember me talking about a story about a little girl named Veronica who had gone to her aunt's house, and while she was only supposed to be there like overnight, and that was the morning that the full-scale invasion started, and she got stuck at her aunt's house. And then they had to go to then they ended up needing to evacuate because her aunt needed some medication that she ran out of. And the only road that they could evacuate on was the road that went into Russia. And from there, it became a nightmare. I believe it was 14 or 15 months There it is. There's the name of it. There's the story. I still have it saved right there. It was they accused her of being a victim of a crime that she wasn't a victim of to keep her to stay. 2 birthdays, 3 asylums, an examination by a gynecologist, and the UN Security Council. The path of a Ukrainian girl from Russia to her mother is very difficult. So yeah, and it's a really, really good story. Awesome that they got this girl back, and Claire, not Claire, I'm sorry, that's who I just let up. Planet Claire, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. But this girl also appears in the TV interview. So they show this short video of Miriam, working and rescuing kids, and then in the longer video that is in the second tweet from the one that I put in the nest, there is a short interview with Miriam and another woman, and it has English subtitles. I was able to put English subtitles on it. Just a very good short interview, talking about how difficult it is to bring the kids back, and but it was really interesting and very good to hear this girl answer some questions about her time in Russia and how she was treated while she was in Russia, and how the Russians tried to Russify her, and and in the long run, it was, I believe, her grandma who had to go and get her because her mom was in the military, in the Ukrainian military. So anyway, that was a very prestigious, prominent German show that she appeared on, and she shared the video today, and I finally found time to watch it, and it was just a really, really good, really nice piece, bringing attention to the what's happening with the kids. So there you go.
Yeah, watch it if you can, because it's definitely worth it. Planet Claire, morning, afternoon, evening.
Hello, it's actually evening here. It's 6:10. I'm not very. I'm terrible at asking for help, but on this particular occasion, I am coming begging, and I'm really sorry for that. There is a 6-month-old baby in Lviv who has been diagnosed with. I've got a mental blank because I'm just woken up from a nap. Cancer and leukemia, and they are needing a particularly rare blood type. I have created a tweet and I'm blasting it from every possible angle I can. It is my pinned tweet on my profile if people want to go and if you wouldn't mind retweeting it, if you wouldn't mind sending it in DMs to anybody you know in Ukraine, if you can just try and network in some way, shape or form. I've actually been in touch with the person that I quote tweeted, and I have been given the details of the child and the hospital that they're in. So I confirmed it as best I can from the other side of the world. I confirmed that it is the real deal. So I'm just coming begging. Thank you. And I'm sorry for interrupting your flow of conversation, but I really appreciate you allowing me to speak. Thank you.
No problem at all. I'll give that a retweet as well. I hope they find everything they need as soon as possible. So thank you, sweetheart, and no problem at all.
Thank you. I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Yeah, important, that one. So hopefully people can help in some way. It's a male blood type they're looking for as well, isn't it? So
well, then somebody did. In reading the tweets, and somebody also had read the same. In reading the tweets, it doesn't have to be a male donor. It can be a male or female donor. But if you look at the tweet that I created and then read the replies, the conversations in the replies to it, it it gradually clarifies it a bit better as the conversation ensues.
Okay, excellent. Well, that's good to know as well, that it could be anybody who donated. Right, okay. Just wanted to be sure of what the situation was.
Yeah, I think it's there's something I can't remember now because, like I said, I've just woken up from a nap and my brain's not working. But there's something about it related to, if it's a female donor, something to do with pregnancy. So that, yeah, it's all there though. If you have a look at the tweet, on my pinned tweet, and then have a look at all the replies, you'll see it's all there.
Awesome, thank you so much. And so yeah, people, give that a try if you can. I mean, let's do what we can to help there if we can do anything. We all know people in and out of Ukraine, so you know, perhaps something can happen there.
I also rang the Peter MacCallum Cancer Centre in Melbourne, but I was a little bit late. The people from Haematology Oncology close at 4, and I rang at about 4:30. So I'm going to ring back again tomorrow. The guy that I spoke to said that he's not aware of any particular international projects that they have. But I remember when my partner was treated for cancer there, they have professors globally come and rotate through the hospital, because the person that treated my partner was there from overseas temporarily and was one of the foremost specialists in that particular cancer. So I know that they have reach. So I'm going to ring back tomorrow morning and see what I can do on a wing and a prayer.
Well, fingers crossed, and every hope for that. Go on, Prince.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I hope that goes well for you. I just actually got a message in the background that I wanted to talk about for a second, if that's okay. Yeah. So we are doing, of course, as everybody knows, for the 18th Brigade of the, oh crap, why can't I remember, National Guard. Oh man. Anyway, we are doing a fundraiser for them, and it is going very well, and we appreciate everybody's donations. I really love to see them come in now. You know, we all know that people have times of the month when they can donate more than they can donate other times. And I just got a note, actually, a really sweet note from a listener who was unable to donate when funds were being matched last week. So if anybody would like to match up to $200 donation, now's your chance to do it. Let's double the money. Let's double the money. If you even if you can't donate $200, you can donate $10, and a bunch of people donate $10, we'll get up to matching that $200 donation, and that makes everything go a little bit faster and a little bit cleaner, and help somebody feel like they got their donation matched, and that's an important thing. Feeling like you're getting the most for your money and getting to be able to do the most that you can to help the people in Ukraine is why we're all here. It's what we do this for. And so just wanted to put that out there. If anybody wants to match a $200 donation or make a donation that may help add up to $200, that would be absolutely wonderful. Just putting that out there and letting you all know. And just keep in mind, we are still doing the fundraiser for the electronic warfare. And how many times do we see electronic warfare just being extremely successful for the Ukrainians? Now, the Russians seem to struggle in this endeavor at times, and so they, yeah. Anyway, that's a whole nother story. We want Ukraine to be successful, and they will be successful. And one of the things that is helping them to be successful is electronic warfare. So being able to provide this equipment is key, very important. And thank you in advance.
No, right. Okay. So, stop chewing yourself, cat. You're annoying me. Sorry. Sat on my knee like chewing herself. Very annoying. So, Richard Coles. I don't know if you remember this guy. This was the fella from, I think he's from Latvia. I want to say he's from Latvia. Let me just check him again. No, he's not. He's from. Is he from? Oh, what's the Seimer? Who's that?
Who's the what?
He's the MP of Foreign Affairs Committee, a member of the Seimer. Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Commission.
You said you thought it was Latvia?
Saeima. Yeah, I thought it was, but it's not.
Is it Lithuania?
Oh, yeah, could be. Yeah, okay. Right, I get those two mixed up all the time. So, at the meeting, after the Russian delegation was allowed to speak, he came out and he had a few words, and one of them was going the way of the Russian warship. And so, yeah, he said, in the words of the Ukrainians, I can tell you, Russian warship, go F yourself. And yeah, he was very eloquent about it. And somebody's reposted that today saying, Richard Cole said all that really needed to be said. And he's seen the reply and said, I'm always glad to have a multi-purpose response for repeated use. And I'm glad it's always used appropriately. So, yeah, I think we know his standing on what Lavrov's been saying. Wow, right, sorry, I'm just having a look. There's just so many fires and snow in Russia. I just can't believe it. It's one thing after another. Now then, as of 14 minutes ago, 5 people have died and at least 20 were injured. As of 8:45 this morning report. So this is in Kyiv. As a result of the missile strike, several fires have broken out in the capital, in Sviatoshinsky, Solomiansky, and Pechersky districts. 2 high-rise buildings, a private building and cars were damaged. Rescuers are working in the Bukansky district. 2 high-rise buildings, a private house, farm buildings and cars were damaged. Dnipropetrovsk, as a result of the attack in Pavlograd, 1 person has died and 1 is injured. Kharkiv, 2 high-rise buildings. According to preliminary data, 3 people have died and 30 were injured. Rescuers are examining buildings and dismantling debris currently. So it's also left a lot of people homeless because obviously you won't be able to live in your apartment with the wall missing. It's kind of dangerous, that. So yeah, again, it's just terrorism. That's none of those places appear to have been anything militarily, even possible. So yeah, just shitty stuff again. Shitty stuff. Do you know what? Okay, this is going to make me feel slightly better. According to the Federal Service for the Regulation of Alcohol and Tobacco Markets, sales of vodka in Russia in 2023 amounted to 75.6 million deciliters. Up from last year, by the way. And last year had been the highest figure since 2016. The sales of volume include beer and cider, which also increased by 4.1%. According to experts, these figures will continue to grow. So, sorry, I'm just pointing out that, well, when you're not winning, one of the things that you do is you console yourself, don't you? There's a lot less people in Russia as well, but yet their consumption of alcohol has still gone up. It's interesting. Dan? I've lost you, Dan. You're a bit far away.
Can you hear me?
Sort of.
Yeah, my alarm's going. Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Better.
The freaking alerts have been going off all day, so it keeps going on. Yeah, pisses me off. Yeah. I was gonna say, their vodka sales and booze sales are up in Russia. Yeah. If I was a genocidal murderer, I'd have to drink to cover it up too. And not look at my problems. Face myself. It's disgusting. I'm sorry. Yeah, I can. Oh, yeah, they're disgusting. You are. I mean, the Russians. Putin. It's disgusting. Yeah. Well, I believe in karma, mockers. I strongly believe in karma, and it's coming for them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen much proof of karma, have we not? And yeah, it will be coming for them. I'll just retweet something and let you have a look at just, how beautiful it is to live in Russia. Just check out the beauty of that video. Lord knows how you get into that property without breaking your leg. So just some of these things, they horrify me and amuse me in the same amount, I think. Oh, gee whiz. Sorry, I'm just reposting another video, and I don't know how.
Mockers,
Yeah,
those stairs are not handicapped accessible.
they're not, are they?
No, they're not.
No, that's it. You're stuffed. You have to stay outside, camp in the yard.
Those stairs may make you handicapped, though. They may make you, yeah. Those are not accessible stairs. Not at all. Yeah, they may end up being something that can cause you to need accessible stairs.
Yeah, you're breaking a leg there, getting in and out. I never knew you had to go mountaineering just to get home. Now then, RDK fighters. Now then, when was the last time we heard about RDK fighters? Now, these are, the Free Russia Legion. There's the Free Russia Legion and the RDK. I think they're sort of amalgamated. They might even be the same thing. I'm not entirely certain. Anyway, so they've been saying that they have people inside Russia. And there was, on January the 20th, information about a derailed train. But that was all. There was a derailed train. Now, since then, a bit more information's come out. And so they state that they derailed a train with valuable cargo in Novosibirsk. So, here is the Russian opposition, the real Russian opposition. This is, well, shall we say that there's a team, a propaganda team who claim to be the Russian opposition. But I tell you what, they're not having any practical impact, are they? What makes me chuckle is the fact that they're filming just as the train's going past them. And I know it's easy, really, to sort out a derailed train, or easier than having to repair the tracks, I suppose. But still, if it had valuable cargo, if it's I like the device that they've used, by the way, to derail the train. It's just like it's almost like a pre-made item. It's like a plate that sits on the rail, and then it's got like a point on it, which literally just like heaves the wheel off the rail as it comes up to it. So it knocks the first wheel off the rail, and then like obviously the rest of the train will follow. But yeah, it just looks like a pre-made item that's been sent to them, and they just pop it on the track. Now, yeah, the fact that they've been cheeky enough to film the train going past, they didn't actually show the moment of derailment, but still, I think that's quite funny. And the railway system is obviously still very vulnerable, isn't it? I mean, how do you guard all of that area? You don't. So there's lots of parts of it where it's sorry, I'm just looking at this video of Kharkiv. Bloody hell. I tell you what, there's some swears. There's some swears I could say right now. It just looks like a devastation. What a mess. I mean, I can't believe people are having to live in this sort of situation, and it niggles at me that just one of these events and we didn't go rushing in, going, oh my God, what are you doing? Stop. I'm still very angry that we never went rushing in. Now then, it's nice to know that on Russian propaganda telly last night, Alex Boborovsky, and I kind of like that name, Boborovsky, asserted that throughout its history, Russia always takes back any lands that historically were part of Russia or where Russian people live. Just another reminder that it was nothing to do with NATO. It was never about that narrative. It was purely about reclaiming their old lands. Because, that's what matters. Whether they destroy them to rubble or not doesn't matter, obviously. It's absolute. Oh, I'm just seeing something interesting that Tony posted. He's obviously talked about it, but there's now going to be an inquiry into the Taipans, which might also give the F-18s a bit of a push. And so I'm sure Tony will be keeping an eye on all of that for us, and reporting back as and when. Excellent. Yeah.
I haven't seen anything official yet, but I am seeing a couple people reporting that about 20 missiles flew at Kyiv. All of them were hit by air defense. This is a quote by the first deputy of the Kyiv military administration. But I haven't been able to see that directly from them, probably because I don't follow the right account. But I do follow Kyiv City Military Administration, and I haven't seen anything about that from them. And so it may be an Oblast thing, not a. Maybe I'll check there. But I'm seeing that there were 20 out of 20 taken, about 20 out of 20 taken in Kyiv. I'm sure that we will get something from the Air Force coming up here in the nearer future. And actually, I just got a new thing here. Second missile attack in Kyiv since the beginning of this year. Combined strike with the use of various weapons Air alarm in the capital lasted 2.5 hours. The enemy launched KH-101, KH-555, and KH-55 cruise missiles from TU-95 MS strategic bombers from the Saratov region of Russia. That's different. They usually do it from over the Caspian Sea. These rockets entered the capital in 2 waves. They were already directly in the airspace of Kyiv. The enemy launched land-based ballistic missiles at the capital. Almost 24 air targets were hit by air defense forces and means over Kyiv, but the result of this combined missile attack at the Kyiv, unfortunately, were the destruction of casualties. As of 0900, 1 person has died, another 14 are injured, most with explosive injuries. Necessary medical assistance has been provided to the wounded. In the Svatoshin district of the city, rescuers discovered part of a rocket that could potentially still carry a threat. Therefore, a decision has been made to evacuate the residents of several nearby residential buildings. The headquarters is deployed on the basis of one of the preschool educational institutes of the district. Rescuers are working to defuse part of the rocket. The rest of the consequences of the rocket strike in the district, in the Svatoshin district, parked cars caught fire, apartment, multi-story buildings, residential buildings, damage to non-residential buildings in Pershek, damage to non-residential buildings, excuse me, in
Bless you.
what?
I said, bless you.
Oh, that was a cough. In Smolensk, you can still bless me for a cough. Thank you very much, by the way. It's what we do, mockers. We cough and we talk. Damage to a residential building in Darnitsky. Debris fell on the roof of a multi-story residential building without further burning, and on the territory of a kindergarten without destruction and fire. The information is updated and clarified. Operational services are working on the ground. The enemy continues the missile terror of Kyiv, in particular, the use of ballistic strikes on the city. The integrity of the city's critical infrastructure and the lives of the residents depend on the ability of the work of air defense soldiers and all defense forces, and they in turn need our support. Therefore, do not forget to give thanks for protection and salvation. Help, help. Our common future depends on each of us, on involvement in the resistance to the aggressor by all means and means. That might be a translation thing. And our victory. So there you go. It's not great news, except for the fact it's not great news because people didn't make it. People were killed. People were injured. Things were hurt. But you know what? Slava Ukraini, air defense work. They just need more.
Don't they just? Tony, I woke you up.
Yeah, I was writing a tweet. I'm on to Planet's tweet, trying to save that kid sidetracked from the Australian politics here, and I think that's what this space should be doing. Should be helping out people either rebuild, reconnect with family, rather than us worrying about our politicians and their drip, drip, drip and silence with weapons. But anyway, I just thought I'd correct you. That's my opinion, that there will be an inquiry. It's not 100%, but I'm sure there will be either a Senate committee or even a Royal Commission. Who knows? That's a fairly big inquiry, because things just don't match. But anyway, I'm sidetracked, mockers, on this Planet thing. So anyone here knows a doctor, and Planet, I'll respond to you soon. There's a couple of ships in just off Gaza, a French and Italian hospital ship helping out the Palestinians. They would be ideal because they come across so many different sort of cases. So if anyone here knows a doctor, spread around. I'm here in Australia. I can't help you. I've helped before at Planet. If you call the College of surgeons or Melbourne doctors. I've helped out kids in the Philippines with doctors and nurses that leave from here, but they only do the Asia Pacific, and it's called Interplast, but they wouldn't be doing anything in Europe. And we've helped. I've helped 4 kids with cleft palate get their faces fixed, or one of them had a leg. But that's the way to go. Just people power. Speak about it. Share it. Ask. Everyone's got to find out what they've got in their country. UK, Italy. I think if Italians found out a baby needed help, they would be there in a second. But yeah, let's keep going on that. I'll message you, Planet, and I'll let you know on the politics side by the end of the week here, and I'll listen.
Prince?
I was just going to suggest maybe you try to get in touch with Nurse Anna if anybody knows how to. I realize this is not a wounded soldier, but she may have some contacts and some people to contact that may be helpful. Just a thought.
I've tagged her. I've tagged the Italian Prime Minister too. So George is pretty passionate for Ukraine. So who knows? So hopefully some of my Italian friends will pick up on it, and family. But yeah, just keep retweeting it. We know people power works. Yeah, this space has done a lot of good things. We can do this. Yeah.
I hope so. Yeah, absolutely. Forever Child, go ahead.
We have a newly minted fella that's a commander of a aircraft carrier. 10,000 people on board. Surely one of them is B negative. Does somebody have a personal way of reaching him? Because he certainly wouldn't recognize me, but if there's somebody that he would recognize that can communicate with him, that seems like a workable possibility.
Hey, you never know. You never know. But I don't know. He's a bit busy at the minute. Them guys are kind of tied up right now. So, but certainly anything closer to home or closer to Ukraine, obviously, that can be found would be amazing. I like this. Do you want something funny, Prince? Would you like something funny right now?
Sometimes we need a funny break. We can watch and, we don't, even if we laugh, even if we take a funny break, it doesn't mean we're not thinking about what's happening in Ukraine, because the reality is we are thinking about what's happening in Ukraine. It just, sometimes you got to laugh. It helps
You
the
know how I
endorphins.
deal with being upset or just horrified. I find humor in things. I always have, but when everybody else is having a panic, I laugh. I know it's
Well,
weird.
I'm the sick and twisted person who really, really likes black comedy and dark comedy, and if you can give me a comedy that involves a funeral, about a funeral, about the things that happen around a funeral, I will laugh my butt off.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, horrific times don't necessarily need to be fully serious. We all need a bit of humor in our lives, but here's a little bit of humor for you. There is a Russian job search site where a vacancy for the position of president has been posted with no work experience required. Now, personally, I thought that was particularly good trolling. I don't know who's posted that up.
Oh, it is.
Beautiful.
It is.
Yeah, so, the relentless trolling continues. Oh, may it continue some more. Dan, my lovely, go ahead.
Just want to, when you were talking before, conference, and the person was saying by any means necessary. Um, all this has been going on through my head all day long. Um, all the crap that's happening, on our, and I'm not going to get into politics. Do you remember the audio visual artist, or the visual artist that put the portrait up on the Russian, I think it was Bucha, on the Russian embassy for like a whole weekend or something? They were having a fit about it. Do you remember that?
I'm
Go ahead.
struggling to hear you a tiny bit, Dan. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
The artist did a big.
he posted atrocities all over the Russian embassy here in Washington, D.C.
Ah,
It went
yes,
on
yeah.
for a weekend, I think, or a day or whatever. I think it was a couple days. Anyways, 'cause, yeah, they tried to get the cops involved in everything, and they were across the street. They weren't, they weren't harassing anybody. But I have visuals of getting 10 of those people that can do that and do it all over every government building in Washington while they're down, when they're in session and going in and out of the buildings. Just put that all over the place. Um, by any means necessary. What are we doing? Triage here? We have to. But it's just,
I'm losing you again, sweetie.
I'm angry. Anyways, can you hear me? I'm trying not
Yeah.
to yell too much. I don't want to wake up the neighborhood. But anyways, yeah, by any means necessary. That's what we're doing. It's
Uh,
disgusting.
Yeah, and that's the right attitude, Dan. By any means necessary, we should be helping them to be able to sort that out. And it's just well, the daily bombardment. It doesn't even have to be missiles and drones. I mean, look at what they're doing to Kharkiv and parts of Dnipro and Kherson. They're just, they're trying to flatten them because, that makes all the sense in the world, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm
If
over
we can't
here.
have it, nobody can. What's that,
Sorry.
my darling?
I was just going to say, we're over here, and it's pretty distressing to hear that all day long. And we need to hear it. But it's pretty distressing hearing that all day long. Can you imagine what it's like to be living it, being there? It's dreadful.
Yeah, exactly. And no amount of images on the telly seems to move anybody. No amount of horror and atrocity. And there's some people who just have no reaction to that at all, and I don't understand that. That's my difficulty. Because it's humanity when it comes down to it, isn't it? And if you've got no humanity, then you're not human as far as I'm concerned. You're not a real one. Now then, it's possibility. Now, Prince, you mentioned that one of the missiles didn't fully explode.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's now a suggestion that actually two of the missiles didn't actually explode. So
Well, that was just the latest update I had read. I was reading from the Kyiv City Military Administration, and I drifted away from there. So there may be more. Yeah, see what this says. Hang tight, hang tight, hang tight.
well, I was just going to point out that 20 missiles, yeah, and two of them don't go off. That would be 10%, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Okay. So here we go. I've got from the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. 21 missiles destroyed on the night of January 23rd. The enemy launched a combined missile attack on Ukraine using cruise, ballistic, aviation, and anti-aircraft guided missiles. A total of 41 means of air attack the enemy were recorded Most of the missiles are those of the type of that attack along a ballistic trajectory. 4 S-300/S-400 anti-aircraft guided missiles from the Belgorod region in the direction of Kharkiv Oblast. 15 KH-101, KH-555, KH-55 cruise missiles from 6 Tu-95 MS strategic bombers. Launch area, Engels, Russian Federation. 8 KH-22 missiles from Tu-22 M3 bombers from the Berdyansk and Oryol regions in the direction of Kharkiv Oblast and Sumy Oblast. 12 Iskander-M ballistic missiles, launch area Belgorod and Voronezh regions. 2 KH-59 guided air missiles from 2 Su-34 aircraft launch area Belgorod region, Russian Federation. As a result of the combat work of the forces and means of the air defense in cooperation with the air defense forces of the defense forces, he knows how to write a tongue twister, doesn't he? The following were destroyed. 15, so that was 15 out of 15 KH-101, KH-555, KH-55 cruise missiles, 5 Iskanders, and there were a total of 12 Iskanders, 1 KH-59 guided air missile, and there were 2 KH-59s that were sent. Importantly, not all enemy missiles that attacked on the ballistic trajectory reached their targets. Let's keep the sky. So yes, that is a summary of the night.
So, yeah, suggestions that not all their missiles are firing. So, yeah, 21 destroyed, 41 fired, but again, there was obviously some that were taken down by, what do you call it? Other means,
other means, and some that just plain and simply didn't. Well, some of them may have been taken down by by electronic warfare. That's a possibility too, and some may have been taken down. Oh, I don't know, by machine guns, and that's absolutely awesome. And some of them may have just totally sucked and not reached their destination correctly, and are waiting for EOD removal.
Well, it's quite interesting that a number of them are not, reaching their targets / going off. I mean, I know it's effing awful that they're even there in the first place. But it's noticeable, shall we say, that they didn't all. They didn't all go off. So I'm assuming that there's going to be a continuing issue for the Russian ammunition there. I just wish it didn't take so many dead for us to notice. Sorry.
Right?
Yeah. Bar stewards, aren't they?
So yeah, that was the one from the from Dr. What's his name? Oh my God, brain fog right there just happened. Instantly yeeted out of my brain. Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, and I cannot remember his name. Zaluzhny. Dr. Zaluzhny. What's that?
That's the fella.
That's the fella. That's the guy. I mean, I can see his face, and it was like, "What is your name?" Zaluzhny. And I read you the one from Zaluzhny, and there is one out from the Air Force now, but I will not repeat because it looks to me, just glancing through it, it looks like it has the same information. So I'm not gonna, not gonna bother.
So, right, okay. Let me find other things to concentrate upon.
You don't have a good tale of woe, do you?
I don't know. I might.
Yeah,
Bear with me.
yeah, a good tale of woe would be nice about now. There was something else I was trying to think of if I had anything in my bag of tricks that might, provide us a bit of humor. Let me look real quick. Just close. I
Would you like a fire?
Marcus, fires are good. Fires are good because what I was gonna say is like, probably not that good.
Well, the thing is, there's been some very, very large fires in Russia recently. Oh my God, by the way. Sorry, I'll come back to that. What I've just seen, crikey. And, well, this fact that, all the marketplaces, large marketplaces, seem to be just burning down. And I appreciate that fires happen, but it's the issue of the firemen, and it's the issue of people actually being trained. Every time there's a fire, it gets out of hand, basically. So in just one region, this is in Belgorod or Bilhorod, People's Republic, 27 fires were registered in the region, 13 of which were residential. 4 Belgorod residents died in fires over the past week. Now, a lot of that is just from normal residential fires. However, that each of these residential fires seems to have got out of hand, and 4 of them to the point where they killed people. I have noticed as well, these are all elderly residents, 64, 86, 67, 75. Well, in your 60s, I suppose you're not elderly, but, they're all older residents. And that's an average of 4 a day, by the way, just so as you know. That's quite a lot. And just continuing to be like that. So, yeah, the amazing amount of fire. It's something that I find quite curious. I'm sure there is a knock-on effect to having a lot less people to fight fires, but also there's no young people around. I just noticed that in Belgorod, no young people. Chris.
Hello. Good morning. Hello. Hello, guys. Anybody hello? No. Frank. Hello. 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 He's getting excited, but no woos.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. I was going to just say, Mockers, can I put a request in for another read of those numbers? I heard a very big one, if you've got time.
Of course I've got time.
I think Frank likes my awoo.
I think he did. He has responded especially to you there, I think.
He did. Frank loves me.
Just so as we know. So yeah, here, Chris, just for you. We have 960 liquidated personnel. We have 22 tanks, which is very much above average. But then we have 59 armoured personnel vehicles, just the 59. 51 artillery systems. We ain't seen numbers like that in ages, have we? 2 MLRS, 1 cruise missile, big spenders, 65 vehicles and fuel tanks. Oh, yes. And 12 more special equipment. Loving seeing those sorts of numbers. I also, just for your viewing pleasure, put Andrew Perpetua's recent visual losses And I think you can see that's, well, it's quite heavily one-sided. Meow, I know. And well, we can see that a lot of that is vehicles, basically. All right, mate. No, I love you too. Yeah, a lot of that is vehicles. Just tons of tanks and IFVs. And also, again, a lot of civilian vehicles. You know, there's one here which is just unknown, destroyed, Russian, question mark. In other words, it was just a scrap, smoking scrap. But if you look at what they're losing, so everything from EW station, which I like a lot, to a recovery vehicle, an excavator, so an engineering vehicle as well. Nice. But then tank, and just tons of IFVs, BMPs, both 1s, 2s, and the odd 3 and 4M are BMD 4M, sorry. They're just losing them at a rate of knots. BMP 1 and 2s, especially. There are MTLBs, 4 of them, dead. Ural and Kamaz trucks. So, you know, it's just everything, right down to civilian cars, and a couple of loafs. Yes, a couple of loafs. And let's just have a wee look at what took them out. I would say we are looking very heavily on the FPV drone. Now, that may be a little bit of like bias because FPV drones have cameras, don't they? So, you know, that certainly would help us have a better view of what they've destroyed, etc. And you know, we get to see it all. But still, even when they're not FPV drones, there's a lot of drone dropped grenades as well. So, you know, somebody said this was a bit of a drone war, and I think on the front line it certainly is. And you know, long range drones as well have really come into their own. So yeah, absolutely. We see the future approaching. Chris.
Right, they've had toast now for their great howls this morning. Well done, Prince. Somebody kicked them into action. I was going to say, I say, Mockers, do we match these great numbers with the fact that that Russians gained some ground? Would the right phrase be gain some ground at great cost? Would that be the phrase?
Yes, exactly. There is a small gain. I mean, it's not like it's miles or anything. There is a small gain. I'm just trying to remember exactly where, but yeah. And you're right, at immense cost, I would say, to be absolutely honest. Yeah, every time they make an attack or make any sort of movement on the front line, the Russians, in a forward motion, it seems to, you know, be as a result of numbers like this that they're losing. And surely you can't keep that up forever. I mean, okay, they have a lot of vehicles, but it isn't endless, you know. They can't actually keep that speed up forever. Their economy's in a massive downturn. Just everything is going the wrong way for them. And the longer this, you know, goes on this level of attrition, obviously that's not going to help them. But of course, the longer it goes on, the more opportunity they get to destroy stuff, etc., etc. So, you know, there's two sides to that coin, I suppose. But yeah, a level of attrition like this, I can't imagine any army being able to keep that up It just, yeah. Can you imagine how politically dreadful that would be if this was like, well, I'm only going to say the only people are comparable are America with the amount of stuff that they've got. So can you imagine if America had a day like that? What an absolute trouncing the public would give them. Dear, oh dear. Dan, go ahead.
Oh, Marcus, it's Thursday. Can I speak to Mr. Putin? Because I think he's listening in on this. I just want to say this. You're the American phone company, Marcus. We call that. Mr. Putin, are you listening? We call that desperation.
Tis desperation. Prince, I can't bring you back up for some reason. Sugar. It's just not letting me. Either that or you're not requesting, it's just lying to me. These things happen. Does that too. So, yeah. Yesterday was what you might call a bad day for the Russians. Shut up, cat. I'm not giving you any more milk. Go away. Oh, honestly. Little whiner. He thinks every time I make a coffee, he's got to have cat milk. Every time. It's the rules. That's the rules. Right, so anyway, talk about fire. So I'm going to talk about ice. Oh yeah, we'll have a bit of ice, shall we? So the Leningrad region, we knew that there was some heavy weather heading towards Moscow yesterday. So this is, well, this is what happened. The Leningrad region, a snowstorm, in particular, it was even called a cyclone, was raging. Sorry, I just trapped my hair in the jar. Yeah, in particular, a cyclone is raging in the Leningrad region and will probably move towards Moscow. The snowstorm will be expected to be hitting Moscow today. Well, here's an idea of what they've got to expect. So in St. Petersburg, there was almost zero visibility. Snowdrifts created by very strong side winds and icy conditions. A very difficult quest for motorists out in this weather. In addition, 15 aircraft that were supposed to land at Pulkovo Airport were forced to leave for alternative airports. Now, planes that have already taken off from the capital are also being returned. So I told you that Mother Nature just hates Russia. Just so you know. Now then, one of the roads in the Leningrad region was so bad that drivers just had to abandon their cars because they just couldn't get them out. Now, because of the snowstorm, what was happening is basically the minute you stood still, a snowdrift started forming around you. And yeah, these people have got like, well, I don't know, if there was massive icicles hanging off my car, I wouldn't want to sit in it for a very long time either. So yeah, they just had to abandon them and leave them on the road. And you know it's bad when you get to that point, I think, because most people are quite fond of their cars. And also, you wouldn't really want to go walking. But, you know, if you've got no choice, you're not going to freeze to death in your car, are you? Now, hello, Tracy. Good morning.
Good morning, Mockers.
I have a second cup of coffee, raring to go. Really cold feet, though. So, you know how Russia's at this UN meeting today?
Oh, yes. Mr. Horseface himself.
Yeah. Well, I think that everybody else should call a new emergency UN meeting about Kharkiv, Kyiv and Dnipro today. Because, you know, they've got them there to chat to them about it. And they'll be like, okay, mate, so you're concerned about some people, you know, dying in a marketplace in a civilian area in Donetsk. what about this here? See all this here? Because this is a lot larger than a marketplace in Donetsk. Just going to point that out. I mean, I know every death is terrible, but the point is, that's not what Ukraine does. Ukraine does not target civilians. They just don't. They never have done. And, you know, unless Russia shoots down one of their drones, they don't hit civilian targets ever. So for starters, they didn't do it. What happened in Donetsk, it was really obvious as well from some of the information. I mean, come on. How bad are you at propaganda, guys? Just, they need to take some lessons, don't they? No, it's too late for them. So yeah, they, you know, made this horrible thing happen, and then they blamed it on Ukraine. But the very next day, they have this massive missile strike, and what, he's just going to stand there with an innocent face? I actually think they should confront him about it.
Well, I absolutely agree, Mockers. I think that's a fantastic idea.
Yeah, well, you know, they're not holding back with what they're saying, are they? So, you know, let's get it all said.
Exactly.
That's kind of how I feel. Let's pull them in today. Okay, before you start with your nonsense, let's have a word about this. What's this? These are residential areas, quite clearly. You know, I think it's well, yeah, it's right that we pull them up on their bull, and also we point out to them that, you know, you talk about this. Look at this, dudes. Look at it. Anyway, there were also explosions heard in the area around Boryspil International Airport in Kyiv. Now, I'm assuming that was mostly air defense. However, that's the airport that they've said that they were thinking of opening. And that's Russia just being a bugger, isn't it? No, you're not going to open this because we're going to keep trying to attack it. So we'll make absolutely sure that, you know, it's not going to happen for you. It's a bit petty. It really is.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on.
Spiteful nonsense. They're just spiteful, aren't they? Well, I mean, I could call them worse words than that, Mockers, but let's go with that for today. But yes, you know what? That would be a brilliant idea. Confront Mr. Horseface himself when he can't go anywhere and he has to sit there and listen, unless he wants to get up and walk out, of course. But then that would be also a good result, I think.
Yes, indeed. Now, do you remember the girl who was accused of carrying the bust that blew up a propagandist in St. Petersburg?
Oh, yes, I do remember that.
Yes, well, she's just been sentenced to 28 years. That's a while, isn't it?
That's a long time, yeah.
Rumor has it as well, she didn't even realise that it was explodey. So, I don't know whether to feel sorry for her or not. I don't. She did a service to humanity, as far as I'm concerned. But there you go. Now then, you'll be glad to know that Atesh have been wandering around the Jankoy airfield. I love this, right? They say, we've scouted the area around the military airfield in Jankoy. The facility is extremely carefully guarded by Russian forces. Personnel are also brought in from a local station, and a large number of KAMAZ vehicles were recorded at the entrance. Cars at the checkpoint are checked for around 30 minutes, and only then can they enter. We were not able to record those cars that were not checked. There is a high probability all of these vehicles that were not checked contain very important persons at brigade commander level. So obviously they check any old riffraff coming in, but when the boss turns up or when the important guys turn up, they just get waved through. So they know there's important persons at Jankoy. You know, these sorts of things, they really should be more careful, shouldn't they? But this Atesh person is literally, looks as though he's actually within their compound, or at least just outside it.
Well, I was looking at the videos. Yeah, it looks very, very close. Unless he's got I mean, he could have a good long distance camera, I suppose. But he's very close to those vehicles there, isn't he? In those videos.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's you know, I can't believe the absolute daring do that's going on. You know, this is the stories of the war, as it were. You know, like the Second World War. The, you know, people behind the lines. Did you ever watch Hello Hello?
I did, of course, Mockers.
It is I, Michelle. Yeah. So you know, the resistance sort of thing, but obviously not in French, or not in bad French accents. So yeah, there is all this going on, and I find it very exciting and interesting. I do. I don't know. I just it's something that really, it amazes me, the feats of human endeavor that I can imagine there was an awful lot of people never ever thought that something like this could be part of their lives, and they've gone from being just a student to a soldier, or a spy even. And yeah, I know it sounds exciting, but I imagine it's horrendously dangerous. So big props to all of those. I find it very interesting to hear about. There's going to be so many books I'm going to have to read after this. So remember how we said that Russia didn't appear to have a great deal of air defense in St. Petersburg area?
Yes, I like this, that they've had to move all their air defense, and then Budanov was talking about the holes that they have.
Absolutely. Well, they've reacted to that, and Russian forces are now appearing to deploy more air defense systems in the Leningrad region. An S-300 system was recorded by locals following the drone strikes against the Ust-Luga terminal. I wonder where that one came from. So
let's hope it came from like somewhere near Kharkiv.
Well, exactly. So S-300s are being set up around St. Petersburg. But remember what happens with these when they use them. The parts of missiles about the size of a car generally flying around trying to strike drones that weigh no more than 100 kilograms. So, it's one of those things that's ever so slightly dangerous for anyone in that area.
Yes, and this is why Ukraine doesn't put air defense in places like that.
Well, that's it. They try not to, don't they? They try their best not to, but there is unfortunately some. Sometimes they have no choice, just because you've got to take it down, haven't you?
Well, yeah, but I think Ukraine does as much as they possibly can, don't they, to keep them in areas where it can be on the outskirts of, I don't know, cities and everywhere. But of course, in Kyiv, like you say, there's sometimes when they have to put them closer than they would like to. But it's better than that missile not being taken down, isn't it? So, yes, unfortunately, they are forced to.
Although taking one down with a Browning is just flipping, well, I don't know about you, but that's just showing off, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, seriously, that guy, someone's buying him a beer later on this week, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it deserves more than a beer, but yeah, I get your point, Muckers.
In darts, we would call that arrows, mate. Arrows. Well done. So, yeah, Whoever did that, I'm sure that he had a few people giving him a good old slap on the shoulder there. Well done, mate. So yeah, brilliant. However, not brilliant as well. So want to see if Russia's Novatek oil terminal is still having problems, because it would actually be fun if they couldn't open it for some time. So I'm just going to have wee butchers. It took them 40 hours to put out the fire, if you remember.
Yeah, that was fantastic, that, wasn't it? It kept burning. I was hoping it would keep burning some more. Kharkiv Regional Administration, Military Administration have just updated their casualty numbers. The number of injured has increased to 42. Among them are 4 children, and the condition of them is of moderate severity.
Oh, thank you, darling. Yeah, it's going to be a morning of that, isn't it?
Unfortunately, yes.
Prince, thank you very much for that. I'll keep my eye out.
You
Sorry,
never know.
singing me stuff in the background just to make me laugh.
Well, no.
Now then,
How could I not send that to you? How could I not send you a sign that says "Watch for flying saucers and skanks"?
indeed,
That is a
Yeah.
requirement.
I'll have to watch for them. Okay.
Keep your eyes out.
Tracy, go ahead, darling.
So, in Moscow, apparently, Mockers, the provider that provided the internet to the state structures of the Russian Federation has broken down. So, GUR are reporting that as a result of successful actions of unknown cyber volunteers in Russia, a large-scale failure occurred in the work of the large internet provider, Arkado Telecom. This company provides services to a number of state structures of terrorist Russia, including Putin's administration, FSB, FSO, local self-government bodies in Moscow, and other regions, Cyberbank and other facilities, Sparebank maybe. Russian users began to complain en masse about the lack of internet and the impossibility of contacting Arkado support services. As a result of the problems that have arisen both in Moscow, where the headquarters of the provider is located, and in a number of regions of Russia, the activities of the aggressor state departments are significantly complicated or impossible. The exact scale of the losses for Russia is being clarified.
They're getting really good at this, aren't they? They've hacked them a couple of times already. And the last time they did it, they said, we will continue to do this because you can't keep us out now because we have access. And so they were basically saying, no, we are in your walls and we will just continue shutting you down whenever we can. And so, yeah, I think there's an ongoing tussle with that between, hackers of both sides trying to do their part to either keep that up or down. And yeah, whatever measures they've been taking on the Russian side there, obviously the Ukrainian hackers keep getting past them. And I did see something by the IT Army of Ukraine where they were basically saying, we are in your walls and it's tough. We're going to keep giving you loads of trouble because we have access. And so, yeah, I mean, especially anything that is supporting the state structures there. I mean, obviously, the state is a big part of, supporting the war. The entire state structure is pretty much set up now. War economy, war production, all that sort of stuff. Well, as much as they can, obviously, but the very fact that they've taken that focus actually gave them a head start because, we didn't catch up in time and we're still catching up. Honestly, we're so very damned reasonable. We forgot when it was time to reach for the bullets, didn't we? Anyway, Where was I?
Mockers,
Yeah.
I just sent you something that may be worthy of reading.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Why not? So this is a little write-up of the way Ukrainians live around missile attacks. It's been translated from Ukrainian, obviously. Let me see. Tatushia Bo. My first fear after the start of the full-scale invasion is quite trivial. Like, in fact, everyone's. I feared a missile strike would attack when I'm taking a shower, and all I could see was pictures of my head that they would clear the rubble and take out my naked and wet body. I learned to wash within 3 minutes, between alerts. I would jump out of the shower and think, phew, not this time. My second fear is the missile and being on the toilet. I've had it since the first missile attack in a neighbourhood in an early morning. In fact, woken up through a loud bang. I had solemnly slept through the air raid alert. In the explosion, I opened my eyes. I'm already in the common corridor with my baby in my arms, and a series of bangs. Everything was shaking. Suddenly a pause. I needed to use the toilet so badly I was nearly crying. Well, I'm going to go for it. I went, and as soon as I sat down, there was a loud bang. I was tossed up in the air, along with the toilet. After that, I fear a missile attack every time I go. Handsome and strong fighters would clear it all up. They would come riding a white horse. And journalists would write, a woman with no pants found on the toilet. And all of Kyiv would zoom in on the picture, looking at the scars and birthmarks, trying to figure out who had been pissing during the alarms. As for pants, well, we were brought up in Soviet times. Teenagers in our generation were not interested in looking under skirts because every single pair of pants was the same. Sergei's mums, Olya's, and Sergei's classmates, all the same. They were so darned ugly. Mothers of that time always kept new pants in the closet for holidays, and when they went to see the doctor, no matter what happened to a person, the first thing to take care of was clean underwear, and then the war, of course. Once I felt a little better, the first thing I did was buy myself a nice new pair of pants. Because, you know, what if all that happened? A missile, rubble, firefighters, the media. Maybe they would eventually write, a woman's body was found under rubble in lovely pants. They would write that, wouldn't they? One of my friends, Lena, upon returning home after deoccupation, was almost offended by the Russians because they neglected even household appliances. But beige, seamless, very comfortable, and therefore very well-worn underpants were all stolen. My mother also had her own fear. What if a missile hits her house? Everything is smashed, chickens running around, ducks not fed, and the vegetable garden overgrown with weeds. That's what she would tell me. I'm weeding the vegetable garden in case a missile hits, so I'll have no weeds over the potatoes. It's one way, isn't it? On December the 31st, the Russians greeted us all day with their long congratulations, either by shahed or missile. Neighbours from the upper floors gathered near my door in the common hallway. They would gather and grumble about all the damned Russians. We were not letting them finish their preparing their holiday meal, etc. Someone brought out some sparkling wine. Someone else provided glasses. Well, cheers to the air defence. If they shell our house and I burn the duck I've been cooking for 3 days, I'm not going to take responsibility for my actions, said a neighbour from the 9th floor. And you know what? I believed her. In the morning of January the 2nd, the Russians launched their most massive attack on Ukraine. While tons of explosives were flying over Kyiv, my friend Katya politely went to the subway where we hide from the missiles. And so people were shuddering from the explosions, and Katya would text us in a common chat. Oh, F, there was such an explosion, I nearly dropped my croissant. We would write back, "What croissant? Where are you?" "Oh, I went out for coffee. What's wrong?" "I'm a Ukrainian woman. I want coffee and a croissant, and no effing Russian caliber is going to stop me." Let's skip the fact that despite the explosions all over the city, there was an open croissant shop. That's a topic for another conversation. But Katya, it turns out, is afraid of dying from a missile without first having coffee and a croissant. We are afraid. Oh, how scared we are. Personally, during the loudest explosion, I pressed myself into the floor thinking, damn, I'm going to die in this old robe. And anyway, I donated money for drones. We're scared. Scared when missiles are flying at another city. Scared when the news reports of an air attack on the defence line near the city of wherever. We seem to be very afraid, every second of our lives. And that's how they live. But
I thought that was really good because it brought some reality to it. I mean, those are things that I could totally see myself being scared of. The underwear, taking a shower, getting stuck on.
I don't know what happened to you then, but yeah, getting stuck on the loo.
Yeah.
While being bombed. Can you imagine? Just the horror of that. Yeah.
All of that. You could totally see that. And it was just a nice, well-written little story about the reality, the fear that how many people went through tonight. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're absolutely right. It brings it home to you, doesn't it? And this is why I say individual people's stories are really a lot more impactful than, oh my God, a bomb has hit a building and damaged X amount of apartments. It's very abstract, that, to a lot of people. But yet, give them the person's feelings and fears, and that suddenly becomes very easy to relate to, doesn't it? I did like the thing about in the Soviet Union, everybody wore the same pants, so nobody bothered looking at them.
I know. There was a little bit of humor in it too, There's realism, there's humor. That's you could totally see yourself feeling the same way in that kind of situation, It's like, yeah, I could totally see myself feeling that way in the same situation.
Well, it's kind of like when your mum says to you before you leave the house, or at least this was a British thing, certainly. Have you got clean pants on in case you get run over by a bus?
Yep, totally. And that's not just a British thing. I'm telling you, it's just not a UK thing. That is something for everywhere. You got clean underwear on in case something happens. And it's like, you know what? If I get hit by a bus, I don't think I'll have clean underwear anymore. I mean, seriously, right? You get hit by a bus, you're not going to have clean underwear anymore. If you get in a car accident, you're not going to have clean underwear anymore. All of these things, that your underwear are not going to stay clean. And I think Tracy really wants to say something because she keeps putting her hand up.
Sorry, Prince. I actually didn't mean to put my hand up. But yes, I think you're absolutely right. Why would you have clean underwear once you get hit by a bus? And I also used to think, Mum, since when do I wear dirty underwear anyway?
Right?
Exactly. Although one day, right, I'll tell you this quick story before I go to Chris, right? My mum was very busy, very busy. She worked full time. She had 2 kids. She was rushing us to school in the morning. I was only at junior school, so I'd have been about 6 or 7, probably 6. And she'd done the washing the night before, and she'd hung everything on the radiators because it was like winter and what have you. And we got to school, and as we're walking up to the school gate, I pulled my mum's hand, and she said, "What?" And I went, "Don't have any knickers on, Mum. They're still on the radiator at home." And she had to take me back home again. She told me, "Put them on the radiator, wait until they're dry, put them on." Well, that never happened, did it? Yeah. Bless. So that was the one day that I went commando. Chris, go ahead.
I was only going to say that I loved that story. I don't know if it can be sent to me or put up in a nest or whatever, that Prince found there. Since I woke this morning about 2 or 3 o'clock, all you've talked about is toilets. So it completely went with the theme, is what I was going to say.
Oh,
And then,
absolutely. That's very true.
yes, yeah, it is, isn't it? Right. And just whilst Tracy is here, Prince, are you aware that QB is going to be dissected on Friday?
Tell me about that, please, because I'm understanding that there may be some issues with QB spreading Russian propaganda, and we may be getting set up. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, it's a point of view. It's a point of view that we're going to discuss. Tracy and I were bandying around potential subjects to talk about on Friday, and QB came up because some people are of the view that QB's getting a little bit maybe not who we think. So there is a view like that. Yeah, I mean, some people are just squeamish about QB, but other people are. Hang on a minute, is this guy or is this creator really pro-Western? What do you say, Tracy?
Well, I didn't notice it, to be fair, until Christopher pointed it out. And then when he because I've not read all the posts, and the two that he saw, and then I read them and I was like, oh, actually, you've got a point here. But as a British person as well, Chris, I also just think, is it just extreme sarcasm?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and obviously Will made this point, Tracy, where he was saying, well, it doesn't really matter what you British etc. think about it. What matters is what the Russians think about it, which was a good point, I thought.
Well, I suppose, but it depends which way you look at it, doesn't it? Because if it's something a little bit more sinister, then you have to be concerned about the gathering of data and information. Although all the information that we use anyway is public information and, open source, etc. So I don't know. Maybe people might want to worry about the personal information, I guess, but it's certainly something to consider and discuss and keep your eyes open for, because we know that this is what they like to do. And of course, as we discussed with the Maidan 3, I wouldn't trust them not to try anything like this, if that makes sense. But I think you're right. If it's making the Russians annoyed, then that's good.
Well, we shall explore more. Anyway, Prince. So yeah, just wanted to let you know that. Shall we go for? I was just thinking, Tracy. We're saying between 4 and 8. Should we try and narrow it down to maybe? Shall I suggest to Andre 4 or something?
Well, it makes no difference to us, Chris. So whatever's best with him. But Christopher and I are on 4 till 7 UK time. So that's 6 to 9 Kyiv time. So, of course, he doesn't have to come during our segment, but if he wants to do it, he's very welcome to.
4 to 7. I thought you were 4 to 8. Okay. Yeah, okay. That makes a difference. Okay. We'll work on it anyway.
Thank you, Chris.
One thing just to add, however, as propaganda, sometimes it is worth being a teensy bit ambiguous, if you know what I mean. Maybe just to, oh, is this guy one of us after all? And, perhaps then it gets that message seen more, perhaps. I don't know. I think there's something to be said for a bit of ambiguity in propaganda, because the Russians do that crap all the time, don't they? Are we good guys? Are we not? You never know. So many, good Russians turned out to be not, if you know what I mean, and so on. So yeah, you never know. You never know. But I like it just as an info op, really, personally. That, you know, it's sort of, it highlights the fact that yeah, the cube. I mean, that comes purely from the Russians' own, you know, book of horrors, the cube. I'm pretty sure it was pet food, but even so, just the image of it is going to stay forever, isn't it? And so sort of using that as a propaganda piece, I do think is quite amusing. But I'm a bit sick, of course. Now then, Thailand, the Bangkok Post. Don't know how good these are, but they say that the Russian energy company Novatek is likely to resume large-scale operations at the Ust-Luga processing complex within weeks, it says. Oh, within weeks. Now then, specifically, they believe naphtha has been affected. If that's one of the obviously the derivatives of condensing oil, gas stuff. Naphtha. Anyway, naphtha is a gas, isn't it? Gas.
Gas
So
condensate, is it? Is that right? Is that what we're talking about? Sorry, because I'm just.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's one of those products that they were putting out there from that place. Oh God, I tell you what, my brain, honestly, words. Yeah, so from this plant or facility, that'll do. From this facility, they were giving out about 6 different types of product, and one of them was this naphtha. So it looks as though they can't pump that at the moment, and that the facility itself may be down for a couple of weeks. That's going to be really painful for them, because even just being down for a day is going to be kind of expensive for everybody involved, I think. Never mind. Hey. Okay, fair enough. Sorry, I'm just checking something out now then. I put something in my bookmarks. Here it is.
So I've got a report on the energy system, Mockers, if you want to hear it. I've been looking out for this morning, actually.
Oh, in Ukraine's energy system, yeah. Have there been any effects?
11,000 consumers are without electricity in Kharkiv due to the enemy strike. The equipment of the electricity distribution system was damaged. As a result of enemy strikes, a transformer, substation and distribution point and cable lines were damaged. 11,000 consumers. Yeah, and so it's just that area. So the gas pipeline was also damaged. To stabilise the pressure, part of the gas pipeline has been blocked, which has means that 12 houses are disconnected from the gas supply. But there are no dead or injured. Gas crews are now working to repair the damage.
Well, yeah, I did see that gas pipeline. It didn't look huge, I'll be honest. It looked as though something that could be managed. Obviously, a little bit exciting when there's a gas fire, you know, directly. But yeah, it didn't look huge. It did look like something that was going to be able to be dealt with. Unlike some of the gas pipeline fires we've seen on the other side. Now then, just a little bit about Russia meeting with Iran at the UN. Right, and I'm just going to say this because I like a conspiracy theory. Right, what if they said to them, "Here, have this room in the UN headquarters that will now be full of bugs." What do you reckon?
Well, I was just going to finish off your sentence there and say exactly the same thing. That would be good, wouldn't it?
Well, you know, they can do a sweep of a room, but I just wonder, you know, it's inside the UN headquarters, isn't it? Just Apparently, when Russians build anything for anybody else, in the past they have like embedded listening devices into preformed pieces of wall and stuff like that. So, you know, some of these you might never find. So I'm just pointing that out. That yeah, they might have said, "Oh, that's fine. You come in here. You have this room. It's all yours. We'll listen to every word you say. Make sure that we take note." So yeah, you never know. But it is just, I don't know. I wouldn't say it was ironic. I would say it was ridiculous that they're meeting at the same place where the consequences of that meeting will be discussed in the future. It's pretty twisted, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just going to say exactly that, Mock, as it is exceptionally twisted. But I mean, how can they even let Iran into the UN anyway? That's you know, start there.
I understand that we've got to talk to people, but yeah, sometimes talking is best done in more kinetic form, or even a different kind of diplomacy, shall we say? What have I got here? Jens Stoltenberg, talking of diplomacy and all that. He's announced a new investment of 1.2 billion in artillery ammunition production. We have just signed more than 1.2 billion in contracts for hundreds of thousands of additional 155 ammunition. He said that this investment allows the bloc countries to continue supporting Ukraine. Excuse me. He goes on to say, the war in Ukraine has turned into a fight for ammunition, and it is important that the Allies replenish while continuing to support Ukraine. So basically, yeah, we need to support Ukraine, and we need to make sure that we ourselves don't get completely knocked out of ammunition as well, because you never know. So they're ramping up even faster now to crumbs to try and try and outpace the fact that Russia is indeed producing ammunition, with all our parts, by the way, just noticing, and also you know, purchasing in a lot of ammunition that's been pre-made by crazy people in North Korea. So it is something as well that's affecting the Ukrainian forces. One position here, an M109 position, they were delivered rounds, but they were only delivered smoke rounds, and they said, you know, that's not actually very helpful right now, and it is absolutely efforting outrageous that that's the, you know, situation that we've left them in. So yeah, anyway, I feel guilty for that sort of shit. I do.
Yeah, it's not good, is it? It makes me feel terrible when I hear things like that. It makes me feel ashamed, really.
Well, and also, who are we, right? We've claimed that we are the West. We look after democracy. We protect human rights. You know, we stand up for the little guy that's being bullied. Except when you really need us to. And then give you some helmets and smoke rounds. Yeah? That'll do you. No, we've given them a lot more than that, but still, it's not enough, is it? And yeah, we really need to pull our finger out. I do see the increase in ammunition production as a very positive thing. I can't knock that at all. I mean, I think that's, you know, it's going to continue to be going in that direction. It's one of these things that it's like a very heavy train, I suppose, that once it gets going, you know, but it takes a long time to get going, that's all. However, now it's going, I think that it's going to be a lot easier to keep building on that. But it's yeah, it's such a shame that we cannot and did not do more, and we will be ashamed of ourselves forevermore over it, I'm certain. Tracy, darling, you don't need to put your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mockers. I'm just looking at updates coming in. So the mayor of Kharkiv has said that 30 residential buildings were damaged and 1,000 windows were broken. In 20 houses, the heating was turned off, electricity was cut off at 14 and gas supply at 12. All relevant services are available at the arrival points, and people are being provided with, of course, all the assistance, and they have, including the deployment of 3 heating points. So that's good to know. At least they have those facilities there. You know, they do have so many more, and they shouldn't have to. It's heartbreaking. But I have seen a massive increase over the last few months of the amount of invincibility points that they have in each area. So at least we know that people are going to be provided with these types of things in like extreme cold, etc. Because the weather's not good right now in Ukraine, is it?
Not at all, but you know, this is almost awful to say, but they've had a lot of practice doing this last year, you know, so these invincibility points can probably be moved, put up quite quickly because all this stuff was arranged and organised last year. So yeah, it is actually, it's amazing how the adaptions, you know, it's now part of the system almost, that emergency adaptation that they had to make, that as soon as something like this has happened again, out come, you know, as many invincibility points as they can put in place at once, because that was really useful last year. It's amazing how they organised to make sure that that happens quickly. Roos, my lovely, welcome up.
Thank you. Good morning. Regarding the production of shells and ammunition, there was a rare interview with the CEO of Saab the other week, and he went through the production in Europe with a focus in Scandinavia, and for now there has only been government orders up to filling the current production as it's ramped up in the current factories. And they are, at least the shell production in the Nordic countries, there are 2 companies, I think, BAE through Bofors in Sweden and a Finnish Norwegian factory in Norway. But there are no orders, long-term orders, that would cover building new facilities. They only stuck up when last in line all of current production. This means, yes, they are working 24/7, but they can't really expand the production facilities until someone orders either that it has to be done quicker and pay for it, or orders for a very long term placing orders that would cover the costs of building new factories. So it's a really, really slow train, and we're only in the beginning of starting it.
Yes, and that's what's so frustrating, isn't it? That everything is so darn slow to get moving. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They said that you know, that their own production facilities that they have can be ramped up, but what they really need to do is build more. and they need the longer term contracts in place for them to be able to, you know, invest, to know that that's not going to be, you know, an investment that's going to cost them. And
well, what they actually, he said that at least in Scandinavia, the production is maximized now for shells and armored vehicles. They are working around the clock, and they really need more facilities to produce things faster. If you order a shell today, like an Excalibur or bonus shell, it won't arrive until the 2030s.
wow. Yeah, so that is indeed something that needs to be dealt with, definitely. Like I say, they need that longer term investment to be able to build those additional facilities, and to know that those additional facilities aren't just going to be left unused after 12 months. You know, that's the important thing about longer term investment. So yeah, you make an order now, you're waiting a very long time because they're already at capacity, and that's the problem. So yeah, we need to just keep going, and obviously we need to keep providing them with more, because well, it's it's going on every day, and I hate it.
So, Mockers,
Yeah.
there's a not very nice video going around. Because
One with the little old lady with the cuts on her face.
oh no, I've not seen that one fortunately yet, but I was talking about the one of the stadium. Have you seen the one of the stadium?
I don't know.
So, Lokomotiv Stadium in Kyiv, it looks completely destroyed. There's a video. The sports field, the adjacent premises were also destroyed. This is in the Solomon district in Kyiv, and it only just resumed its work 3 months ago, and that's since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. So Russia being Russia, attacking sports facilities as well as hospitals, schools, and, well, anything else that they can where civilians and, in particular, children are.
Well, that's the targets, isn't it? Obviously. A bunch of a-holes. Yeah, there is a video going around of a little old lady. She's got a couple of cuts on her face, and of course, you know, facial cuts bleed a lot, so she's basically just got a full face of blood. And yeah, upset me, that one. Little old lady. And I found that, yeah, upsetting. Bar stewards. There's no need. There's absolutely no need. Now then, couple of things. Did we note that recently Putin has passed this law suggesting that they need to take back, you know, all their Russian Federation, or previous, what they think was. So with a single document, Putin has basically laid the groundwork for a future justification of war against half the planet. Obviously, this will likely be his demise, but he's basically saying any former Soviet republics, Kazakhstan, Ukraine, Belarus, the Baltics, totally ours, and we're going to go after them. That's what this document basically says. So they are looking to reclaim all the wealth of the former Russian Empire, basically. The proper registration for the rights of the Russian Federation in relation to the existing federal real estate and found real estate of the Russian Federation, found real estate, stolen, sorry, of the former Russian Empire, the former USSR, and the legal protection of this property. So this is a part of the order which, talks about Alaska is ours, it's our historical land. But they're literally just saying, everything, absolutely every part is entirely ours. It's all illegally occupied by whoever you guys are, and we're going to throw you out. So he's actually made a legal document that says that they're going to do this. I'm only saying, he's kept to a lot of the things that he said in the past. That's all I'm saying.
Mockers, I think these are the things that we can use to bring in more people and inform more people, because it's like those things that they said the other day. What was it when Lavrov and drunken whatever his name is, Medvedev and the indicted child snatcher himself were basically saying, weren't they, admitting, what was it Putin said? He admitted that they'd conquered parts of Ukraine, so basically admitting that you're on an imperial conquest. What was it Medvedev said? You will accept Russian passport. If you don't want to take that, you'll accept Russification, and if you don't want that, we'll eliminate you. So talk about admitting genocide. I think these are really useful things, and especially that document that we can use to what's the expression I'm looking for? Maybe break down those barriers that some people have when you're wanting to try and give them information, if that makes sense. And sometimes you have to take much more time to explain these things, and people, for whatever reason, can't or don't want to listen and switch off. So I think these things are extremely useful to have that direct effect on somebody within a short period of time, like within a few sentences. What do you think, Mockers?
Well, it needs to be sort of paid more attention to, really, because this is actually a declaration of we're going to take back all of this land. Now, if you ask me, that's particularly dangerous talk, because that's basically what he was doing with other places previously. Well, it's not theirs. So tough shit. Flock Tyrants, good morning.
Good morning, Mockers. So I was just curious. Do you know who else declared World War to the rest of the world?
Was it a little insecure man with a moustache?
I was just about to give you that clue.
I was correct then. A little insecure man with a moustache.
Yeah, a little midget, about 4'3". So it sounds a bit insane, doesn't it? It seems like history is repeating itself. He's literally copying Nazis now. Well, he's always been doing it, but now he's very plain for everybody to see. And I think we need to hone that in and let people know about this.
Well, yeah, it's important that we open our eyes to the, obvious intent. It seems bonkers that we don't. Sorry, I just opened something I wasn't supposed to on my computer. Go away. Yeah, obvious intent. And, here they are declaring even more obvious intent. And they did this, Ukraine isn't a country. It doesn't exist. It was always part of us. Why can't you all just see that? And now they're doing that with all these other places. Look at these places. They were always part of Russia, Look, they were part of the USSR, so we'll just have to take them back. Flock Tyrants?
Yeah, it always surprises me with countries like this, like Russia and China and all the rest of them dictatorships. it's one of the main features of these tyrants is that they boast about how strong they are and how powerful they are and all the rest of it. And in the end, they're all cowards, because up until now, just like Putin, he was hiding all the intent. Right? So he was hiding it. No, we're not going to invade any other country except Ukraine. No, we're not going to go after the Baltics. We're not going to do this. And it just highlights how cowardly they really are. Behind all that bravado and all that, it hides cowardice. And eventually the truth comes out. I mean, they can no longer hide it, as it's all been shown time and time again. So I hope that the politicians everywhere, they wake up, they stop playing the silly games they're playing, and just start arming Ukraine now. Otherwise, they're going to have to arm their own countries for a bigger war. I think that's what we all been saying here, and I hope that you guys agree to it, that we need to arm Ukraine today.
Well, if we don't do so today, we'll be arming ourselves tomorrow. That's the thing. So, yeah. Now then, here we go. Lokomotiv Stadium it was in Kyiv. Up to 200 children train at this location every day, and the sports ground and adjacent premises have been destroyed. This specifically in the Solomyansky district. So, yeah. I'm just going to retweet that so you can see what a efforting mess that is, and how that is obviously not a military target. Absolutely makes me furious. Sorry. Yeah, I get a bit annoyed about these things.
I bet they've done that on purpose, Mockers, right? Because everybody's complaining about, the Olympics and Russians and Belarusian athletes being allowed to compete, etc. It wouldn't surprise me, because they're that spiteful, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a absolute big bag of shit. It is. Anyway, is it Wednesday yet? No, it's not Wednesday yet. Right. Okay. Apparently tomorrow, FISO is supposed to be going to visit Ukraine. I want to see if that actually happens, because that would be, I think, quite a strong conversation, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely, and so it should be as well.
Yeah. I think there's going to be some interesting conversations coming up, because Orban is also supposed to be going to visit Ukraine at some point soon, and we'll see. Now then, we've heard of the current opposition to Putin gaining some popularity recently. A lot of people lined up to go and vote for him to be a candidate. However, he's another one of these concocted opposition, I believe. They all are, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So he is the self-proclaimed anti-war candidate. However, his role will be to make it to the main stage of voting, garnering somewhere between 500,000 and 2 million votes. This is a setup and allows Putin to assert, look, only 1.5% of the population is actually against the war, which means the remaining 98.5% must support it. This is an age-old narrative that unfolds in every single election. It's a non-issue. The only genuine way to protest is to not participate at all, ensuring that he receives the full 100% and reveals the ridiculous of this whole play. So, well, we know he's going to win the next election, obviously. But yeah, well, one of the reasons of having an opposition is to say, look, there's so few people that support my opposition. So, yeah, it's just it's all a big, look over here. No, look over here. It's all a load of balls. Just so you know. Oh, Yana, lovely. Hello.
Hello, Mockers. Hello, Tracy. Yeah, I've heard Fitzo, and of course I feel sick, and I wanted to comment maybe, but yeah. First of all, I really apologize. I don't know. I feel so much shame that we really voted in this mobster, and it's like the lowest of the low. It's, when you think it hits the bottom, there is further bottom. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, the situation in Slovakia is such that these mobster politicians are basically mocking people and already taking everything. And they're also, of course, going after this general procurator, the general investigator and general, oh, I never know the word. But anyways, the legal system. And the good thing is that people are really protesting. There are weekly protests every Thursday in many major towns, in spite of the cold and everything. But yeah, when you think about it, this party won about 23%. So it's about like every fourth Slovak voted in these bastards. Anyways, so what I wanted to comment was that some people are of the opinion, when I read what people are saying online, that Fico actually did this provocation on purpose because he wants to wiggle out of the visit of Kiev, that he wants to, be forbidden, and that would be great for him because then he would like complain, like, look at them, they don't want me there. But I don't know. These are opinions of people, so nothing official came out yet. I have a fantastic, well, I'm officially at work, but I have a fantastic article here that was written by my favorite journalist, who actually sometimes listens to MriyaReport, and he follows MriyaReport. His name is Peter Bardi, and he is amazing. And not that I want to boast, not that I have anything to do, but he was also my schoolmate in my school. But anyways, he is amazing. And I'm not going to read you the whole article, but he wrote fantastic article where he says that Fico makes Slovakia the cheapest prostitutes of Russia and vassals, which is true. He's also saying that Slovakia, we are losing sovereignty, sanity, and respect. And then he's talking about his vulgarity and audacity. And yeah, because like this is absolutely not civilized what Fico is doing. This is absolutely barbarian. And we really got on the level of Russians, the Russian mentality, the Russian culture. So yeah. I just wanted to say this. I can send you the article if you want. Well, I can maybe read a little bit out of it, but basically, it's like Peter's opinion, and it's kind of upset, as all normal Slovak people are. But so he's saying, we are losing sovereignty as Slovakia, sovereignty, sanity, and respect. What is this infinite audacity and vulgar populist self-centeredness when Robert Fico dares to question the sovereignty of Ukraine a few tens of hours before the meeting with his Ukrainian partner, Denis Shmyhal? At the same time, he offers himself to Viktor Orban as the cheapest, I don't know this word, harlot, but I guess it means prostitute, at the negotiations in Budapest. So this is the sovereignty that the Smer, this is the party of Fico, agitators and the useful idiots of the Kremlin talk about with such pomposity. The idea of pan-Slavism, to which the modern-day Bilaks refer, this was like a old Russian politician that we suffered under during communism, by the way, was not an authentic attempt by the Slavs to unite, by a well-thought-out strategy of the Russian Tsar's court to control public opinion and destabilize the political and social situation beyond the borders of Russia in the second half of 19th century, primarily in the Austro-Hungarian monarchy and the Balkans. And by the way, I always want to talk about this with somebody because it always felt fake, because even during communism, no, it's me speaking, not Peter, but even communism, with other propaganda that was pushed into our heads every day, we often heard about this Slavism. But I know the Slavic customs from like family and our communities, and it has nothing to do with this aggression and vulgarism and idiocy at all that was like pushed into our heads. And of course it came from Russia. But anyway, this is also, now Peter, this is also why the pan-Slavism of the 18th century gradually turned into Russophilism. And you can also see these quotes all around the internet from naval fellas when Russian call everything Russian Slavic, so then they could later call everything Slavic Russian. And I also talked about this previously, about this historical figure of the Czechs, the Czech Republic. He was a writer, journalist, and patriot, Karel Havlíček-Borovský, who understood this very precisely. And he, I'm quoting Borovsky now, this journalist from 19th century, who is saying, all over the world, but especially in Europe, Russians are either hated or despised. And in brackets, almost always for good reasons. It was strange for them, but extremely pleasant to find friends somewhere in the West, and he means Slavs. And they immediately became friends and fraternized us with Illyri, however, considering themselves as older brothers, as our guardians. The Russian pan-Slavists, according to their foolish imagination, believe that we and all Illyrians would like to be under their rule, and they are firmly convinced that one day they will have all the Slavic countries in their power. These guys are starting to say and write Slavic everywhere instead of Russians, so that instead of Slavic, they can later say Russian. And Havlíček and many intellectuals of his era were really very passionate. They used to call it ethnographs, and they really tried to discover customs and habits of our people. And there was like a lot of movement to elevate like these folks and Slavism and these old history, because we were kind of finding our national identities and our national belonging. But as you see, Russians already then tried to hijack this movement. So anyways, this is where Peter wandered into the history. And as I said, I'm not going to read the whole article, but the basic idea was that he is absolutely disgusted by Fico, as many sane people are. So yeah, I don't know if this made any sense, because I wandered into many little corners, but I just wanted to say this. So I'm done now. Thank you. Back to you, Marcus and Tracy. Thanks.
Oh, thanks very much, Jana. It's good to have an opinion from, from somebody who knows a lot better about the situation. But yeah, what he's doing is absolutely gross. So let's see what happens. I would love for them to still have him to come over and visit, to be fair, just to have to face them, basically. just to see if he actually would or not. So I think they should say, oh no, please turn up, and see if he has the fortitude to do it. Because yeah, I have a feeling he might not. Yana?
I agree. I just wanted to say I totally agree with you.
Yeah, I
So
don't think the Ukrainians are, I don't think they're scared of standing up to anybody. So just to point that out. Tracy, go ahead, sorry.
No, that's okay. Sorry, Mockers, I stepped over you then. So I was just looking at the Verkhovna Rada, have a little update on this dual citizenship that President Zelensky mentioned yesterday. So what they've said is that the president submitted the draft law on the multiple citizenship. The law did have alternative versions that had already been considered by Parliament, but they were never supported. Today, the text of the document has been very slightly amended. We are talking about a huge number of Ukrainians who work, live, or are temporarily displaced by Russian aggression in many countries around the world. About 60 million people, apparently. I didn't realise it was that many. And the key task now is to provide rights and obligations for Ukrainians abroad. And so the lawmakers have made sure that there are no opportunities, of course, for multiple citizenship with Russia. But I just thought that's interesting. It looks like it's going to be. I haven't checked on it to see how many readings or votes, etc., it has to go through. But it's interesting that they don't seem to be messing about with it, which the timing, it seems to me they're trying to get it through as quick as possible, which I think is fantastic.
Yeah, I think it's important to do this for a lot of people. It's sorry, my computer's fighting me. Yeah, it's really important for a lot of people. Like, just one, for example, is some of the fighters that have gone to Ukraine, and that they've lived in Ukraine for a period of time. They've decided to fight for Ukraine, and they still have, international citizenship. And in order to become a citizen of Ukraine, they would have to give that up. And fair enough, that's how they've been in the past. But there is a lot more relaxation of dual citizenships these days. I know Russians have used them to their own ends in the past, but obviously they can't do this with Ukraine. I just think it's part and parcel of becoming a more open, more attached to Europe society. It gives that opportunity for the future, and also anybody who is in the diaspora, who is living elsewhere, if they have familial ties and what have you, they can also obtain citizenship. So yeah, I think it's a good step for the future. Bruce, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm back on Slovakia. It's really annoying. Right now, it feels like they're playing for the wrong team. And the European arms industry continue to arm them because they are modernizing their armed forces. They bought 150 CV90s. If they're not playing for the right team, we shouldn't let them have them. They should go to Ukraine instead. Governments should just step in and say, you can't export to them. They are our enemies now. We'll buy them and send them to Ukraine.
I like that idea, Bruce. Get onto it. Who do we need to talk to?
Well, regarding the CV90s, it's probably the Swedish government, but they're not only buying CV90s, they are revitalizing their whole army, and they're buying stuff from all over the place. So it's probably best to handle this on EU or and US level.
Yeah, so at EU level, right? Well, I'm hoping that they notice these things. You know, I am kind of hoping that they notice these things themselves. Although it takes a long time, doesn't it? For some reason, you know how long it's taken so far? 699 days, by the way. Unfortunately, today it did not start very well. So there is announcement of clear now for all the air raid warnings, what have you. I think I've broken my computer. Never mind. So there is obviously deaths and injuries. Well, Tracy's been through the numbers of those, so what I will tell you is that a lot of the damage in Kyiv has been caused by falling debris. One of the things to mention is the Patriot and other systems are not infallible, but they do have large warheads. And you know, any amount of debris falling down is not insignificant. So it's unfortunate, I think, some of these things that have happened. Now, where have I got it? Oh, here it is. Yeah, there is a massive crater in Kharkiv, in a high-density residential area of Saltivka. Saltivka, yeah. Oh, God. I don't know. I didn't know bricks could be on fire like that. Wow. Injuries in Kharkiv alone reaches 42, by the way. So yeah, that's
Actually, on Kharkiv muckers, there's been an update regarding that, because it was said that 4 people had died, but apparently the Kharkiv military administration is saying the 4th person is not yet confirmed as dead.
Oh well, let's hope that they survive. But yeah, while Russia was speaking at the UN, or shall we say, talking shit at the UN, let me see what they fired at Ukraine this morning. So we have 4 S-300, S-400 anti-aircraft guided missiles, 15 KH-101, 555, 55 cruise missiles, 8 KH-22, 12 Iskander-M, and 2 KH-59. They're guided missiles. So, you know, they still obviously have a lot of missiles, and they're preaching about peace and, you know, saving civilians while firing all this at obvious civilian areas. What a bunch of horrible people. So I hope today they get an absolute drubbing for this, because, I mean, you know, how do they justify this crap? I mean, really, how do they justify this crap? I know with a really straight face, but I don't think it's something that could be justified, really. Sorry, I'm just trying to do 7 things at once. There we go. Turkey's parliament are apparently having a vote today on Sweden's application to join NATO. Keep an eye on that. Roos?
Well, they may or may not have a vote. It's said to be sometime this week, but that was said about last week too. So Yeah, we don't
Not
really
holding
know.
you correct. Then.
No. Let's wait until it actually happens to comment it, and yeah, it's. We don't really know why they are doing it now, because from what I know, they haven't had any answers from the US regarding the F-16s that they are trying to blackmail out of this. But well, we don't know. But back to Slovakia. So they have ordered 76 Patria 8x8. I think they are UK. 152 CV90s. 6 Susanna 2 self-propelled howitzers. Radar systems for airfield protection, spike anti-tank missiles, and 4x4 vehicles, JLTV, and assault rifles and anti-drone systems from the US. So they've ordered quite a lot of stuff, and well, we can't arm the enemy. We can't arm the enemy and let people die in Ukraine.
We absolutely can't, can we? And yeah, I think you've got a very good point there. I think this should be looked into a bit further. Let's face it, he's not terribly friendly, is it? And we really need to pull our finger out. We really need to get out of this sort of, oh, well, you know, we've made agreements. Well, I'll tell you what, you can always change that, you know, especially if it's for your personal security, especially if it's for the security of your country. I mean, you know, what are we doing here? Are we playing games or what? It does seem bonkers to me that, you know, this sort of crap continues to go on, and we sort of just, you know, we go through it, and it's all fine until it's not, you know. We just sort of ignore the warning signs. Well, when people are waving red flags directly in your face, I don't know. I think that we should pay attention a little bit. Tracy, go ahead, my lovely.
Thank you, Marcus. So I was thinking, this document that Putin signed, this nonsense document where he just likes to, of course, rewrite international laws, or he thinks he can anyway, to take back all the parts of the former USSR. Like, that includes parts of Germany, doesn't it? So I was wondering what Germany think about that. And if we've not heard any comments from them, have we? Maybe we should all start, I don't know, tweeting Scholz and asking for the Taurus.
Well, you know, if they're on the list as well, it would certainly give them incentive, wouldn't it? But you know what he's like. He's just like that. Oh, now here's something. The EU Commission have threatened to block Slovakia's funding. So they're not just taking this, I suppose. That's a good thing to hear. Bear with me.
So, can I tell you about the SBU whilst you tap on your keyboard, Muckers?
Yeah, it's fighting back today. It really is. Being a pain in the posterior. No, I was just going to say that in Prague, the abolition of the Special Prosecutor's Office for Corruption has been abolished. So the Special Prosecutor's Office for Corruption has been abolished in Slovakia. This should, amongst other things, be part of judicial reform. The EU Commission is very critical of this move and is now threatening a financial blockade. So, you know, we'll see if Hungary gets Article 7'd, and we can always then say, oh, look, Slovakia, you're going to have to start, you know, being a bit more European. if you want to be part of us and have all that money. Now, carry on. Sorry, I had to get that out.
That's okay, Mockers. No need to apologise. You know, I hope they do it quicker than they did with Hungary, though, because, you know, they let Hungary mess about for quite some time before they decided to go to the stage of Article 7. And I think that's only because of his veto of that 50 million euros. But so I hope that if Slovakia do keep messing about, that the EU take action much sooner, and let's hope the Article 7 for Hungary is a deterrent. But the SBU this morning have detained a Russian agent who was hunting for the armed vehicles of the armed forces of Ukraine, and in specifically Bushmasters mockers. Some of these are starting to have very specific targets, you know, specific types of equipment, for example. So, counterintelligence officers of the SBU has detained, another FSB agent. These are supposedly amazingly fantastic FSB agents seem to be getting caught all the time. So, of course, I'm happy with that. So the defendant tried to identify and hand over to the aggressor locations of the heavy weapons of the armed forces of Ukraine near the front line in the Bakhmut area. In the zone of special attention of the agent were units of Ukrainian troops on armoured vehicles, specifically Bushmasters. In order to obtain the intelligence, the Russian agent visited the former frontline settlements and covertly photographed the required objects. She transmitted the received information through messenger to her curator, whose identity has also been identified. He turned out to be a staff member of the FSB in the temporarily occupied parts of the east of Ukraine. SBU employees timely exposed the agent and therefore prevented the enemy attack. So that's good to know, but of course, that means that they get a lower sentence. The phone which she used in intelligence and subversive activities was confiscated and seized from the detainee. She turned out to be a resident of Kostiantivka and was remotely... Say again?
Kostantivka, that one?
Yeah. Yes, that one. Thank you, Mockers. She was remotely recruited by the Russian Special Services at the end of 2022. So she was recruited then, and she's only just doing something now. And this goes to what we keep talking about, these sleeper agents that Russia's waking up, which sounds like something out of a spy movie when you say it. It sounds like you're talking about some kind of conspiracy theory. And sometimes I think they do this on purpose, so you have difficulty communicating that to people. I think, you know, people shut off because it just sounds so unbelievable sometimes, the things that they do. So far the investigation, they have informed her about a suspicion under Part 2 of Article 111 of the Criminal Code. Oh, she does face life imprisonment. Oh, that's good to know, isn't it? I would give them all life, Mockers.
I'm sure you would. God, they're going to need to build some new prisons after this, aren't they? Because they certainly have an awful lot of people that they've been keeping hold of for Russia. And on top of that, they've been catching an awful lot of naughty beggars. And yeah, I'll be honest, I'd best not ever be in charge with somebody like that, because I wouldn't be responsible for my actions.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Oh, bless. Some pilots are not very happy about being diverted due to the storm. Either that, or they're just, you know, they're making a regular holding pattern, and it's just they're a bit bored. I'm just going to repost something, and you can have a look and see what I mean. Due to the storm, there's some pilots have had to hang around for a while, and I think they've been having a bit of a chat with one another and decided that they would have an amusing afternoon. So yeah, just a bit amusing. Oh dear. It's amazing what pilots get up to, isn't it? Now then, I have a little something. Bear with.
Look, because before
Yeah.
that, speaking of pilots, if it's okay, I just thought I would tell you that Yuri Ignat has said that some of the Russian missiles did not reach their targets due to the malfunctions and operations of our electronic warfare system. So you were indeed right.
Yeah, some malfunctioned, some obviously didn't hit their targets, and others were taken down by electronic warfare means. So I am very interested in this, how they're managing to do that. Well, I imagine eventually some people will find out, but maybe not us. Maybe not for a while yet. So I was looking for more information about this attack on the Ust-Luga gas condensate plant near St. Petersburg. So I've got a nice little write-up from Chris O'Wiki. I thought we'd just go through it. So obviously we know that it was a particularly audacious attack on the gas facilities near St. Petersburg, and reportedly enabled by their Ukrainians basically just watching and waiting for them to move their air defense systems. You see, they've been taking out a lot of these things nearer the front, and so gradually they've been moving them away from other areas, and this has been being observed for some time. So they ended up with a chronic shortage of usable air defense systems in the area of St. Petersburg and the approach. However, some of them were actually redeployed to protect Putin's luxury residence at Lake Valdai. So he left this place unguarded in order to make sure that his own luxury residence was covered by enough air defense. Goes to show how he feels, huh? What an idiot. Anyway, the VCHK Telegram channel reports that a Pantsir S1 short-range air defense, or SHORAD, systems, formerly based in St. Petersburg area, were mostly redeployed to protect another important facility in Valdai. That's right, Putin's residence. It was reported before the war in Ukraine that Russia had established a Pantsir regiment in St. Petersburg. However, apart from being mostly deployed to Valdai, its Pantsirs have also reportedly been sent to Ukraine, with one being lost in an accident while being moved. The VCHK comments, "Today it is simply impossible to take St. Petersburg and the Leningrad Oblast in a circumferential air defense network, as well as important strategic enterprises due to a great shortage of anti-aircraft missile systems." It notes that the local air defense units are mainly equipped with longer range systems such as the S-300, 400 and Buk M1, which have great difficulty engaging small, slow targets traveling at low altitude. In response to the attack, Astra Telegram reported that Russia has now deployed S-300s to protect more sites in the region around St. Petersburg, and a video recorded by local residents shows the S-300 on the road and says, "Oh, so guys, we are preparing for the worst." So I kind of like that as well. It's difficult to hide the war now, but also, yeah, that is quite a long-range system, and so, you know, I don't know. It's either got a chance to hit it from really far away, but is it going to see it? By the time it's seen it, will it actually be you know, within the usual range of that thing. So yeah, they've not got the best systems. They need some of the more shorter range systems, and probably something like, you know, the guns mounted on movable vehicles, you know, the kind of thing that Ukraine have. I know they've copied Ukraine with regards to a lot of other things, but they haven't quite picked up on that bit yet, have they? The air defence has got to be in layers. So, you know, like you have the long range stuff, you have the medium range stuff, you have the short range stuff, so that you
Well,
cover all aspects.
sorry to cut you off then, Mockers. Yeah, well, they didn't think they needed to, did they? So it's that hubris, isn't it, that they never thought that the war was going to come back and touch them in any way.
Well, that is very true, isn't it? But you see, Ukraine have had the opportunity to reach out and touch them for some time. But I think they've held off doing the worst that they could do for some time. And now they've decided, nah, Beckett, we're going to do it all. So, you know, I think it's absolutely right that they're ramping up their pressure on Russia now, and going after things which are much more important to them. And believe it or not, that's not people. Yeah, I know. What's important to them is money. Oh, would you believe I've forgotten to put my bin out and the bin manager's driving past? Balls. Never mind. Next time. Ah, well.
That's so annoying. I do that all the time with the recycling.
Oh, honestly, I'm terrible at remembering to put it out. And when I do, I'm terrible at remembering to bring it in as well. So, never mind. Oh. Now then, we've seen the Ukrainians make these evacuation drones. Have you seen them, Tracy? These drones that sort of run along the ground with sort of a cradle in that you can lay a person in?
I have seen them, yes, Mockers. They're just amazing.
Yeah, they do look pretty nifty, don't they? I mean, I don't know where and when and exactly how, you know, they're going to come into their best use, but they're innovating these sorts of things all the time. I'm just going to pop something up in the nest for us all to have a quick look at. So these are the Russian evacuation trolleys in Sevastopol. So they've launched an evacuation trolley network, and they're asking people to help purchase more for their team. So these are, well, all right. These are, well, they're little trolleys that you would maybe move some goods about on, you know. Oh, sorry, just a video with somebody talking. Yeah. So they sort of look a bit like, you know how you would make like a bed and you would put two sticks on either side and you would drag it behind something, you know, you would put somebody on there. It's kind of like that, but you push it. Very primitive anyway. Oh, you can see it anyway for yourselves, if it ever arrives in the nest. Oh, there it is. Second. So yeah, the production of these evacuation trolleys. So yeah, I'm going to say that I have a lot of faith in them, and they're asking people to buy some for them when they look like they've been sort of put together from bits of scrap. However, that's their alternative, Tracy. I think that's quite funny.
I mean, what are they like? That's just ridiculous.
Well, they have all these good ideas, you see, and they don't have the technology, but you know, they're getting there, aren't they? Ever so slightly, just a little tiny bit at a time. Just so funny, some of the stuff.
You know, talking of evacuation drones, Mockers, I was wondering when you were saying then about, do you remember those that the UK sent? If you remember, not long ago, they didn't say how many that they sent, but they did show a video of somebody being transported by a drone, and they had that, it's like a stretcher, and you know, it was flying along at low level. And of course, they can only be used in limited situations. But I was thinking then, as you were saying about what Ukrainians have designed, I wonder if they will now use those to make their own. That would not surprise me at all. You know, use the design, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Anything can always be improved upon, can't it? I think that's kind of how they feel, that, you know, yeah, we have something good here. Can we improve it? You know, that's always the sort of the can-do attitude that you get from Ukrainian engineers and what have you there. Oh, now then, there's a video I'm just seeing from Evpatoria in the west of the Russian-occupied Crimea, and it shows a big bunch of damaged tanks and armoured vehicles being loaded into railway cars, allegedly to be transported back to Russia. So, yeah, apparently that scrap there, they're going to try and turn that around. They're going to need a lot of spare parts, but I wonder how they're getting them back, whether they're taking them over the bridge or not, because I have a funny feeling they can't take them over the bridge. They have to load them off again and send them by ferry. So I think that's probably how they're doing it, but they'll be shipping them by rail, won't they, to the ferry? So, yes.
Well, they're quite limited now, aren't they?
Yeah, they're obviously trying to recycle this crap. And exactly what you're saying there, that, you know, I mean, I said this, that he's, there's only so much stuff that you can, you know, allow to be destroyed before you start running out. And we've looked at their stocks, and we've seen that they've been depleting their stocks. Now, these stocks aren't empty, but what has been noted is that the stuff that's still there is very unlikely to be in any sort of condition to be redeployed anywhere. It's past its best. They've nicked loads of stuff off it. You know, they've cannibalized so much stuff out of these things now. Like, for example, there's half a field of artillery systems that are lined up somewhere in Russia, but not a single one of them has a barrel. What does that tell you? They've obviously whipped them off there for others, haven't they? For replacement barrels, or to, you know, botch together new systems, perhaps. So, yeah, I think it's got to come to that at some point, that you know, they start to actually get to the point where they're quite limited. Now, Ukraine have noticed this, and that is why every single time Ukraine see a vehicle of Russia's, they take it out. They literally, like, you know, vehicles, that's what they're going for. And every time one of them arrives on the battlefield, Ukraine are just taking it out. They make it their prime target. And I think we can see from the numbers overnight that seems to be working very well for Ukrainians at the moment. They may not have, you know, taken out a massively huge amount of additional people. You know, it's all quite continuous, that sort of high number, around 900 a day, which is a lot. But yeah, the very fact that they've suddenly taken out an absolute shed load of vehicles, well, sooner or later, you just can't keep up that sort of attrition, can you? You just cannot. So, yeah, I'm just waiting for the point where they are literally just sending people. just people. We have noticed in some areas that's what they're doing. Now then,
Not even very well-equipped people at that.
I know, it's pretty awful, isn't it? I heard a story of some guys being told, you'll get more ammunition on the battlefield. As in, find it. Go find it. It's a scavenger hunt. Under artillery. Sounds like fun, doesn't it? Maybe not. I knew you'd enjoy that, Prince. Now then. Has anyone seen Gerasimov recently?
No.
Query. Just a query. I noticed he's just been a bit quiet, hasn't he? There were rumours of his death, you know. Just pointing that out. I've seen a lot of memes recently saying, "Oh, where's he gone? Is he going to turn up?" So yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's having an attitude adjustment somewhere, or he's in hospital, or he's been poisoned. You know, one of these.
All of the above.
Yeah, all of the above. Well, that's it. There's a list of reasons why he might not be around, isn't there? None of them particularly good for him. I've noticed. Yeah, none of them particularly good.
So we have an update from Kyiv military administration. As of 11:30 Kyiv time, 22 people were injured in a rocket attack. 13 of them are hospitalized. The data will continue to be updated, and that's from Sergei Popo, the head of the Kyiv military administration.
Right. Thank you for keeping us updated. Yeah, it's scrapping it. We need to know though. We need to know. We can't only ever just give out good news because well, life's not like that, is it? Life's pretty shit. Now then, however, I have seen something which will cheer me up greatly, and I don't know if Genesis Man is listening, but I did send him this morning. So it's just one of these mysterious fires again. You know, the what's it called? The
Short circuit?
Yeah, my short circuit brain. The Ministry of Spontaneous and Mysterious Fires. So the Kama region now. So this is in Perm, and so there was a large fire, and it was a hangar, a big hangar that burned down. So 32 firefighters and 9 vehicles took part in extinguishing the hangar, and I had to mention this because the cause of the fire is recorded as spontaneous combustion, which I think is just beautiful. Whatever happened, it went boom, Tracy.
What, just on its own, Mockers, with no fuel or oxygen or ignition?
I'm assuming there was something quite flammable in there. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely on fire. But I just thought, spontaneous combustion, how often does that just happen in random warehouses? You know, just interesting, at least, that would be what they would use as an excuse. Now then, I need you just to give me 2 mementos, if you don't mind, please.
Yes, absolutely, Mockers, no problem at all. So I'm just looking at updated information. So I just saw some information about, let's have a look. I'm just going to read it here and get, so a man has been pulled out from under the rubble in Lviv. Unfortunately, he says that he also has a wife and child who remain under the rubble. So I hope that they obviously get pulled out, because that's absolutely heartbreaking. Of course, any life, it's heartbreaking that any of them, but you know, when it's a child, it's particularly more difficult, isn't it? But let's have a look. In the Tavria direction, let's have a look. Out of the last day, the enemy carried out 11 airstrikes and 39 combat encounters, and also fired 836 artillery shells. Defenders firmly hold the defence and carry out active actions in designated directions. Total losses of the enemy in this direction for one day amounted to 416 people, 110 units of military equipment. Wow! In particular, 6 tanks, 6 self-propelled guns, 18 artillery systems, 38 UAVs, 27 vehicles, 2 units of special equipment, and 5 enemy ammunition depots were destroyed, which is absolutely fantastic. And that's reported by, go ahead, Muckers.
I just said beautiful.
And that was reported thanks to Alexander Tanavsky. And then I was just looking at the report from the naval forces, because there's been an increase in the amount of ships that Russia has. So there's 10 enemy ships in the Black Sea. That's the largest number that I've seen for quite some time. 2 of those are Caliber cruise missiles with a total salvo of up to 14 missiles. 1 enemy ship in the Sea of Azov, and 2 enemy ships in the Mediterranean, of which 1 is a Caliber cruise missile carrier, total salvo of up to 8 missiles. So that's interesting, isn't it? 10 ships. Well, I hope something happens to all of them.
Well, some of these ships are going to be, I suppose, trying to protect the cruise missile carrier type things. I suppose they'll be more like recon and patrol boats, won't they? That'll be going out with them. There you go. Sorry, just sorting the cats out. So yeah, some of those are going to be sort of what you would expect to be the escort. That's what I was trying to say. That these things don't tend to just go out by themselves. They'll have an escort with them, won't they? So it looks as though they're being quite careful, really, and they've got quite a substantial escort for both ships. Now, I do believe that one of the things they've been having trouble doing is loading Caliber cruise missiles. So loading them onto ships generally was done at Sevastopol. It can be done elsewhere, but it's not ideal. They don't have all the facilities to do it properly. So Sevastopol is really the place that they have to load it. And so I think this is why they've recently been trying to move a couple of ships into Sevastopol, because they kind of need that facility. And we haven't seen a lot of ship-shot missiles, have we? They've mostly been airborne, just the odd 1 or 2 every so often. And I think this is part and parcel of that problem. Now, that also suggests to me that even when they can load missiles onto those ships, maybe that facility is a bit damaged and they can't just do them all. Because, I mean, you know, why just 1 every so often? I know they're sort of dealing with some sort of strategy, but, you know, if they'd have had them ships all loaded up and ready, wouldn't you think that they might have included a couple of them in last night's missile attack?
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right. They've not really used them, have they? I think the most I saw most recently was maybe 3, if I remember rightly, when they fired at the beginning of the year. And are they the Onyx ones as well that they usually use? Well, they have various different ones, don't they? But we've seen them use the Onyx ones, particularly like in places like Odessa. But yes, it's interesting, isn't it? Because they don't seem to be using them very much, which I can only say, of course, is a good thing. And I hope they meet up with lots of sea babies.
Well, that's the thing as well. Going out to sea can be a little bit, you know, exciting, especially in the Black Sea, where Ukraine's got, like, you know, lots of drones and eyes, I think, as well. Eyes on. So, yeah, I would imagine it's quite nerve-wracking going out in the Black Sea if you're on a Russian ship, to be absolutely fair. Especially with everything that they've been seeing recently. I mean, come on. Those guys have watched their headquarters blow up and everything. So it's not like, you know, they're sat down there in Crimea not really feeling the heat. When your headquarters blows up, you know you're effed, don't you? Now, would you like to hear something that the Russians are whining about? Because
Always.
Yeah, I love a bit of Russian tears. And so Mercedes. Have we heard that Mercedes are leaving Russia? Because
finally,
yeah, Mercedes-Benz chose to leave the Russian auto market, according to Russian-German journalist Gregor Spitzen, who regularly gets published in various Russian language media in Germany. Oh, he also goes on slowly of him. But this guy, generally, he's one of these fellas who is sort of, I think he's probably employed to do this, but he actually makes some good points and then gets a massive backlash from others in the show. And we know that that's part and parcel of their sort of the way they tell their propaganda. But this guy actually seems to have a half a brain. So he's basically just, you know, complaining and saying, you know, that there's a reluctance to switch to alternative energy sources. Therefore, Mercedes-Benz is pulling out. It's a consequence of the insufficient character in the top management of the German auto giant. Oh, he's very upset. But Russians are very butthurt about it, and they're whining about it. They're not just whining about it like on the telly. They're whining about it all over. Can you imagine all those people who love their Mercedes cars? German manufacture. You know, it's good quality stuff. Not anymore, kids, not anymore. It's taken them a very long time to pull out of Russia. But I think they've finally got the, you know, the real sort of deal on this, that Russia's not going to be the same again after this. They're going to fall apart. They're not going to afford to be able to buy Mercedes cars anymore, are they? So what's the point in having a market there? That's what I think. I think that that's what they've come to. It's more a business decision than a moral decision, obviously. But it gets the job done at least.
Yeah, it's taken them long enough, like you say, hasn't it? And I absolutely agree. They're just doing it because, well, they've realised what we've known for ages, that Russia's going to fall apart, and nothing you can do about it. Just let it happen. So yeah, it's a bit annoying that it's taken so long, but at least it's happening now. I believe did they not turn off some software or things like that, software updates that previously mockers. So at least they did something, I guess.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There was a blockage of software updates, so things stopped working on some of the newer models, which I thought was really funny. Iwana.
Hello, Marcus and Tracy. So nice to hear from you every day. So I remember that I've seen something yesterday that I wanted to share in the space, and because you talked about cars, and I think it is also important to show what is happening in Russia. So I'll just make a little parenthesis before. I told you about the fact that apparently the properties, the real estate, is not selling very well lately in the last 6 months. It decreased quite significantly. Also, the loans for getting a new car decreased quite significantly in Russia. This shows that either there are no money on the market, or people are trying to conserve the money in order to, you know, prepare for the black days ahead, for the bad times ahead. But I've seen something yesterday, an article that is quite interesting. So in 2023, a third of the cars sold, the used cars sold in Russia had falsified mileage. So 30% of the cars were with the falsified millage. And I think this shows something also, you know, used cars are being sold because they are cheaper, but there is still this habit to, you know, modify the millage of the cars in order to show them more presentable. So a third of the cars. So it was in different regions in Samara, in Chelyabinsk, in Rostov, Bashkiria. Bashkiria, for example, 23%, Tatarstan, St. Petersburg, Moscow, and so on and so forth. So the total amount of damage to buyers of these used cars for 2023 was estimated at 612 billion rubles. Apparently, the buyers are most interested in Ford, Land Rover, Infiniti, and Mitsubishi cars. The market for the used cars increased by 17%, but this is on the background of the market for cars decreasing a lot. So people bought less new cars and more used cars, and a third of them were with the falsified millage. So yeah, I think among the Russian cars, among the cars, the new cars bought, Lada is the leader, and foreign cars, Toyota is the leader. So yeah, what do you think about this?
Well, when I was first looking at getting my very first car, somebody said to me, you should buy a Ford because parts are plentiful and they are cheaper to repair as a result. So I wonder if that's going into their thinking. They're going specifically after certain model types, after certain
Yes,
brands. You know.
it's possible for Ford, and also for the Japanese cars. I know that they are very feasible. They do not break very easily. You know, they work like this. They are sturdy sturdy cars. Also, Land Rover, maybe it's, you know, a sign of wealth or whatever, but you know, buying a Land Rover at second hand and buying gas. We used to ridicule the so-called wealthy people in Romania that were trying to have like very presentable cars, but when in gas station they bought like for $10 a fuel. So maybe this is happening in Russia too. I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen that. Guys I know with really swanked up cars borrowing like £2 for petrol. Yeah. Prince?
As somebody who used to own a Land Rover, freaking expensive to maintain. Dang, I'm telling you. I mean, it was cool that it lifted up and went down, and that's why I wanted it, because it was like a toy. Man, I loved that vehicle. You guys remember that song by who was it? Muse? Supermassive Black Hole.
Yeah.
I had a custom sticker on the windshield that said Supermassive. I had custom plates that said Supermassive. But then I had to pay, I don't even remember how much, just to have the battery replaced, not including the price of the battery, because you had to like have a certified Land Rover tech replace the freaking battery. Land Rover, most expensive car in the world. I swear to God. Great cars. I miss my Land Rover. Mockers, don't interrupt. I'm just anyway. But I'm just saying, you know, maybe it's different in Russia, but I can't imagine this being a smart car to buy in Russia right now. I will say, I agree with what you said about the Japanese cars and all that, but I also have to put a kick in there for the Korean cars. I got a Kia Soul in 2010, and well, it is just perfect. I love that car, and it has required very little maintenance, just routine maintenance, nothing else. And yeah, I love that car. Of course, I don't drive it very much. It's almost 14 years old. It's almost been 14 years since I bought it now. and it still has under 60,000 miles on it.
Let's just say I once had to buy tyres for a BMW. I nearly cried.
Oh yeah.
It was an expensive day.
Pain. Care and agony on you.
I didn't even buy the top notch ones either. I was gutted. Now then, there's been another electrical bavovna. This time in Vladivostok. So, according to some reports, an electrical substation exploded in Vladivostok today. Local residents reported that in the Patroklusk residential area of Vladivostok, electricity went out after the sound of an explosion, plunging the entire area into darkness. A fire at the Zagrodanaya substation and the main distributor burned down. There are 475 apartment buildings left without electricity, where more than 99,000 people live, and another 125 private blocks. Electricians are working to eliminate the accident. I'm just going to pop that into space so that you can see the lovely bavovnas. I especially enjoy when there are electrical fires. You know, the blue light brings me joy. So yeah, I got a bit excited, and well, you can see that they're just having terrible problems. Ioana.
Yeah, so many fires, and I remembered again about another news that I've seen yesterday in Kommersant, and I think it's very interesting. So we have seen a lot of fires in Russia in the last 22 months, or whatever, since we are just watching what is happening in Russia. I do believe that this number is higher than before the war. I do believe that it has something to do with the war, of course. Recently, we have seen the big fire in the Wildberries warehouse near Moscow. So it was big fire. I don't know, 70,000 square meters, and they fought to extinguish it for quite a while. Earlier in the year, there was another fire in Ozon, another warehouse where there was a fire, and I've seen this news in Kommersant, and I really don't know how to interpret it. So Wildberries and Ozon announced the involvement of private firefighters to protect the warehouses. So basically, they organized their own firefighting, brigade for the warehouses, because they are kind of deceived. I don't know, not very happy with what happened with the services that the state firefighting provided to them. So they say that they are strengthening fire safety measures and conducting their own inspections. Besides, taking care of the emergency exits, hatches, hydrants, and so on, they organize fire safety posts, and practically it's a private fire department for them. So what do you think, Mockers? You live in a country, you pay taxes. The taxes are supposed to cover, the basic services like infrastructure, firefighting, I don't know, medical care for some, at least emergency medical care. And you find yourself in the situation in which you have to just make your private firefighting brigade, because the others are not really taking care of you. So what do you think?
Well, I think one of the other things you didn't mention there was sewage, and that's becoming a real problem as well. Just utility services in general. But yeah, you're right that I don't know if you've seen Dad's Army, a British program about a group of guys who were left at home on the home front, as it were, to protect the UK, and they're all a bunch of old dudes, so they were like old guy volunteers, and I think there's one young one amongst them, and he's as thick as a brick, and it's kind of like that, isn't it? That these are the guys that are left to run their fire service, basically. And you can imagine it's just a comedy of errors. Absolutely comedy of errors. Now, 10 years after Ukraine was first attacked, shall we have a little look at what Russia have achieved? They control 17% of Ukrainian territory, and they now have the entirety of Ukraine and the free world against them. And it seems that only bots love Russia now. Now, here's a little video that just explains. Now, my acquaintances and relatives are from Sloviansk and Kramatorsk. This is the territory that was 100% pro-Russian. All the 8 years that they lived there when the special military operation began, they suddenly realised. My aunt is about 80 years old. She was very pro-Russian, but now she calls my mother and says a nuclear bomb should be dropped on Putin. A lot of relatives who were neutral, secretly pro-Russian before this started, they now collect and volunteer to support the Ukrainian army. They have seen the result of the war when Kryvyi Rih was shelled. Sloviansk was destroyed. Who is to blame? Well, Putin. They see the non-military targets that are often shelled. Now, the Russian MOD claims it only hits military targets, but even their state propaganda officials admit that's a lie. In fact, not only military targets are shelled. As a native of Donbass, I can confirm the majority of the population was pro-Russian and treated Russia and Russians well. I can also confirm that now only an insane person can be pro-Russian there. There are hardly any pro-Russian sentiments. After all that Russia has done, all these pro-Russian sentiments have been destroyed by their own missiles. And that is exactly how it is, that, you know, there were quite a lot of people there who were, shall we say, sympathetic. They were, you know, they had families in Russia, they had friends in Russia, they had no particular beef at all. And now they're like totally the other way around. Now they have beef. Definite beef. So, yeah. You treat your neighbours horrendously, and this is what happens. You get into a lot of trouble. And now, you know, not only Ukrainians can't actually stand even the thought of, you know, being taken over or being so close to Russia even. You know, now they realise that it's never going to be the same in the future, basically. It's just never going to be the same. Tracy?
No, it's never going to be the same indeed, but it's about time Russia got what they deserved anyway. Speaking of Germany, as we were previously, the Ministry of Defence has just reported institutional development, strengthening of air defence, a bilateral security agreement. The Deputy Minister of Defence has met with German deputies. So this is Stanislav Haidar, held a meeting with a delegation of the German Bundestag deputies in Kyiv. The Deputy Minister thanked the German partners for their political, economic and military support, thanked them for the leading role in the anti-aircraft and anti-air and anti-missile defence coalition. Protecting the sky is one of the most important components of this war, he said. He spoke about the activities of the ministry and noted that the department's task is to coordinate all the defence forces. Among the priorities are institutional changes, anti-corruption measures, and the construction of transparent procurement mechanisms, digitalisation, and de-bureaucratisation. Among the urgent military needs of Ukraine is air defence, The priority is also worked out that an agreement on security guarantees that Germany can provide to Ukraine before it becomes a member of NATO. So, I mean, it's about time, isn't it? You know, the UK followed by Canada. We need all those G7 countries to make those same bilateral agreements, I think, really.
We absolutely do, and Ukraine is looking to forge ahead with a lot more of these agreements. So yeah, there are many to follow up, I believe. Ivana.
Yeah, so about this subject, I've seen that Poland too committed to that. It was said, I believe, during the visit of Donald Tusk in Kiev yesterday. Romania too is part of this, coalition that wants to provide security guarantees to Ukraine, and I'm very happy about it. There were 9 countries when I last checked, and Romania was one of them. But I wanted to comment on the situation, in Donetsk, what you talked about earlier a little bit. So Russia called the UN Security Council meeting, emergency meeting, because of the shelling of the market in Donetsk the other day. I think we all know that there was a shelling in the market, apparently with artillery shells. And according to, OSINT, it's very likely that it was a false flag or a Russian attack or Russian doing that and trying to blame Ukraine because they calculated the time for the artillery shells to go there and to reach and also the direction of the strikes and so on. So basically, it seems again like a Russian false flag attack. So they called the UN Emergency Council for that, of course, the hypocrisy of it. And what they have done this night? They attacked with more than 40 missiles, Kyiv, residential areas, and Kharkiv and other cities. So they have the audacity to call a UN Security Council for something that they did themselves in Donetsk just to blame Ukraine. But the next night, they are shelling peaceful Ukrainian cities that are far from the front line. So I really, I don't know what to say anymore about this. It's so outrageous to think of it. So all the staging that they have done since 2014, and they are continuing to do it now, and then they are turning the facts, and they are just saying that someone else did it. Someone else did it. We are so peaceful. We are just bombing Kyiv and other cities, not Donetsk.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he's going to be able to go in there and barefaced, whatever, speak to anyone today. But he will, won't he? The little weasel. And yeah, just how much gall do you have to be that cynical? To just, go in there and speak to everybody like nothing's happening, blaming Ukraine for this incident that's obviously nothing to do with Ukraine, while also bombing, people in their homes just overnight, just for the joy of it. I find this, particularly egregious.
Well, they'll refuse to listen to him and walk out anyway. That would be good. A collective walkout.
Well, yeah, but I kind of wish they could just get security to pick him up and throw him out, to be fair. It's just disgusting. It's absolutely vile. I'll be honest, it's a good job I'm not a diplomat. I used to be very diplomatic, but these days I'd just punch him in the face.
Actually, sorry, Lavrov is in United States for this UN Security Council. Of course, he is a diplomat. Of course, he is a security clearance because of this. But I don't know. It seems so unreasonable for Lavrov stepping on the soil of United States. I mean, that's why I'm calling all the time. Just for design Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, because this is the only way to just prevent ridiculous things like this happening. You know, Lavrov stepping in United States and participating to a UN Security Council. This is outrageous.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And well, it's just truly disgusting. I find it so stomach churningly gross that he's even allowed to be there. Ivana?
Yeah, about diplomatic things and how this works. Sorry, I've seen a news yesterday. It's kind of not related really, but it's still about diplomatic things. That Putin will visit Egypt to inaugurate a nuclear power plant. That was presented by a quite believable account. I won't name it because everybody can make a mistake. And I checked. Egypt is actually signatory of the Rome Statute. They didn't ratify this in the parliament, but they signed it. So it's kind of, it applies, it doesn't apply. Normally you need a ratification to apply. And of course, I'm talking about Putin being indicted by the International Criminal Court. But actually I checked, and on the site of the Kremlin, they talk about it, but Putin will participate by video conference, of course, because he has not the courage to go to Egypt. And sincerely, it would have been outrageous for Putin to go to Egypt in the context of what is happening in the Middle East right now. Even the fact that he's participating by video conference to this inauguration of a nuclear power plant in Egypt is kind of I'm not very happy with this, but anyway, he's not going there. He's not going there. He will participate by video conference. So if you are seeing news about Putin going to Egypt, no, he's not.
Noted. Thank you. Greg, welcome up.
Hi, Marcus. How are you? Haven't spoken for a while.
Indeed, we have not. Yeah, I'm pretty good.
No, good. Excellent. Yeah, very good. You and everybody? I just thought I'd come up because the conversation you were just having a moment ago with Yona and Tracy about Lavrov. I'm a bit confused. Maybe you can help me clarify exactly the situation with Lavrov in the States. Last time there was a UN meeting in the States in New York, he was he was not cleared with his diplomatic passport to enter the States. And if you recall, it was about 6 months ago, and he went absolutely ballistic. And that was good, though. I think he ended up having to do a teleconference, a video conference, to join in, and we didn't hear the end of it. And on this occasion, of course, he makes this speech, and before the Ukrainian ambassador, British ambassador, US ambassador, etc., can respond, he gets up and walks straight out. Then they launch the missiles. They do what they've done in the last 6 hours or 12 hours. And in the meantime, what does Lavrov do? He's next door in one of the UN boardrooms having a meeting in confidence with the Iranian United Nations delegation. Now, I've just had some dinner. I'm trying to keep it down. But is that the sickest thing that you've heard besides what's happened today with the bombings in Ukraine?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Why was he allowed into the US this time? Could I ask?
I think he was allowed in last time.
Was he?
But the his delegation wasn't allowed in, and it was the same this time. He arrived on his own.
I wish they'd just knock him back and say you're not welcome, PO. Yeah. Now I've sent you just quickly. I've just sent you a DM. Have they increased the range of the Ukrainian drones?
Yes, they have.
Vladivostok is a little bit, but a bit further than 900,000 kilometers away, is it, from the launch sites in Ukraine?
Yeah, maybe not that one.
No, I don't think so. It sounds good though. We wish. We wish there was some Ukrainian special forces lurking around there and doing a few things to really stir up hell, but unfortunately, yeah, don't know. It would be nice if the partisans were actually responsible for that.
Well, there's been an awful lot of electrical substations blowing recently.
Hmm.
Now, there might be a good reason that, you know, their heating systems have been breaking down. Well, if their heating systems are breaking down, they're all plugging in electric heaters. So that puts your electricity under a lot more strain. So it could just be a natural result of everything, you know, that's going on having a domino effect. But one or two of these electrical substations blowing up, you might expect, but there's been an awful lot of them. So I don't know. You'd like to think that maybe there was some human involvement there.
Well, we'd wish, but the other thing is, Vladivostok is on the Pacific. It doesn't get that cold there, does it? What's the temperature there at the moment to cause it to melt down to being overloaded from people having, you know, all their heaters on, trying to stay warm?
Well, I don't know. There's a particularly nasty cold over Russia at the moment. Nature seems to hate Russia particularly.
Oh, nature too. Oh, that's nice to see.
Yeah, Ioana, go ahead, my lovely.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring some details about Lavrov's visit to New York. So this is from TASS. According to their correspondent, the minister's plane flew from Moscow to the United States via the northern route, bypassing unfriendly nations, and it took 12 hours and 45 minutes. They have an article in TASS about this with a picture Lavrov descending from the plane. So he will participate in meetings of the UN Security Council on the Middle East and Ukraine. The journalists that are with Lavrov received US visas without the 25-mile travel restriction that happened in September. So this time they received visas, single entry type 1 journalist visa. They are valid until April. So he will stay in New York from from yesterday to tomorrow, 24 January, and he has some bilateral meetings. There is more on this on Reuters, an article from today. So he will meet with counterparts from Iran, Turkey, and Lebanon ahead of the Security Council meeting today to discuss Middle East situation, the tense situation in the Red Sea, as he puts it. He says that there is a need for a swift ceasefire in Gaza and the need for conditions for providing humanitarian assistance to civilians, and so on and so forth. And what I have some more, according to the Anadolu Agency, there will be this meeting behind closed door between Hakan Fidan, foreign minister of Turkey, and Lavrov. So we don't have more information about it. They are just reporting it. And that's all. So basically, he arrived there yesterday. He had some closed door meetings with the friendly countries, which seems to be Iran, Lebanon, and Turkey. He doesn't plan to meet with the Secretary Antony Blinken. There is no such meeting planned, and he will participate to the UN Security Councils discussing both Middle East and the situation in Ukraine.
Thank you, Ioana. Go ahead, Greg.
Just further to what was mentioned just a moment ago by Mockers regarding Vladivostok and the temperature there. It looks like it's minus 17 degrees Celsius. So it could actually be, Mockers, what you were saying, which is they're all freezing their butts off and all have their heaters on trying to stay warm and blowing the substations up, which just can't handle the overload pressure of everybody demanding electricity at once.
Thank you. Yeah, we've seen that. Sorry, go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, I was just going to say, well, you know, if you don't take care of things, eventually they break down. And then, you know, the next thing that you don't take care of breaks down, and the next thing and the next thing. And it is having sort of a rolling domino effect all the way across Russia, which is, well, it's interesting to see the trouble that it causes. I'm
It
enjoying that.
does. It does. Sorry, Marcus. And the other thing is tomorrow. I think Will and Furious Tony have been talking about a meeting that the government here is having and flying in ministers from all over Australia to discuss some urgent talks. Have you been on top of that with Will and Tony?
Yeah, they've kept coming and updating us about all the goings on. So yeah, there's fingers crossed for something maybe happen on the FA-18s eventually as a result of all this.
We could hope, even though we've got a lot of problems over here, and I think unfortunately they're probably going to be more meeting on using over in Europe and America. You guys must laugh at this. It's just so ridiculous. They're instead of talking about F-18s helping Ukraine after what's happened last 12 hours. The more worried, this is the government here, the more worried about supermarkets making profits. And ripping off consumers when everybody's struggling to pay their rent. And that's part of the reason I'm meeting tomorrow, to try and work out some way of making sure supermarkets aren't taking advantage, in their opinion, of high prices of consumers that are struggling. But they have got other issues as well to put up with here. There's a lot of backlash with Australia Day coming up this weekend, and the federal government is encouraging a lot of the councils around Australia and sporting events like the Ashes up in Brisbane, not to actually recognise the Australia Day Test as the Australia Day Test. It's just another test match, and are getting a lot of people here quite furious about it. So they're actually having to deal with that tomorrow as well. But having spoken to a federal minister over here, who's actually my federal MP, when I questioned him about the taipans and about the support, his response was something that I actually read almost word for word in the media, which is, we've given $900 million. We're one of the highest contributing non-NATO countries to have contributed funds to Ukraine, and we're doing everything we can. So unfortunately, I would love to hear, as the boys have said, some good news tomorrow about the F-18s or taipans, or the M1 Abrams being supplied, that we don't need anymore because they're being replaced and are redundant. But I'm not holding my breath out. I really wish I was wrong, but this government is not listening to anybody, and it's very, very frustrating for everybody over here. So yeah, just thought I'd warn you not to get expectations up too high, unfortunately.
Yeah, we hear they make some very strange decisions. Doesn't seem to be very popular. I'm not quite sure why they don't listen to people or polls. Very strange.
Well, the thing is, mockers, they're actually very closely aligned to the unions. People overseas probably aren't aware of this, but Australian government is not like the US or Britain. It's really the Liberals, which are, basically your looking after the top end of town sort of party. We've got the Greens, like everybody does, and people don't want them, but we've got them anyway. And then on top of that, we've got the other major party, which is currently in government, called Labor. And Labor has its roots and its foundations based on a union movement. So that's why, for example, the unions are behind blockades in Melbourne, trying to stop a Israeli-bound ship from being resupplied to take goods to Israel. And the unions are behind the Palestinians blocking that wharf. Why? It's because there's an industrial dispute with the owners of the docks, which people don't know about, and I read about today. But that's just how much the unions have their fingers in their pies here in terms of influencing policy of the government of the day.
Yeah, all our politics are a bit effed up, aren't they? Prince, go ahead.
Yeah, they're all messed up, man. All I was going to say about Lavrov is the one thing that I noticed, which didn't surprise me, was that he came in, gave his speech, and left. He didn't stick around, didn't listen to anybody else. So, They drive me nuts. What they're doing in the Security Council is absolutely shameful. And to have another meeting again, it's just insane. And I really wish that they would get off the Security Council somehow. I just don't know that it's possible, and it's frustrating. But yeah, I'm gonna eat my French
Prince,
fries and good. Yes, sir.
sorry
Yes,
to
Greg.
interrupt.
Okay.
Did you hear what I said earlier, which is the reason why he left? He actually went to a meeting room provided by the UN. Who else but the UN?
Oh, good lord.
To have a meeting with the representatives there from Iran.
I'm sorry, I must have missed that. I'm sort of passively listening, trying to get a few things done. It's 2:45 in the morning,
Oh my
and I
God.
try to get. No, this is what I do every day. As soon as I'm done co-hosting, I usually have a pile of stuff that I haven't gotten to through the day, and I'm up for like 3 more hours. So I'm eating my homemade French fries that I made in the air fryer and finishing a couple things up and going to bed soon. So thank you. But yes, the fact that he doesn't stick around really annoys me. He needs to stay and listen to what people have to say. Not like it would really make much of a difference, but he needs to stay and listen anyway.
Yeah, they should lock the doors and make him listen, shouldn't they? Go ahead, Tracy.
Yeah, they should. But the other thing I think as well is that it's obviously bothering him. Otherwise, he wouldn't leave. So I'm kind of satisfied that he's bothered enough that he can't sit there and listen to it. It makes me wonder if he's struggling to keep his horse face straight anymore, because it's just getting more and more ridiculous.
Certainly, some of his pronouncements are indeed ridiculous. Can't believe he says them with a straight face. Ghost, go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to add something to what Greg said about some partisans maybe there in Vladivostok. Let me answer that with a quote from Budanov, who was asked how far they would go into Russia, and he said, deeper and deeper. So there's your answer.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's definitely been quite noticeable, hasn't it, that not just a bit of Russia is blowing up. All sorts of bits of Russia are blowing up. Although in Novosibirsk, people finally have hot water. Oh, it's pouring out of the roof though. It's pouring out of the roof onto the street. So yeah, maybe that's not ideal. Okay. I also saw a lovely Chinese car in Russia that had been dug out of a snowdrift. And then when they'd gone to drive it away, the entire back axle with wheels came off because that was still embedded in the snow and ice. So that was a bit amusing as well. So that just one thing after another, isn't it? I'm loving these Chinese cars. They're really doing them a favor. So stop bragging about your air fryer. You love it, don't you? Now then, this is in the Moscow area. Not really exactly sure where, but new video complaining of simultaneous shut-off of water, heat and electricity for over 24 hours. This is not the first time. So let's just have a look what she's got to say. So can you imagine that at this very moment, the 21st century, just the century there, I don't know the technology, I don't know, it's automatic. Anyway, all the technological innovations. So yesterday, all the light, heating and water was turned off. It's still not back today. I don't know what they're called, but They were supposed to come back, and here we are, without light, water, or heat. This is the 21st century, yet these things happen quite often. The light is often cut off here. Something else, I haven't met such a thing in the Moscow area for such a long time. So, she said most of the country's used to this, but now it's happening in the Moscow area. Oh, how awful. Ioana?
I'm sorry, going back to what happened this night in Ukraine, in Kiev and Kharkiv. I'm really sorry to read that, but I think we have to read to see how outrageous the Russians are. Peskov was asked if the strikes in Kiev and Kharkiv can be considered a response to the shelling of Donetsk. This is between quotes because we know that there was no shelling from Ukrainians in Donetsk. And he says, he's saying no. And his response is like this. We continue the military actions and our military does not hit social facilities and residential areas, and they don't hit civilians, unlike the Kiev regime. That is what fundamentally distinguishes our military from the military of the Kiev regime. That is Peskov. So he lives in a reversed reality, or I don't know what is happening, because they are hitting civilian targets in Ukraine all the time, and even what happened in Donetsk is probably, most certainly, something that the Russians did, and they turned the reality upside down. So yeah, I cannot understand this. Anyway, whenever Peskov speaks, we know that he lies, but this is not just a lie. This is like, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just a lie. It's a barefaced lie. It's absolutely ridiculous. And yeah, I don't know. To me, it would just be very difficult. I mean, you know me anyway. I can't really tell lies since my brain injury, to be absolutely honest. It's one of those things I find really hard to do, just because I hear myself lying and I'm like, liar. So I can't do it. So it's yeah, it's just one of those things I find very difficult, and I hear it in other people. You know, it's a very slight change of tone or a pause or something, and I just find it really noticeable. And every time he speaks, he just barefaced lies. I mean, he may as well just come out and go, "You're all lizard people, and that's all I'm going to believe," and walk out again, because that's about as bonkers as the stuff that he says. You know, why is he even there? It's just a performance. And you know, he went there to speak to Iran. He didn't go there to speak to the UN. And I do hope that room was not fully secured. That's all I'm going to say about that. Be a shame if the Americans were listening, wouldn't it? Obviously they were. So yeah, just little things like that. I think, well, perhaps it's not such a bad thing after all. So we'll have to see what comes of it. But just looking at what's going on in Ukraine today, I mean, there's a video here of just a couple just holding one another while they watch as their home burns to the ground in Kharkiv today. And I imagine there's an awful lot of Ukrainian people wishing that Russians would understand exactly how that feels, that everything they care for is turning to dust. Well, you know what? That might actually happen. That might actually happen. Because things are falling down around them without having to be bombed. I mean, they look like they've been bombed, some of these places. So, you know, it's something that they're doing to themselves anyway. At some point, they're going to find out, aren't they? Well, they are finding out, in fact. Oh, I got a moment of the explosion in Vladivostok. So let's just have, oh, that was a big explosion. I'm just going to retweet this so you can have a wee look. It was on fire prior to the explosion, but the explosion afterwards was beautiful. Lovely blue flashes. It doesn't say how it's happened, but definitely on fire prior. That seems interesting, doesn't it? I'm just putting that out there. Let me see. Russia have continued to obviously waste the Security Council time. This is what I was talking about. So they've called for another emergency meeting using the platform for their blatant disinformation campaign, trying to provide a distraction from their own war crimes, although today that might be a tiny bit difficult with all the news coming out. Well, a lot of the people who were there, including the representative from the United States, said just that Russia is only here as a blatant disinformation campaign, trying to provide a distraction to us. And many countries reiterated the point that Russia could end this war at any point. Now, you know, it's important that they keep giving them this message, even if they don't always sit around to listen to it. But it is important that this message keeps coming out and that people aren't afraid to speak up like this and, you know, tell it how it is. It's got to be said to them, basically. Then I'm just checking something else. Remember that fight that Chechens and Russians had yesterday in Melitopol? Was it Melitopol?
Yeah, I think it was a checkpoint, wasn't it?
Yeah. They're now having a big ruck about it. There's been quite a lot of, shall we say, angry Russians saying that Chechens are all, well, they all have a lot of love for goats. I think something along those lines. They called them some really rather racist names. And the Kadyrovites, in turn, have said that they will put the Russians in their place. Oh, I'm liking this. So I'm hoping that continues, actually, because they're getting a little bit feisty with one another. Quite enjoying that a lot. Let's hope that they have a really good time fighting.
Yeah, like good. It's about time they all turned on each other, and I take great satisfaction in it too. And if they weren't invading Ukraine and killing and genociding innocent Ukrainians, then maybe I would feel differently. And you know, I do feel differently about them killing people in Russia. Obviously, if you're in a military facility and there's some collateral damage and whatnot, then obviously that happens. And well, you shouldn't be genociding another country. They're not trying to commit genocide on another country. It serves you right. The war has to come back and touch you. But I'm less sympathetic to those that are invading Ukraine, but so they can all carry on as far as I'm concerned. You know what it reminds me of? Fighting like rats in a sack, muckers.
Like rats in a sack, indeed. So, you know, hopefully, I don't know what that message was from, but thank you, I think.
Well, I'm not sure if we read it out, is why I sent it to you. It's part of a bigger message.
Oh, right. Okay. I don't know if I got the bigger message. Did you DM it?
No, so it's basically a further update and report from Kyiv. Sorry, Kharkiv. This has come via the National Police. A 59-year-old woman that was injured has unfortunately died. She received an explosive injury, shrapnel wounds to the head, neck and chest, abdomen and both legs. And then comes that part that I just texted to you.
Yeah, we can do without that bit.
I thought so.
Yeah, it's just awful. And I do feel for the rescue workers as well, because, you know, psychologically, yeah, it's not going to be a good day for them. And they have to do it again and again every single day. Every single day. So, just what the hell. Now then, there has been some information from Valerie Ryabich, don't know, Director of Defense anyway, and he said Ukraine received new long-range weapon. The strikes on facilities in the Leningrad region near St. Petersburg indicate that such means have appeared at the disposal of the armed forces of Ukraine. The distance between St. Petersburg and the Ukrainian border is, of course, 700 to 900 kilometers. But to bypass the Russian air defense, the trajectory was 1,250 kilometers. So they took quite a winding route by the looks of things in order to ensure that they were protected from air defense. So they've been planning that for some time. Definitely been planning that for some time.
Interesting.
Well, also, we've heard about a lot of random drones being found, you know, just sort of like crashed places in Russia. And so that was, you know, I wonder if some of these have just literally been reconnaissance drones, send it as far as you can, covering as much area as possible until it runs out of fuel. Lost. Who cares? One-way trip. But it's given them an awful lot of insights, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, you get some really good information from that, wouldn't you? Especially if they're not really detected and not really seen. So that's a really good point, actually, Mockers. That never occurred to me before.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, we see, you know, residents post up pictures on Telegram. Oh, we found a random bit of drone with blue and yellow on it, you know, must have come from Ukraine. And I know they've got a lot of informants and stuff, but I feel as though they've been sending, you know, just randomly as often as possible, these drones.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's a good point, because my first thought, I guess, like many other people, was that they've had some target or something, and for whatever reason, like you say, crashed or stopped. But actually, that's a really good point. If they're just reconnaissance, then eventually they run out of steam, but they've still done their job, haven't they? So that's actually. You notice these things, Muckers. I seem to notice these things stand out at you more than other people. So I'm just trying to do two things at once.
That's what it is. Just got a curious mind. You know, I like to, you know how women read things into everything. Well, I've honed that into more plausible things, shall we say? But yeah, just want to.
Do you want to hear about the number of the day?
Oh yes, go on.
Well, first of all, there's a video out which I'll post for people to have a look at the moment, where the burning fragment of the rocket fell in a courtyard in Kyiv. So that's, I mean, it just shows you how much damage it makes from just, you know, one small, like you say, fragment of some debris. But yes, the number of the day from the armed forces of Ukraine today is 18%. and that is because, I'll scroll back and find it, 18% of Ukrainian businesses were destroyed as a result of Russian aggression. This was stated by the study of the World Bank. The sectors of production and commerce were the most affected. 21% of these companies were destroyed. Affected firms in the east of the south of Ukraine lost an average of 49% and 37% of their assets due to Russian aggression, respectively. That is, the property of at least every fifth Ukrainian entrepreneur was physically damaged by the Russians. Businessmen in the east of the country lost an average of half of what they had earned. On a lighter note, actually, just before I go, because I'm late, I just wanted to tell you about something in Poltava that I'd seen recently, because I think it's absolutely fantastic. A lady had moved from Luhansk, and she'd had a business selling plus-size clothing, a very established business which had been completely destroyed. And thanks to the grants that the Ukrainians are doing for people in her position, she was able to set up her business again, and now she has a successful business and employs other people in Poltava. So I think something nice to leave you on there, muckers, and thank you for having me, and thank you for listening, everybody.
Thank you very much, Tracy. And yeah, I believe we have a Tim coming to join me shortly. Well, do you want to hear what Orban's up to now? Because oh, bless him, he's trying. You see, because he's got the willies up him now because he thinks that that he's stuffed for EU money, and he might well be, because he's all of a sudden started to sound very cooperative, and with Turkey looking like it's possibly going to make some sort of decision on Sweden's NATO ascension very soon, Hungary's PM has suddenly invited Sweden's PM to visit and negotiate joining NATO. Now, obviously, that's just you know, I'm gonna do these things now so that you don't chuck me out. Well, it's a teensy bit too late, because even if you approve those things, which is very nice, he's not tackling the problem of why he's under Article 7, which is his own fault. So I think that's kind of funny that he's trying to sort of like, make some conciliatory sort of hand waving at this point. Yeah, it's too late, my friend. Slightly too late for that. So I think that's pretty funny. But yeah, he suddenly started to back down from that position of no on everything, and he's like, oh well, maybe, and I think it's a bit too late for him to be doing that. He's already up the creek, and I believe Slovakia, yes, have also been told that a couple of the things that they've done recently might also get them into bother in the future if they don't, consider that there's freedoms and things that they're currently trying to take away from people. It's no big surprise, is it, that? Tim, good morning. FISO is supposed to be visiting Ukraine tomorrow. Do you think that's going to happen?
I don't know. It might happen. I mean, bigger dickheads have visited Ukraine since the escalation. I think Orban's been there, hasn't he?
Yeah, Orban's supposed to be going back soon as well. I don't know exactly when. Beginning of Feb, I think. So yeah, apparently. But I just wonder. You see, I don't think that Ukraine will particularly stop him from coming, but I think some of the inflammatory things that he said recently was maybe an attempt to, you know, upset the apple cart, get to the point of, well, maybe you are not worth bothering with. So we'll see. Anyway, sorry, I've got a problem with something on my system here. Yeah, we'll see. But I would like him to turn up and go away with a flea in his ear, to be absolutely honest. So I kind of feel as though he's trying to get out of it.
That's entirely possible. I mean, it's one thing to kind of bump into your equivalents at, you know, international summits and stuff like that. And even if you're, you know, kind of a bit orcs, but, you know, you have a glass of Bucks Fizz and say hi, whatever. But a state visit is going to be, yeah. I wonder why. I wonder why he's doing it. Presumably he has some kind of brief from his masters in the Kremlin to do something. I don't know. It's very odd.
Well, whatever he's up to, I would imagine that the Ukrainians want to know more too. That's probably why they wouldn't, you know, stop him from coming. They'd be like, "Oh no, you come and see us. We'll show you some truths if you like." Now then, I don't know if you saw the numbers this morning. I was just pulling them up again here. They were quite hefty. Would you like to just have a little run through of them, Tim?
Yeah, go on.
All right then. So 960 liquidated personnel. And this is where it now gets a bit more interesting. We have 22 tanks. Just 22. 59 armoured personnel vehicles. Do you get that? 59. 51 artillery systems. 2 MLRS. 1 cruise missile. 65 vehicles and fuel tanks. And 12 special equipment. No records, but still plenty of stuff. You'd be a bit upset if you were missing that stuff in 24 hours, wouldn't you?
That is quite a lot. Has there been some kind of happening?
Well, the Russians took a very small area of land back yesterday. In the, I was going to say in the east somewhere, but like there's quite a lot of it in the east, if you know what I mean. Anyway, they took a very small amount of land back somewhere, and I believe this was how much it cost them to do that.
Oh yeah, there was talk of some fairly minor Russian gains yesterday. I forget exactly where. But yeah, it's certainly costing them, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say I'd consider that quite expensive. So yeah, quite expensive for them. Definitely. I'm gonna have to cancel something here. Don't know how to do it. Okay, I'll figure that out. So yeah, a very, very bad day with regards to vehicles. Remember what I said yesterday about every time Ukraine sees a vehicle, they make it like their #1 target. And it would appear they're still doing that very successfully.
Splendid.
Now then, this large explosion with regards to electrical substation in Vladivostok. Well, it was actually 2 electrical substations that boomed one after the other. So this is, well, it's certainly possible that this is, you know, the electrical grid just having a massive failure. And as one went down, all the weight went onto another one, which instantly went down as well, because they do boom sort of one after the other. And then obviously all the lights go out. Whoops. So according to local residents, there are 2 substations on fire, one on Novozhilov and one on Bukhta Tikaya. The reasons are still unknown, and of course, there is no light in any of the homes. So that's well, it's just one of those things, isn't it? These things happen. It's minus 17 over in Vladivostok, Tim.
That is a wee bit chilly indeed. Yeah, that'll freeze the snot. Now, I understand the good people of Kiev have been suffering a little overnight as well.
Just a tad, yeah. There's been, I think, 41 missiles were fired, and there's been 21 of them were shot down. But it was also stated that a large amount of them didn't actually reach their targets, either due to defects, not exploding. At least 2 of them didn't explode, and means of electronic warfare again. So, you know, they are indeed continuing to use electronic warfare means to probably save them some air defense missiles, to be absolutely honest. So just to quickly recap the numbers, by the way, it's the 3rd highest casualties and most land-based equipment losses for this year so far. Obviously, it's quite early in the year, but still. So just 1 second. It's been known that from killed in Ukraine as well, 38 officers were killed. And it says here, this is an average of 4.1 per day in the last so many days. So, yeah, they're not doing very well. So, yeah, here we go. Now I've got the thing of the Air Defence Forces. So they shot down 15 out of 15 X-101 555 cruise missiles, 5 out of 12 Iskander-Ms, 1 out of 2 of the KH-59 guided air missiles, 0 of the S-300 anti-aircraft guided missiles, and 0 of 4 of the S-300, and 0 of 8 of the KH-22 missiles. However, not all ballistic missiles reached their targets. And there was a lot of aircraft up. I think there was 12 aircraft up to deliver that, which, you know, I'm assuming that they've still got an awful lot of aircraft and pilots to be able to do these things. So you know what needs to go next, don't you? Yeah, that's right. Need to be able to hit their airfields, especially the ones in Russia. I think that would be a great idea, Tim.
Well, they can already to an extent. They did hit what's it called? Was it oh gosh, what's the place called? The one outside Rostov, I can't remember what it's called.
Peskov Airfield, was it? I don't know.
I can't remember.
They've hit a few airfields, you're absolutely right, but they need to be able to hit some more, because we have noticed that Russia has, you know, been forced to move back vehicle after vehicle. They've been forced to move back from one storage area to the next, you know, airfield to airfield. That's the word. Vehicle. Crikey. So, yeah, they have been sort of gradually moving their airfields back. And we have noticed that they've been taking off from further away in lots of cases. So they just need to, you know, hit the next ones a few more times. And then they'll move them back even further. And then they'll need to hit those ones a few more times. And then they'll move them back even further. By the time they're over in the Far East, they shouldn't be too much of a bother. Iwana,
about the preparedness of Russian air defense, I've seen yesterday a tweet saying it seemed like a good source, saying that the problems in St. Petersburg and the fact that the Ukrainian UAVs managed to reach that terminal are because actually the air defense there is not designed for an attack from the south, which is kind of, I don't know, ridiculous because it's air defense. So you design air defense to prepare to defend from whatever parts, the threat is coming, not necessarily from one single direction, so, or a few directions. So yeah, it's quite interesting. But I wanted to bring some more details about, Fico and Orban, if you want to change the subject or, to continue with this.
Let's hear it, Joanna. This sounds interesting.
So apparently Fico will go to Ukraine tomorrow. That's what I'm seeing. It's according to his administration, and in this article from Barron's, they say that it's among this visit. It's being done amidst difficult problems, the Fico's criticism about Ukraine and so on and so forth. Let's remember that just yesterday, Fico said that Ukraine must give some territory in exchange for peace, because of course he knows best, and he would do the same thing with Slovakia if Slovakia would be attacked by another country. So I don't know why he's talking like this. Of course, if he should refrain from these talks, but apparently he really hates Ukraine, and this dates back in 2009. So something interesting happened in 2009. He was the prime minister then too, and there was a problem at that moment. On January that year, there was a problem between Russia and Ukraine over the natural gas, and practically the flow of gas through Ukraine to the EU countries stopped at that moment, and it was a big crisis for Slovakia in the middle of the winter. It was costing very much the Slovak economy. 100 million euros per day is the estimate, because factories were forced to shut down and so on. So Fico was desperate, and he called both Vladimir Putin, the Russian. Putin was at that time Russian prime minister, and he also called the Ukrainian prime minister Yulia Tymoshenko to try to solve this problem. So on January 14, the Slovak delegation, led by Fico, landed in Kyiv to meet with the Ukrainian government. But what happened? They had to wait, and then wait some more, then wait some even more, and 3 hours after arriving, the Slovaks were taken into the meeting, which to their surprise included members of the press. So it was an open meeting with the press participation. With all the cameras rolling, Tymoshenko spent 20 minutes berating Fico for taking Moscow aside in the gas dispute. So it was a very unpleasant situation. Fico was red with anger. It was a disaster. That's what a senior Slovak official said about this meeting. It was a total humiliation for Fico. Afterwards, the Slovaks flew to Moscow, and there they were greeted by Putin, and an elaborate ceremony was held at St. George's Hall in Kremlin, and they were very well received, and so on and so forth. So apparently after this, Fico was very upset with Ukrainians, and they say that he says that we don't need to support Ukrainians. Ukraine does not need us. They do not want to have a serious conversation with us, and this is personal. So this is a little bit of history about Fico's relations to Ukraine. So I'm very, very looking forward to what will happen tomorrow, and how much Fico will wait to meet with the delegations in Kyiv. I think he deserves to wait. And talking about Orban, Orban did not visit Kiev until now. He met with Zelensky several times during, international events that happened. We remember that Zelensky even had a very serious conversation with Orban. At one moment, it was filmed, but we don't know exactly what they said to each other. In the last meeting between the EU leaders, I think. In March this year, he said that Orban said he will visit Kiev after all the prerequisites are met. And there is another declaration, another statement from December, 27 December this year, time not yet ripe for a meeting with Zelensky. This is the statement of the Hungarian Deputy Foreign Minister. I tried to see the list of international visits of Orban to see exactly where he went, and it's kind of interesting because he visited, for example, China, Turkey, Azerbaijan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Jordan, Tanzania, Austria. He was in Romania for the event. He visited Spain, Portugal, and so on, but not Ukraine. Not Ukraine yet, and apparently, it's not. The time is not yet ripe. Oh, I have to add a few countries to the list: Serbia, Egypt, Georgia, Argentina. Also international visits by Orban. So yeah, I just wanted to add that, and let's see what will happen after the Hungarian invitation for the Prime Minister of Sweden to negotiate on the accession to NATO on the conditions. Quite interested in this, and also there are indications that maybe the Turkish Parliament will vote for the Sweden's accession to NATO today, or at least this week. We are not very sure that it's today, but let's wait and see.
Well, we'll find out. I would really like them to make a decision sooner rather than later. But that's just me. It would be nice, wouldn't it, to make a decision? Oh well. So I know these things will happen eventually. That's all I can say. Now then, I'm just catching up with a few things that I had here. There we go. There's been a new video released, and War Translated has carefully translated it for us. And well, some people in Mariupol who were waiting for Russia to come are now not happy, because after destroying their city and house, the Russians, despite all their promises, haven't done a single thing to repair it. Pensioners are now complaining of no electricity or gas, or even a roof, allowing water to come all the way through the property. Now, this looks to be one of these properties that's full of apartments. So it's an apartment block. So the main roof is busted, and everybody in the apartment block is now. I hate it when they automatically play sound. Yeah, so nice picture of a broken roof there. So the whole apartment block is having everything leaking in. Now, this was fine in summer, however, but water now fills the property all the way to the ground floor. Some people are disabled. We have a number of people living in there, and they will be able to help repair the roof, but we just need some stuff to help repair the roof with. Now, this was promised to us by the mayor to finish before the 1st of December 23, yet nobody has done a single thing. So nothing was done, works were never carried out, and you are our last hope. So they're pleading directly to the boss. Again, Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only hope. Except, yeah, just in the Russian style. So these are some of the originally quite pro-Russian pensioners who were, you know, perfectly happy for Russia to come, as long as they were going to sort them all out afterwards. And guess what? They haven't done. It's not a big surprise, that is it?
I do wonder what Putin's war is doing to Russian pensioners' pensions. Must be a bit of a bloodbath. Are they index linked?
Oh God, I have no idea. I think they just get a regular amount, don't they?
Because yeah, I mean, what's Russian inflation running at now? Like officially it's 6%, but an egg costs more than a house, so it's obviously not.
Obviously not. No, it was supposed to be something like 4.7% last time I checked, so it's obviously gone up since then.
It's seven as announced by the central bank.
Oh, 7 now. There we go. So it is inching up all the time, but in reality, I heard in some cases it was like 30 to 40%. So, ouch. Yeah.
Exactly. Some products increase in price by 20 to 40%, but there are others that doubled in price. For example, I read yesterday that the anti-monopoly institution in Russia is investigating the paper. The biggest producer, price increase of 40 to 50%. So it depends on the product, but yeah, it's not 7% as they say. It's much more than that. And we have seen the interest rate. So what is the purpose to have an interest rate of 13.5? I think it's the last one. When you have inflation 7%, it doesn't make sense.
Well, I'm going to hypothesize here, right? So the standard measure of inflation is CPI. Let's assume that that's what Russia's using. CPI includes housing costs. There's no shortage of housing in Russia. So I would be extremely surprised if the cost of housing and the cost of rent is moving very much because they've got a shrinking population. So rent is obviously going to be a major part of any household budget, you know, rent and housing costs. So it has a big weighting on inflation. So I reckon, I mean, I don't think the Russian central bank are reporting accurate figures, but I think that whatever the number is, it's going to be dragged down quite considerably by what I imagine to be the fact that Russian housing is fairly cheap because they've got loads of it and not enough people. Does that make sense, Joanna?
Yes, it does. And actually, there is a very sharp decrease in demand for houses. So practically the prices will probably drop, or even the rent. I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge to see that, but indeed, it might play in the calculus in the calculation of the inflation rate. But on the other hand, there is a problem with employment. So there aren't enough people to fill in the jobs that are needed. So this may push, make some pressure on the salaries. So salaries may increase, and this will play into the inflation. It's a very complex environment. So I don't know what to say, but this discrepancy of interest rate almost double as compared to inflation is really I don't know. It's not a normal thing. I think you agree with this.
Absolutely. And I think perhaps another thing that would skew the numbers, right? A lot of people in post-Soviet countries own their houses and own them outright. That's certainly true in Estonia. I would imagine it's true in Russia as well, because the way it worked when the wall came down was you got issued a voucher, and you could use your voucher to buy your flat. So the flat you lived in, you could just buy it, and that was the state kind of giving you your house. They didn't do this thing that they did in some other countries where they traced the descendants of the original owner of the building. They did that in the Czech Republic. I think a friend of mine did very, very well out of that. You know, one minute he was working in a screw factory, and the next he owned like four whole blocks of central Prague. But that's another story. So a lot of Russians own their own houses outright with no mortgage, and so we have to ask whether any inflation index that includes the cost of housing is a realistic indicator of the effect inflation is having on the average household. Because if you don't pay rent and you don't pay a mortgage, and that's included in the index, that index is not going to be as acute for you, right?
Well, that's very true. Your housing costs aren't going to go up, but your utilities will. And everything else.
Especially eggs.
Yeah, so it still has an impact because you get used to living within your means, don't you? That's the thing. You get used to spending a certain amount of money. One thing though,
and having a 1 egg omelette, which is just a fried egg, really. That's just not an omelette, is it?
absolutely, that is just a fried egg. It's just not runny anymore. Now then, one thing they might have some issues doing today is doing payments, actually, because guess what? They've been hacked again. As a result of the successful actions of unknown cyber volunteers within Russia, a large-scale failure has occurred in the work of the large internet provider Ocado Telecom. Now, if you remember, these guys have been hacked twice previously now. So this was announced by the GUR, of course, and the company provides services to a number of state structures within the terrorist state, including the Putin administration, the FSB, the FSO, local self-governing bodies in Moscow and other regions, and Sberbank. As a result of the problems that have arisen, both in Moscow, where the provider's headquarters are located, and in a number of regions of Russia, the activities of the attacker's state departments are currently significantly complicated or impossible. So, while everything else is breaking down around them, Ukraine's giving them a little helping hand in the cyber domain as well.
How splendid.
Well, they're really good at that sort of stuff, aren't they? My leg is sore today, you know. Don't know what's wrong with me.
What have you been doing with it? You've been
I had
out
a stroke,
riding or something?
No, I had a stroke, remember? So sometimes it just aches for no reason.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it.
Right, okay, so apparently in Kharkiv today, by the way, they claim, the Russians claim to have hit a building stuffed to the gills with foreign mercenaries. Yeah, so that's obviously their current excuse for destroying large parts of Kharkiv today. That's anyway. So yeah, that was their reason for putting a massive crater in Kharkiv, breaking loads of windows, hitting an educational facility. That's right. Yeah, apparently they were all stuffed to the gills with foreign mercenaries. Of course they were. Ioana.
Yeah, so I'm upset with the Guardian this time. I'm sorry, but I'm upset with the Guardian because the Guardian says like this. Russia launched missile strikes on Ukraine's military production facilities and successfully hit all intended targets, the Russian Defense Ministry said on Tuesday. The strikes were carried out with air and land-based missiles against enterprises producing missiles, explosives, and ammunition. The Defense Ministry said in a statement that Reuters, they are taking this news from Reuters, could not independently verify. So, okay, they are presenting the point of view of the Russian Defense Ministry. But the fact is that on the same very page, like a few a few centimeters, if you scroll down, there are pictures of the aftermath of the strikes in Ukraine, and you can see an old lady wrapped in, you know, foil, and the people trying to help her, and the apartment building in the back covered in smoke and dust, and then people searching in an apartment block with the dog, the emergency service, and it's clearly houses, and so on and so forth. So there are pictures with what happened in Kiev. It's not a ammunition factory, it's not a military target, so it's on the same page, a few centimeters down. They publish photos from this, and they say that it's Reuters could not independently verify, and they hit, you know, the Russian Defense Ministry said that they hit all intended targets, enterprises producing missiles, explosives, and ammunition. I'm not seeing enterprises producing missiles, explosives, and ammunition. I'm just seeing people hurt, people injured, and apartment blocks being destroyed. So yeah, I'm very upset with the Guardian. I usually follow Guardian, but this news, you know, just launch it in the space like this, and not saying anything else. It's kind of upsetting.
Yeah, they've done a bit of a shitty job the last couple of days, the Guardian, to be fair. Go ahead, Tim.
I was going to say, is this a scalp job from a newswire? Does the byline say John
Oh, it's
Smith?
Reuters again. Yeah, they've stolen
it's
it from
Reuters.
Reuters again. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be why then, Joanna. So they've taken this from from the newswire algorithmically, not altered any of the copy, and just published it. And some poor bugger who works at the Guardian gets his name put on it. So yeah, I mean it's lazy, but they all do it.
Yes, I know. I am familiar with this, but it's you know, by contrast, the two news which are like a news apart. So there is this one. There is the other one who says the Russian military does not target civilians when it hit objects in Ukraine. The Kremlin said on Tuesday when asked to comment on what Ukraine said about the deadly strikes in Kiev and Kharkiv. So this is the next one, and the next one is with the pictures with what happened. So I mean, yeah, I understand they take a news from, you know, another outlet and they are presenting it, but you know, it's like the contrast between these is uncanny. I don't know what to say more.
Well, we must lay responsibility. Well, okay, so the Guardian published it, so the Guardian is responsible for editing it into something that is reasonably sane. But Reuters, they have that guy in Moscow, Guy Falconbridge, and he's just one of the most awful people. I don't know why he is employed, let alone as a journalist. He is just a colossal Putin puffer. He writes these. He's just gone totally native. You know, it's like that. He's like Walter Duranty. He's just swallowed it all. It's unbelievable reading the stuff that he pumps out. So yeah, I see his hand. He may have had a hand in this, I think.
I agree with you, and I usually follow Guardian because it provides a very, you know, good collection of news, quite timely. So it's really good. But again, they could have put just one line. According to the images we received, at least some of the Russian strikes hit civilian targets. Just one line.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of it is laziness, right? I mean, we've been unable to verify this claim. I mean, they put that next to Ukrainian government press releases and Russian government press releases. We've been unable to independently verify this. Which one of those lies? Oh, it's the Russians, isn't it? They're the ones that lie about everything. I mean, it's something they've got better at in the last 2 years. They've definitely got better at it. But it would be nice to see them being a little bit more aggressive, I think. What do you reckon, Marcus?
Well, you know me, I always take an aggressive option. I always wake up and choose violence. So, yeah.
Oh dear, that's funny. Wake up and choose violence. You should get a tattoo of that.
I have a meme of one of my cats that says that. And yeah, well, let's just say it's what Russia chooses to do every day as well, isn't it? Except just in a totally different way. I'm just looking to see these missiles as well were noted that the KH-101 is the type now. They've updated them. They deploy flares and decoys before, you know, before going on to try and hit their targets. You can quite clearly see one of them trying to do that. It did get shot down, but of course, it still has to land somewhere, doesn't it?
I'd be interested to hear from one of our aviation nerds about the extent to which flares and decoys and chaff and things actually work, because they always seem like a bit of a Hail Mary to me. You know, you get locked onto by a missile and then you deploy a flare. I mean, it looks nice, but I just wonder how effective they actually are.
Well, yeah, I don't know about that, but I only know that they're trying all sorts, aren't they? Just to try and murder people, basically. So yeah, just welcome to Russian murder theatre, as one lady says every time the alarms go off. So I'm just a bit disgusted that Lavrov is over there in the US at the UN, you know, just looking him in the eye and just being so vilely disgusting while this is going on in the background. And so, yeah, negotiations for what? Peace. You can also hear that, oh yeah, it's going to be more peaceful today because 4 times Tu-22s have just gone airborne. So, yeah, just more of the same. It's going to be one of those days, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. Have we covered the drama at the UN Security Council?
Well, yes and no. Some of it was discussed before I arrived, so I didn't really delve into it very much, although they did get some spicy answers, didn't they?
They did. Now, this is, oh, shut up, silly man. I quite, one of the very few things I like about Austria is the fact that it's illegal to sound your horn in Vienna. Yeah, so there we go. I've mentioned Austria now. We're probably going to get Rishtakovsky up. Okay, so there has been some drama on the in the UN Security Council. So reports that Russia have been arguing with the United States and the UK and Ukraine's other supporters after Moscow ruled out any peace plan backed by Kiev and the West, which is, well, I suppose logically a little fishy. You know, any peace plan backed by the West is bad because it's backed by the West. Good luck with that approach. Now, Sergei Lavrov said that the peace plans presented by Ukraine and the West were a road to nowhere. And the US deputy ambassador, Robert Wood, hit back, saying that Vladimir Putin's single-minded pursuit of the obliteration of Ukraine and the subjugation of her people is what is prolonging the war, which is, of course, true. What is interesting here is that China also chimed in and warned. I mean, China's generally okay with genocide. They're engaged in a couple of genocides themselves, so it's not like they're the anti-gen. You know, they're not. It's not like they're the anti-genocide party here. So they warned that further global chaos could affect the world's could be slowing the global economy, which is never mind all the genocide. You know, never mind the attempted destruction of a sovereign state and its people. The economy, okay, the economy is quite important. It's especially important for China, because China is, to use the technical term, shafted. So China has got really quite profound economic problems, mainly to do with the housing sector. So, you know, China had the one-child policy for like 40 years. This means that China is standing at the edge of a demographic cliff. So you know the way it takes a mummy and a daddy to make a baby. That means for every two people, there's only one baby, because that's how it works. This means your population basically halves in a generation, which is great. And so that's what's happening to China. And one of the issues they have is they built all of these cities, and now they've got no one to live in them. And it's fairly common for Chinese people of means, which is not a large percentage of the population, but it's quite a large number of people because there's loads and loads of people in China. Quite a common strategy for their retirement is for them to buy property. So get a couple of buy-to-lets and let them out, and you know, then when you retire, the mortgages are paid off, and then you have your, you know, 1,000 a month in mortgage or whatever it works out to. Problem is there aren't enough tenants, and so what happens to a city when nobody wants to live in it? Every so often there's a story in, you know, the Telegraph or whatever about how you can buy a whole village and a castle in Italy for €1. You see stories like that, Marcus?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because no one wants to live in them. So if you have a whole village that could house, you know, 300 or 400 people, but nobody wants to live in it, then that village is completely worthless. China do this on a whole new scale. They build enormous cities fueled by investment from these middle class families who want something to retire on, and then they don't have enough people to actually populate the cities, and that means that the investments are basically worthless. This means that the collateral backing the mortgages is basically worthless. And if there are no tenants, there are no mortgage payments, so the mortgage defaults, the bank takes the house, the bank can't sell the house. Now there's a massive hole in the bank's balance sheet. So this has an enormous knock-on effect on the banking system, which has an enormous knock-on effect on the wider economy. So it's kind of like 2008, but Chinese, and a hell of a lot worse. And we've still got the hangover from zero COVID, where, you know, China, we moan about lockdowns, or at least people who are not in Estonia moan about lockdowns because we didn't have lockdowns here. Ha 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 ha. But people moan about lockdowns. China was in lockdown for 2 years. It was brutal, and the effect it had on the Chinese economy was commensurately brutal. So yeah, China is really quite buggered. Daniel B, I see you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I want to talk about the stewards. No, not really. I heard you had some questions about chaffs and flares and effectiveness of those, right?
Yes, please do educate us.
I'm no expert, but I think I know a little bit more than the average person. They are effective, but how effective they are, I can't really say. And if I could, I would probably not say it anyway. I don't have any percentages, but I think they are less effective today than they actually used to be. I've worked a little bit with on a hobby basis on semi-professional on simulating weapons systems in Swedish fighter aircrafts and missiles. So I've looked into a little bit how the Sidewinder works, or rather how it worked, the first versions of it, and was very crude. And I don't want to get too technical if you don't want me to, but basically it was one IR sensor, one, not a matrix of sensors, but one, and then they had a rotating mirror, sort of making the sensor sense different parts over time. So when it rotated, and the signal that came out of the sensor was basically a sinus wave if you had a target in the seeker head. And depending on the phase of it and the amplitude of it, it sort of gave signals to the control surfaces to steer in a certain direction. It was quite genius, but it was very analog, and it didn't have any sort of handling of correcting for false targets and stuff like that, which meant that it would go for the brightest in the IR spectrum, the brightest target that it could see. It would go for that, and that meant if you fired upwards towards the sun, it would go for the sun rather than the aircraft that you tried to fire on. Now today you have basically a sensor like you have in your camera that is more it's a matrix of different sensors that is more sensitive to the far IR spectrum. It depends a little bit on the missile because they have different spectrums for different targets and so on, but and they are totally digital, which means that it makes it can make signal how do you say in English, well, signal analysis of it, and it can know how the target moves. It can and detect, basically determine if this is a target or not a target, because it have different profiles, because you basically get an IR image. And also if you have when you fire off a flare, it is basically a bright flashlight. So you're trying to blind the sensor, basically like pointing a flashlight into your eyes. And for a moment you will not see anything, but then when it's gone, because they burn for a certain time, and they're also affected by the gravity, so they fall downwards. So if it's not going for that, but it's just blinded, after a while it will start to see. And the hope is that you then have moved the aircraft far enough away so it cannot reacquire the aircraft. And that, I think that the missiles of today can actually do some kind of calculations and see if this is if it's a decoy or if it's the aircraft, and not follow the decoy, but it can still not see the aircraft if it's blinded. So when it once again can see it, the hope is that is no longer within the sort of field of view of the missile, and they have quite a limited field of view. So that's, I think, is the reason why they today fire off a series of different flares after each other, because it gives the aircraft much more opportunity to actually move away from where the missile is looking, and therefore giving them a chance of actually avoiding it. So they are effective, but they are not as effective as they used to be for the older missiles. When it comes to shafts, what that is basically a bunch of metal strips, and the length of them are adapted to give echo back for a certain wavelength of radar. So if you have a radar-guided missile, it will be totally unaffected by any flares you fire. So you fire off shafts in that case. And they are also sort of effective, but I think they are also today the missiles are much better at determining if it is a decoy or if it's the real target, because they have different speeds and so on. So it can probably determine that this is a target I should not follow. And once I find it has sort of a calculation of where the target is going. And then if the decoy is not going there, it can sort of go to the nearest point where it's supposed to have the target, and then try to reacquire. But then if you have moved, you might be able to fool it. How it worked previously, and I don't think it is that way anymore, because you have much more possibilities with digital analysis and computation in the missile. But previous radar systems had a more analog way of locking to the target, and then it locked. You could often choose to lock on the forward side or the back side of the aircraft, and that depending on which direction it came from. For instance, if you had if you were moving towards a target that was moving towards you, you would actually prefer to have it lock on the on your side of the target, because if they released shafts, then the target would still be nearer you, and the radar would still continue to lock on that target. And the opposite around if you were chasing a target, because if you were locking to the backside of the target and they release shafts, that would produce an echo, and the radar would then continue following that part that is the furthest back on the aircraft, if that makes sense. And again, the missiles of today are more advanced and can do more calculations on this, and determine if it's just noise or if it's decoys or if it's the target, but they are still vulnerable to it. So to some extent, it is still effective. Did that answer your question?
It did, yeah. Something that jumps out, right, is your example of, okay, so you have a missile that seeks a heat signature. It will go after the brightest heat signature it can find. If that's the sun, then it'll go after the sun. I mean, surely they could have bracketed, even in the analog era, they could have bracketed out extremes, right? So let's say an aircraft engine burn, creates 1,000 degrees of heat. Now that's a lot less heat than phosphorus burning at 5,000 degrees or whatever it burns at. I don't know the numbers. It's certainly a lot less heat than the sun, or at least it's a smaller signature than the sun. So, like, couldn't they bracket this out even in the analog era to say you find a target that burns at approximately this temperature and is this large, or didn't it work like that, or did they do that?
At least in the missiles I actually did my research on was the first version of the Sidewinder, and no, I don't think that was actually possible, because there was such a direct connection between just looking for the phase of this sinus wave that you got as a result from the sensor. So you really didn't have any capabilities of determining differences between different sinus waves. And I think actually if you had a sinus wave where you had higher amplitudes, saying you had a brighter target, it would actually sort of blind out all the other signals that you would have, so you wouldn't really have different tops of it. It was a very crude and quite ingenious way of doing it, but they couldn't really at that point determine between two different targets. It was going for the highest top of that signal that it got back. The rest was basically noise. But I imagine that they did some sort of improvements on that area with later versions, but I'm not so proficient in those because I haven't really done much research, and there's not that much data available, because I think at least some earlier versions are still in service, so it's actually still classified, a lot of that information.
Thank you very much for that, Daniel. Yeah, that's really good information. I now know slightly more about aircraft decoys. One of the great pleasures of MriyaReport. I see Nala is up and has his hand up. Nala, welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Tim, and hello, everybody. I have my hairy hand up. No, so can we talk about NATO ammunition procurement for a while, please? Pretty please.
Sure.
Have you seen this article by NATO that they are procuring 1.2 billion worth of artillery ammunition, and namely 155 ammunition, and for $1.2 billion they will get 220,000 shells. So who exactly is making these, and where is the money going, and why aren't we buying more, since it also says here in the same article that and $4 billion for 155 ammunition, anti-tank guided missiles and tank ammunition. So is the sum for the 155 is 1.2 billion, or is it 4 billion? I think it's 1.2, yeah. So who is making these? Thanks.
Did they say where they were procuring them from? Is it Europe or the US?
No, it did say, well, a clue is of course that the price is in dollars, but so it might be the US, but why only buy 220,000 rounds? Because we need like what, millions upon millions of them, don't we?
The issue here will be the speed of production. So in Europe, at least, there are a handful of countries that do this very well. So the UK is one, Germany is one, Spain is one. Spain makes a lot of artillery ammunition. There's the main Spanish company there. I can't remember what it's called, but it has recently been bought by a German company. Yeah, so those are the kind of centers of excellence in scalable artillery ammunition production. The UK and France, which is a smaller scale producer, they have announced that they are increasing production quite a lot. So the UK has 2 state-of-the-art artillery ammunition factories. So they were built in 2012, 2013, and they are capable of producing. It's a 6-figure number a month, I think, at full scale production, something like that. I can't remember the exact numbers in my head, but the UK is going to be scaling that up 8-fold, which BAE Systems can do because they built these 2 very, very modern, very automated factories about 10 years ago. One of the problems with US production is that their factories are really, really old. So they date from World War II. And a lot of the machinery also dates from World War II, and the production techniques date from World War II. So Uncle Sam is not quite the daddy of artillery shell making that you think she would be. This is, however, being remedied. They're building a new plant, I think, in Texas, and another one is it Alabama? I can't remember. They're building 2 new ones anyway, which I think are being built by Raytheon, if memory serves. So the US is doing something about this. There are the European efforts as well. France is also making a big effort to scale up production. France wanted to hit 1 million a year or something like that in production capacity. But yeah, why are they only ordering 200,000? Well, because that's the scale of production at the moment. That's what they can get their hands on. But I see Daniel B's hand went straight up. So Daniel, do you have more color on this?
No, yes, yeah, I couldn't find the link, but I read something very recently that the EU had a target of 1 million shells produced to send to Ukraine by 2023, and they did miss that. But they anticipated, and I don't know how reliable this is, but they anticipated to actually fulfill that goal by, I think it was April this year, and by the end of 2024, they said that they would produce 1.4 million, I think it was, for Ukraine. So if that is correct, then yeah, it's a little bit late, but they are ramping up actually. And also, there are artillery shell production in Sweden, Norway, and Finland. I think they do it sort of together under NAMO. I think they have different parts of the production in these different countries. And Nalle might correct me. Yeah, and the Swedish government has, I think it was last week or week before, they have said that they want to give guarantees to the industry to actually buy shells so that they can ramp up production also, because I understand that is a very big thing for the industry. It is a big risk for them. They don't know for how long they will be able to produce in these amounts, and then building new production capacity is quite expensive, and without governmental guarantees, it's a huge risk for a private company to take. So you can criticize them for it, but I think I actually do understand why they are not doing it.
Absolutely. This on the European announcement that they're going to be aiming for a million shells by May. I assume that's annual capacity. They've since announced that they're not going to meet that target. So they've said that they're not going to fulfill their target of 1 million. I don't know whether that's a delay or they're quietly abandoning the idea, but I think it was the commission came out and said, yeah, we set this target, but we're not going to make it, I'm afraid. And I think that's I think the French announcement of scaling up artillery production unilaterally, I think that is probably because the French have got a bit fed up with how Brussels is doing on this, and they're just going to go it alone. So there's that. This always strikes me as the kind of thing that the EU should be quite good at, right? So you've got these resources that every country needs if they wish to wage war. However, the resources are extremely expensive. So they're prohibitively expensive for especially a smaller country, but also larger countries as well. And the resources need to be at a really quite large scale. This seems like the sort of thing that the European Union should be doing under the common security and defense policy. I mean, why not have a pooled capability of large caliber ammunition production for when it all kicks off for one of the nation states? I suppose there would be question marks over access and priority when it comes to the pool, but they have explored doing something like that with strategic airlift, right? Making it a common European capability that the member states have the right to access, rather than it being something that all of the major European Union countries have to maintain unilaterally, or in the French case, not maintain at all and just use the Royal Air Force instead. But that's another story. Daniel, wondering if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I totally agree. Sorry, Mette, you're next here, but I totally agree with you. EU should do that, but I also understand why EU is not doing that. EU, sorry for the French, but really sucks at handling stuff around military things, no matter if it's actually about industry and production, because EU doesn't really. For some reason, they don't handle military stuff. There are ideas of having a common defense and so on, but it's never really taken off. And I think that's the reason why they don't even sort of handle the questions around this. When it comes to the strategic airlifting, I think actually that's outside of EU, because I guess you're pointing towards the cooperation with the these what's their name, C7 aircraft lifters that is stationed in Hungary. That's actually a cooperation between several smaller countries, where Sweden is one of them. I think Hungary and Czechia and a couple of others. And it didn't work out that well because when one country needs that strategic airlift capacity, it's probably something that the other countries also need. And then we have Hungary being responsible for it, and yeah, there are some issues with Hungary. But as far as I know, that's not an EU project, but rather actually a bilateral thing between the countries that are involved in that project. I might be wrong, but yeah.
I mean, this is the thing, right? It seems to me that they're not using European resources where they could be, right? Because you can do enhanced cooperation under the common security and defense policy framework. So
absolutely.
they could have access to those resources, and they could have access to funding, because the EU is also obliged to give funding to enhanced cooperation initiatives.
They could and they should, but they don't.
Oh, dearie me. Very much a multi-chef broth going on in Brussels, isn't it? Thank you very much for that, Daniel. Let's go to Mette, please. Mette.
Quick note. There have been missile launches announced. However, the northern areas are cleared because they were false missile launches, but there are still up to 7 aircraft in the air. There you go. Quick update. Mette, go ahead.
Thanks, Marcus, for the update, and thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure if Nalle missed the announcement that Antti Häkkänen, our new Minister of Defense, made about the 155s, that Finland is ramping up to the maximum now. And I think it came just about the same time as Norway was saying the same. And I think even that Norway were opening some old old factory or something like that. But as always, Finland doesn't doesn't they don't say what ramping up to maximum means, how many are they, and so on. But we're ramping up as well. So every little counts, right?
Oh, the Brits are doing it too, Tim. We've also announced a number of places, haven't we? And Chris has been keeping an eye on those locations that have been apparently moving to 3 full shifts now, you know, the 3-shift, 24-hour kind of working. And there's also a number of places that are being demothballed, I believe that's what you call it. So hopefully there will be some additional production from the UK as well. So demothballing, maybe not quite as expensive as rebuilding from scratch.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, artillery production is one of those things that is very difficult to research, and it's not something, the capacity is not something that any one country is particularly transparent about for obvious reasons. So it's difficult to get accurate information about it. But it is a bit of a hot topic at the moment. So we will endeavor to keep an eye on it on your behalf. I see we have Big Popper. Big Popper, welcome up.
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to the facility in Texas is the construction part of it is complete. The building's built, the utilities are connected. I know the equipment is delivered. I don't have any information if they're actually producing yet, but I do know someone that was on the construction project. Looks like that should be up and running. If not now, then soon. So that's good news.
That is good news indeed. The comparison I'd like to make is World War II, right? It took the US about a year of kind of industrialization, of war-led industrialization, to start out producing like the UK, France, and Germany combined, or something like that. Like it really took off. So if there's one country that is very, very good at starting to make stuff very quickly, then I think that is probably Uncle Sam, because they have done it before a couple of times. Thank you for that, Big Popper. Chris, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I was just where as Big Popper came up there, Tim. I was just, the last time he mentioned this, I went to, because I don't think you knew Big Popper who was going there, did you? And then I googled it, and that night wasn't it? Isn't it? Is it McDonnell Douglas? Have I got that right?
I thought it was Raytheon, but I could be mistaken.
Okay, I think you said I think you named a town or something like that, and when I googled it, it popped straight up. And that I'll try it again now. Where is it near, Big Popper?
It's in Mesquite, Texas.
Ah, that's it, Mesquite, Texas. Yeah, okay. I'm going to do it again now.
Awesome, very good, thanks.
Yes, well, there's a great deal to be done, but I do see movement, I do see action. Yes, it takes an awfully long time, and that's finger-bitingly frustrating, but we do see some action. So, that's fulfilling my actions over words feelings here. Big Popper?
Yeah, I just had another question about the is some activity seem to spike. I was looking at the numbers today. 22 tanks and 59 armored vehicles and 50 artillery pieces. Those seem like they may be records. So I didn't know if there was a spike in activity, or if this is a missile strike on something, or do you have any information on that?
Yeah, so the Russians did manage to take back a small area yesterday, and this appears to be the result of them doing that they got absolutely battered in the process. There was also like 65 logistics vehicles, you know, of other types that they lost. Everything from, you know, trucks and pickups and cars to Kamaz and, you know, the people carrier ones. The trucks with the covered back that carry the people in. Yeah, them too. Sorry, I don't know what they are. So yeah, they lost a massive amount of vehicles yesterday, and for this year, it is a cumulative total record. However, none of them are records, even though they're high numbers. Yes, they've done better than that previously. So you know that there is no particular high score today, other than when you add it all up together. Oh my goodness, they absolutely kicked their asses yesterday. Chris?
Yeah, hot off the Google search for Big Popper, General Dynamics will occupy a 240,011 square foot building in the Mesquite 635 Business Park at I-635 and US Highway 80. The new manufacturing operation will produce artillery casings for the US Department of Defense and will employ about 50 salaried employees and another 75 to 100 hourly workers. Dallas, I think it's a Dallas News article.
Awesome stuff. It's good to see these things getting off the ground. I mean, the fact that the building had to be built, that took a bit of time, I would imagine. But now it's there. The machines are delivered. Hopefully, they're rolling off now. Wojta, welcome up.
Okay. Just a quick for Tim. You were mentioning the production increase in France. So yeah, there was like 3 days ago. I think there was a news story about the rapid speed of production of French 155, and they said that before 22. They were producing 1,000 of 155 a month, and they double-fold their production to 2,000 previous year, and they have in plan to reach the glorious number of 3,000 of munition in 1 day in whole France. So I think that's glorious. And yeah, we are on the safe side with the France. And yeah, just one another topic which I find interesting, and I'm wondering whether like other countries have like similar problem. Our Czech arm manufacturers, they are dealing with some kind of shadow ban by banks. Like the banks, they have new ethical standards and stuff, and they are basically like avoiding anything which has something to do with arms. And so basically, no big bank is providing the loans or financing to the Czech arms manufacturers, which is unfortunate because they are free shiftings from 2022, but they don't have the financing for increase of production facility or stuff, or they don't have that much as they would like to have. So that sucks. Yeah, so that's all from my side.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that, Wojciech. I'm very glad that the French are stepping up on this one. They stepped up on something. Oh no, he didn't. No, sorry, I did promise I wouldn't be rude to the French because they have contributed a lot through the European channels anyway. Okay, thank you very much. So that's what artillery ammunition production doing. I've come across another couple of stories about Fico that have been out in the next couple of days. Shall we have another little chat about Fico?
Okay, but it's FISO, apparently.
Is it FISO? I thought it was Fico.
No, the C is
Anyway.
pronounced as S.
Ah, right. Okay. Anyway, his name is Robert. He's the Prime Minister of Slovakia, and he looks like a potato. Now, a couple of stories from the last few days. Number one is that Deutsche Welle, Ukrainian, are reporting that Slovakia has resumed cultural cooperation with the Russian Federation and with Belarus. Now, there was a ban in effect in Slovakia since March 2022, the full-scale invasion, and the new government of Mr. Fico has cancelled the ban, saying that artists should not suffer for this something. Now, the decision was apparently made by Martina Shimkovichova, who is quite enchanting. Yeah, as I said, they had a ban since 2022, which outlawed any contacts with the institutions of these states, organizations based on their territory or having financial ties with the state or private sources from Russia and Belarus. Now, the people, it also defined a number of people who had access to sensitive information about cultural heritage and restricted their activities vis-a-vis Russia and Belarus. And it also banned the use of Russian state-controlled mass media such as Sputnik and Russia Today, both broadcasting in Slovakia, and also it banned Slovak organizations from using them as reference points. So I mean, that's actually quite sensible, right? They had like a total cordon sanitaire around Russian messaging and Russian cultural reach, such as it is, that it is probably larger in larger in Slavonic countries than it is in other countries, but nevertheless. So not only did they ban the channels that Russia controls, they banned their own media organizations from using those channels either as references or other sources of information. That's a really good idea. On the other hand, there was a softer approach to Russian cultural figures who clearly denounced Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So they basically said Russian culture not allowed unless that cultural person makes clear denouncements of the aggression. Again, seemed pretty sensible to me. But this has all been reversed by Fico and his culture secretary Shimkovichova, which is slightly disappointing. That's my little Fico snippet.
Yeah, well, we expected as much, didn't we? But the thing is, rolling back things like this starts to put him in the same position or a similar position as Turkey, as Hungary. And he has been given a verbal warning, shall we say, that if things continue down that path, that they'll probably find themselves in the same place as Hungary. So I can't remember who it was that said that, but it was basically pointed out to them that if they start slipping away from the, agreements and European values that they've agreed to, then they may also find themselves cut off from funding, because we try our best not to fund that sort of thing these days. Getting a bit tougher on it, Tim, thankfully.
Yeah, it would be nice if we got tougher still. I mean, I understand that didn't Russia Today lost its broadcasting license in the UK, so it can't be on the telly box. But it's not blocked on British internet or anything like that. It's mostly blocked here. So we can't look at Russian government websites. We can't look at Sputnik. We can't look at RT. So yeah, this is apparently true across the Baltic states. They've just got no sense of humor about it. They've just blocked the domains completely.
And so they should. You know, they're doing it in Russia as well, just by cutting off the electric. Sorry. I do wonder how, you know, you keep a brainwashed population brainwashed, and people say, well, with the propaganda, you know, they sit around and watch it all day, don't they? Well, they're not doing any more, are they? Got other things to worry about. Like this, apparently, the police colonel, Vadim Zavlyov, whatever, in St. Petersburg has died. Now, this may just be an accident. Apparently, he slipped and fell on ice, hit his head, and died. So they'll be advertising for his job shortly, no doubt. Oh, RT is blocked on UK internet now, Tim. Apparently, you've got to use a VPN.
Oh no, what a shame. Where will you get your bullshit from? I'm quite glad that the Russian Pravda is not blocked here, because that's just a mine of it's like it's a rich seam of comedy. It's just so nonsensical. I love reading it. It's brilliant. In the same way as I love conspiracy theories, you know, I want to read your most insane idea about 9/11 because it makes me laugh. But no, so Pravda for some reason is not blocked here. Sorry, I missed the name, Mockers. Who did you say was dead? Have we lost Mockers? I think we may have lost Mockers. Yeah, we've lost Mockers. Okay. Mockers, off you trot, and I'll bring you back up. I'm just going to kill your ghost. Who are you going to call?
And it's Colonel Vladimir Zavyalov of St. Petersburg Police, the name of the person who slipped and fell and died.
Ah, yes, I remember reading that. I thought Mockers said Solovyov. Solovyov. You know, the one that sounds like Bill and Ben, the Flower Pot Men, or Parting in the Bath.
It's Zavyalov, so quite similar,
Yeah.
but not really.
That's a shame. Because, well, I mean, again, if we're just looking at the entertainment value, I think Solovyov, yeah, he adds quite a lot of value because he is batshit. Yeah. Mockers, you're back.
Yeah, sorry about that. Everything just went black on me. You know, these things happen. Both went black, yeah. And I was like, oh, okay then.
But you went back.
Oh, yeah, indeed. I like the darkness, don't you know? I'll try and keep it, yeah, not too rude. Although, yes, chocolate tastes very nice. Would you like just a little bit more to laugh at? Of course you would.
Yes, of course I would.
Well, in the Bryansk region, a Russian post office employees assaulted a client attempting to pay using a QR code because they had no idea what it was and they found the person too suspicious. So they literally climbed over the counter and attacked them. So that's how technologically advanced they are in the post office in Russia, Tim. Not quite up to the scale of Nova Poshta.
Absolutely not. Though I should remind you that here on the MriyaReport, we have hosted Igor Smeliansky, who is the CEO of Ukrposhta. So the MriyaReport, we are Ukrposhta loyalists. So none of that Nova Poshta nonsense.
Oh, apologies. Also, it was a
So
teensy bit windy in Russia yesterday, and I've just retweeted a video. So in Vladivostok, was a teeny bit windy. There's people like literally like being thrown down the street here by by the wind. Sorry, I just saw somebody blow away. That was funny. Just sent you that in the background. Oh dear. Yeah. So nature still hates Russia. Newsflash.
oh, that's amazing. Strategically placed bench there. Brilliant. It is a bit windy.
Oh, sorry, that cheered me up immensely, especially after seeing all the explosions today. 4 dead and 42 wounded in Kharkiv. And almost all the missiles were fired from Belgorod. So, you know, when Belgorod say, "We're not at war," think you'll find you are. So, yeah, just to point that out. Now, we noted that 2 of these missiles, at least 2, did not explode. And I just wanted to note that there's a picture of the warhead now, which didn't explode. Based on the data, it was produced at the end of 2023 in a batch of 90, which indicates that a number of missiles in stock, they have delivered directly from the factory to the airbase. And some of them don't work. Oh dear, oh dear. Daniel, welcome back.
Yeah, I was wondering, have you mentioned that the woman who handed over this bomb to the mill blogger a year ago was sentenced?
Yes, was it 28 years I think she's got?
Yeah, something like that. And everyone was agreeing basically that she didn't really do it. She wasn't aware of that she did it. But it's a funny way of looking at the Russian judicial system, that they just need to have someone convicted, and that's fine.
Oh yeah, that's the important bit, that somebody pays, you know, that there's someone to blame. But yeah, do feel a tiny bit sorry for her, because it appears that she wasn't aware of what the bust contained, as far as I can tell.
No, but as far as I read, she basically supported him and supported the war. So I'm not that sorry, to be honest.
Oh, in that case, okay.
Solzhenitsyn speaking. I mean, speaking of your comment that it's most important that somebody pays, Solzhenitsyn tells an interesting story about this. A slightly, even perhaps slightly funny story, and it's set in St. Petersburg, in the immediate aftermath of the Bolshevik coup d'état, in which, you know, the old state is in the process of being shot, and the Bolsheviks are sort of taken charge, but they're not really up to speed on everything yet. So there's various things that are happening and various things that aren't happening. One of the things that is happening is the trams are working. And so this story takes place on a tram, and one of the other issues is the police aren't working, right? Because they're in the process of having all of the old police shot, and so the new policing is provided by sort of you know, radical young men with red armbands on, of the sort that seem to appear whenever there's a revolution or a coup d'état. And on this tram, there is a woman who complains that a man has stolen her purse, and so she's saying, she accuses the man standing next to her of having stolen her purse, and the man, of course, he protests his innocence, and so, well, I'm sorry, I don't have your purse. You know, have you checked under your seat? Yada yada yada. He says, no, you definitely stole my purse. And so she gets the attention of 2 of these, quasi policemen in their red armbands, and says, "This man stole my purse." And of course, the 2 men in the red armbands take this gentleman off the tram and shoot him in the head. And so that's the end of that. So justice was done. He stole the purse, allegedly. So they shot him in the head. And then they all get back on the tram again, and the woman finds her purse. And it had fallen down the lining of her coat, through a hole in the pocket or whatever. And she gets it out and says, "Oh, look, no, it's okay, I found it." And so the two men in the red armbands take her off the tram and shoot her in the head. And that's kind of how it works if you don't have a properly functioning judicial system, and that's kind of a bit like what the Russians just did, right?
Oh yeah,
Daniel?
absolutely. Apart from the Gulag, obviously. Yeah, so she's been in prison now for basically the rest of her life.
Daniel?
Yeah, wasn't there a story recently about a similar situation in Russia or in the occupied part of Ukraine, where a lady reported that her life savings, old lady, that her life savings were basically gone, and someone had stolen it, and she reported it to police, and then she found it because I guess she had a little problem with the memory and so on. So she found it, and she got back to the police and reported that she had found it, that they don't needed to investigate it anymore, and then they confiscated her money for investigational reasons, and she never saw the money anyway. So someone got rich there.
Well, investigations are expensive, and policemen need pensions, and this is important. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think there's a kind of Darwin Award situation going on there a bit, because if you have money, why would you bring that fact to the attention of the Russian state? I mean, if I lived in Russia and I had money, I would be, using the old mattress bank to hide it, I expect. What do you reckon, Marcus?
Well, I think quite a lot of people are now, because they're really struggling to look for places of, additional funding. And one of the things they're looking to do is take that out of the population and get that mattress money back. So yeah, they're trying to devise ways to do that. Something to do with housing payments or something like that. I don't know. I wouldn't be keen to pay any extra for my housing if it didn't have a roof, Tim.
Yeah, and also I would be disinclined to pay my water bill if I didn't have hot water. That would be a bit of a deal breaker for me.
Well, in one area they did have some hot water today. I think it was Novosibirsk. They turned the hot water back on, and it was pouring out of the roof of a building, like directly from the roof onto the ground outside. Just really boiling hot water. So, I don't know. Shower, maybe. Free shower for everyone. Unfortunately, it wasn't where it was supposed to be. So I don't know how they're going to fix that. Well, these things happen. I'm sure they'll get used to it. Now then, there was something I wanted to bring to your attention, and it is the most bonkers thing I've ever seen. Now, the Russians have been installing various shipborne systems on MTLBs. It became quite a popular trend, didn't it? And we saw some very strange looking items. But now, here's another one. An RBU 6000 anti-submarine rocket launcher installed on the chassis of a T-80. So it's anti-submarine rocket launcher installed on a T-80. Just popped it up into the nest for you. Now, some of these were seen previously installed on an MTLB. Now, we'd have thought we'd seen it all, but no, they've been installing these things off Soviet warships onto their MTLBs, and now onto a T-80, because, of course, Franken vehicle.
That's interesting. I didn't know they were so interchangeable.
Me either, but someone's figured it out, haven't they?
Or are they not? And that's why it's funny.
They're not really supposed to be. Put it that way. But yeah, anyway, you know, I suppose Ukraine make Franken Sams, don't they? And they make Franken what the F's that?
Mm-hmm. A Tankenstein, surely.
Oh, it took you a second, but you got there. Well done.
Yeah, I got there. I got to the pun eventually. Okay. Daniel B.
Yeah, I mean, the thing why it's so funny is, I mean, we all know that Ukraine is also experimenting with different crazy solutions. But I mean, Russia has told us for 2 years now that they have a fantastic tank production and that they are producing, what was it, like 300 T90s per month or something, and that the T14 Armata is soon to be deployed on the battlefield. So when they come up with these things, you start to doubt that a little bit, don't you?
Well, all I know is a lot of those repair facilities seem to be blowing up from time to time. So maybe they aren't so good after all. Or maybe this is ingenious. We'll see. Now then, would you like to hear, Tim, what the US State Department representative said about Russia claiming Alaska?
This will be fun.
Yeah, so but basically, according to State Department representative, Russia is not getting back Alaska, which was sold to the US in the 19th century. So here is the answer of the US State Department by Vedant Patel, the principal deputy spokesperson on the order from Putin to hunt for all the former Russian Empire and Soviet Union property. So let me just understand that he signed something today to say the sale of Alaska is illegitimate. I speak for all of us in the US government and say, well, he's certainly not getting it back. And then laughed and walked away. So that was the answer, Tim.
How splendid. I mean, they bought it, which is an interesting one. They paid $700,000 for it, which doesn't seem like an enormous amount of money. You probably can't buy a house in Alaska for that anymore. But I don't know, maybe there's been a bit of inflation since then.
Well, that's a terrible shame for Russia. They sold it. Your own fault. That's how it goes. In fact, it's entirely their own fault. Everything. And I think we have to do that. You know, we have to push the fault back onto them because they're always trying to push it away from themselves, aren't they? And they ain't Teflon. So, yeah, they ain't Teflon. Now then, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Hungary has allegedly been sent death threats because, well, there's an upcoming visit, isn't there, by Hungary to Ukraine, to Uzhgorod. And one of these stated, God forgives, but Ukrainians do not. I wonder if this is a bit of propaganda, just so, you know, they can say, we've got a really good reason not to come. Because they are kind of looking for a reason not to come, aren't they? They've been exceptionally rude. Anyway, as the publication notes, the author stated that Ukrainians now hate the Hungarian government because Hungary is trying to do everything to help Russia in the war, and says an explosive reception will be waiting for them on January the 29th. Oh, that's when it's going. And recommended starting preparations for their funerals. So the State Secretary of the Hungarian Ministry of Foreign Affairs stated that the threat will not deter anybody from representing the interests of Hungary. However, they have started up this narrative that they're under threat. So I can see this being a diplomatic joy.
Absolutely. Are the Turks are due to debate Sweden NATO membership today, aren't they?
Well, they're supposed to be, but they were supposed to be last week as well. So we'll, we'll not hold our breath on that, but hopefully.
I mean, this is one of the weird things, right? Because Sweden joining NATO is a formality, right? Sweden is basically in NATO in all but name, right? So Sweden has bilateral defense cooperation agreements with the UK, with the US. It has the Nordic bubble. They do loads with the Finns, loads with the Norwegians. They also have the Joint Expeditionary Force with the UK and all the rest of the Nordics. I think the Baltics are in that as well. So like Sweden is spoken for, right? And the Turks seem to think they wield this enormous amount of leverage by their ability to veto the accession, but they really don't. And I don't know what they think they're going to get out of playing silly games, but they're not going to get it. And I mean, okay, so their issue was that, well, one of the levers they tried to pull, I'm not sure how successful they were in pulling it, was they wanted some Kurdish terrorists extradited to Turkey, which is a fair demand, I suppose, right? Because the YPK and the YPG, they really are a horrible lot. It's not like they're the good guys just because they're Kurdish. So I guess that's kind of fair enough, but they really don't hold very many cards here, in my opinion, because it's not like Sweden is in any particular danger, and it's not like all of the NATO stuff we want to do with Sweden isn't going to happen anyway. What do you reckon, Marcus?
Well, it's only a matter of time, isn't it? Yeah, and you're right. It is a formality that they're just dragging out like a bunch of doofuses. But, well, yeah, I don't know. Is it just to try and add some leverage for their own purposes? I think
Well,
Hungary's
yeah.
beyond that point now.
I mean,
Consequences are coming for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you have this kind of negotiating structure, or this kind of multilateral structure, which is basically, playing Russian roulette with an automatic, where everybody gets a veto, then of course everybody who can veto it will try to get something out of it for themselves, right? I mean, we see that particularly in the European Council. We see it in NATO. We see it in the US Senate, for heaven's sake. If you can get something out of it, you will. Or at least you will try. So there's an amount of that going on, but excuse me, they do have to recognise that they're not in a particularly strong position here, because the downside of Sweden not joining NATO is actually pretty limited. But there we go. That is apparently being debated today. Loves Democracy, you're up and you have your hand up. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I don't know. It's just getting light here. So, well, I was going to scoff at the Russians for thinking that they're going to come claim Alaska. The first time they said that, the governor of Alaska said, "I'd like to see them come." But I guess, hadn't really put the pieces together. But, we also bought that big piece of land called the Louisiana Purchase, or I guess that was the name of the deal. So, I guess Americans have been Americaning for a long time. If you want something, you just offer enough money. And also, I want to say boo Hungary and Slovakia.
Well, you say Americans have been Americaning for an awful long time. Didn't President Trump try to buy Greenland?
I'm not sure. If you say that, I believe it. I didn't really pay attention to him until 2020. So, yeah, I mean, that's totally possible. Speaking of Greenland, something that I didn't realize until last week, um, Greenland is in North America, which I guess I don't know where I thought it actually was. I mean, I know where it is, but I didn't know that it was considered part of North America. But when I was younger, they taught us that Central America was Central America, and apparently it also is part of North America. So, um, things change, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, whether it was a formal offer or not, I don't know. I mean, I have a feeling he just thought it up at a press conference and said it because that's because that's kind of how he rolled, right? He just think of
Right.
random stuff at a press
Um,
conference and say them. Um,
do you not
but
think it was like the equivalent of somebody trying to sell him a bridge? Hey, got a nice piece of Greenland to sell you.
well, no, because the exact opposite happened. So he said, "Hey, why don't we buy Greenland?" And Denmark, which owns Greenland, said, "No, Greenland's not for sale." And I couldn't believe that because of all the places that should be for sale, that's probably one of them because that's a rubbish place to have. It's like if Donald Trump tried to buy, I don't know, Orkney and Shetland, we'd be like, yeah, take it, go on. It's this money is better than having it. I jest. Orkney and Shetland are wonderful places.
Well, I kind of feel like that story actually supports my position because he wanted it and he tried to buy it. But your point is that he was told no, which, that must have come as such a disappointment to him. I guess he wanted to build a golf course there because that's such great golfing weather.
Be a pretty bloody big golf course. You need massive clubs.
Driver for everything.
Absolutely. I mean, Karen points out in the background that Greenland has huge resources, but isn't there some agreement that thou shalt not drill there or something? Isn't there some multilateral thing about exploiting mineral resources in the Arctic Circle that says you're not allowed to? I thought there was.
I think that's funny that you think Trump would have respected that.
Possibly not. I really wouldn't like to say. Okay, Joanna, you've got your hand up. What, Joanna?
Oh, I just wanted to comment, on this visits that will be following. So Fico will be going in Ukraine tomorrow in Uzhgorod to meet the Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal. So he will not meet Zelensky, but the Prime Minister. It's a Prime Minister level visit, and it's in Uzhgorod. I guess he doesn't want to travel too much, and I'm wondering how he will be received. I talked earlier about his special relation with Ukraine, Fico, I mean. Apparently he doesn't like Ukraine very much because he had some incident in 2009 during a visit. So Uzhgorod is a city just in the westernmost part of Ukraine, just at the border with Slovakia. And about Orban, I'm not seeing any news about Orban visiting Ukraine. There is a planned meeting for 29th of January at the Foreign Affairs Minister level, so Peter Sijarto and Dmytro Kuleba, still in Uzhgorod, which is quite close with Hungary too, not very far from the border. And apparently during this meeting, they will prepare the next meeting that should happen between Orban and Zelensky. So I don't expect for Peter Sijarto to be very well received either, because he had some very nasty comments about, Ukraine in the line with Orban's position in Ukraine. So I'll be very eager to find out what is happening during these meetings. And yeah, Turkey should vote today or this week for Sweden's accession. And according to the news we have seen, there was an article. Hungary invited the Prime Minister of Sweden for talks to negotiate. Yeah, Orban invited Sweden's Prime Minister to visit and negotiate his country joining the NATO alliance. So Orban said that he sent an invitation to the Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson for a visit to Hungary. I don't know what Hungary should negotiate with Sweden, but anyway, maybe it's related to the grievance. I have no idea.
Oh, it didn't. Excuse me. Didn't Hungary already pass Sweden?
No.
Getting into NATO. No, that still hasn't happened. Oh, I thought it had. Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember, because they said
they won't be the last.
They won't be the last ones, right? So they better hurry up then.
Yeah, but if they are not signing it at all, they won't be the last.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. Interesting. I'm interested in something you said just now, Joanna. Fico doesn't like Ukraine because he had an incident there in 2009. What do you know what happened?
Yeah, so I talked about it earlier, but I guess maybe the audience changed a little bit. So apparently in January 2009, there was a problem with the delivery of gas from Russia there was kind of a discussion between Russia and Ukraine for the delivery of gas, and the delivery stopped. And that was a big crisis for Slovakia in the middle of the winter. It was costing about 100 million euros per day because factories were forced to shut down. So Fico was this desperate. He called Putin, he called Prime Minister Yulia Tymoshenko of Ukraine at that time. And on January 14, he went to a visit in Ukraine. And apparently the delegation was left waiting about 3 hours. And then when the talks were supposed to begin, it was an open discussion with press, which Fico wasn't expecting at all. And apparently Yulia Tymoshenko spent 20 minutes berating Fico for taking Moscow's side in the gas dispute. So according to one person in the delegation under anonymity, it was a very unpleasant situation. Fico was red with anger. It was a disaster. He felt humiliated. After that, the Slovakian delegation flew to Moscow. There, they were greeted by Putin. There was an elaborate ceremony held in Kremlin's opulent St. George's Hall. They felt very well. They were very well received, and after this happening, Fico began to take an openly anti-Ukrainian position. So that's the incident from 2009.
Wow, that's kind of childish, isn't it? Like, for example, when I was 17, my girlfriend dumped me in Bruges, but I don't have anything in particular against Belgium.
It's a nice city to be in. Well, dumped maybe not, but the city is nice.
Exactly. She then drove off with her car. Damn it. But that's another story. My wounded adolescence. Okay, thank you very much for that color, Joanna. I see Robin is up. Robin, welcome.
Good morning. This is probably my need to get too granular about some stuff. But if we're going to be deriding Donald Trump, at least we ought to deride him for what he actually did. That business with buying Greenland was obviously stupid, but he wasn't buying it for a golf course. This was part of his business of wanting to get uncoupled from NATO, and the idea was that Greenland would be a forward base for a U.S. defense. So go ahead and, I mean, this is not aimed at you, Tim. This is just in general. If we're going to aim at Trump, at least we ought to try to get the basic facts right, because it doesn't make us look any smarter if we're just laughing and making fun of him and not dealing with the actual issue. Obviously, it was an idiotic idea, but it was a different idiotic idea. He was not buying it for himself. He was talking about the U.S. buying it. And with that, I'm going to go and get ready for my Ukrainian lesson. Have a good day, guys. Slava Ukraini.
Yes, sorry, Robin, if I was unclear. Yes, I meant he tried to buy it on behalf of the United States, not buy it personally. But that's interesting that he considered it in a NATO context. I wasn't aware about that. I'd assumed it was about minerals or something.
Yeah, as I remember, I obviously haven't done a deep dive on this because I really don't care that much, but that's as I remember.
Thank you very much, Robin. Piotr, welcome.
Hi, Tim. Yes, good morning. Good afternoon, I suppose. Yeah, I just no, I mean, I think Hungary, it's Orban is just making it a bilateral dispute, isn't he? Really, his comments, what, today, yesterday, whenever it was, you know, trying to sort of say that Sweden's being the one who's not being very friendly with Hungary and is being, oh, it's his chief of staff. Yeah, you know, again, sort of not really helping.
Gurgly Goulash.
Is that your nickname for him? Okay, good.
You mean Viktor Orban's chief of staff? His name is literally Gurgly Goulash.
No, I know, but Gurgly Goulash. Yeah, okay, fine. I like the goulash though. Although you make me want some goulash now. I'm currently skiing. No, I think it's, you know, it's this sort of trying to just deflect and put the onus back on them kind of thing. It's very, well, Russia-esque, isn't it, really? It's very sort of autocrat. Sweden's not in a hurry to join, therefore we don't have to do anything. But I mean, I find it quite bizarre that Turkey's the one that's sort of getting on with this more than Hungary is, you know, at this point. I think the Turkish have a vote on it later today, don't they, or tomorrow or something?
It's today, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, that's all I really wanted to chime in with. Really, I really wish we could have a different leader in Hungary. It'd be lovely. And I was disappointed by Slovakia last year. I have to say, I was there during the election, and there were so many Slovakians who were not on board with what was happening. But yeah, you know, they were the ones in the city, in Bratislava, so not reflective of the rural parts, I suppose.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's one of those quirks, right? That despite, I think FISO is the largest party in the Slovak parliament, but he's not a majority, and it's a sort of cautionary tale for these people who think that first past the post electoral systems are iniquitous. You know, the more PR based systems in Europe often deliver absolutely horrible results, and you end up with a situation where during the negotiations, the kingmaker is often a very extreme party. And so the kingmaker can come in and mop up a lot of the better, you know, mop up a lot of the important briefs simply by being, you know, the keystone of any coalition. Like, you can't form a coalition without this party. Therefore, they're going to wield a lot of power in the process. Yeah, it's one of those curious things. I think these coalition negotiating based systems are a lot easier for extremist factions to dominate than the kind of more ossified parties that first past the post systems tend to yield. But I guess that's a different discussion. Thank you very much for that, Piotr. I see Aloysius, you had your hand up. Aloysius, welcome.
I did for a moment there. Good morning and greetings, everyone. I just heard, you know, maybe there was a kind of a correction sounded before, and I wanted to add another correction. I think it's important for the integrity of the space. Alaska was bought for $7.2 million, not $700,000. But yeah. And,
yes, thank you for that, Aloysius.
1867.
Splendid. Thank you, Aloysius. A couple of people have pointed that out in my DMs. I had 700,000 in my head, but it is in fact 7 million. Thank you very much. I see we have Maros as well. Maros.
In Alaska. All right.
Hello, everyone. I'm Maros from Slovakia, and I'm just listening to you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Don't look for any rational reasons why Fico is doing what he is doing. That's my opinion. He's just a populist. But first of all, and most important, is that he's a mafia boss. He's simply boss of, he's a capo di tutti capi, or from the movie from the 70s, you know, The Godfather. And the only thing what he's doing is to try to save his ass from the jail. He needs freedom. He needs like to stay free, and also all his complices or his friends, because what he did since 2006 until 2018, and then afterwards, of course, now like what they are doing now, this is not compatible with EU, with NATO, with democracy. So the only thing he's trying to do is to protect himself and his companion, and this is only possible with Russia or with the East, with China, with Hungary. I don't know Hungary, like I know what's going on in Hungary, what was happening in Poland, but I am not an expert. I'm also not an expert on Slovak politics, but this is what is really happening. They are trying to now to change all the laws, so it fits to them. So they are not going to jail in the near future. They are going to close. Maybe you already discussed it with Jana, but they are going to close some courts, some prosecutor office, special prosecutor office, because they were really very close to get them in front of the court. Actually, many of them are already sentenced, and many of them there is already accusation, but they're trying to get rid of it. So don't try to find out some rational reasons why Fico is against Ukraine. He's actually not. He's just a populist. He's just telling, like Viktor Orban or anyone else, like Trump, what the dumb people in Slovakia wants to hear. That's it. They do a lot of researches, and after that researches, they know what the people needs to hear, and they just say it. That's it. That's it. There is nothing special that like meeting with in Ukraine in 2009. Okay, it happens, humiliation, kind of, but this is not the reason. It's just a minor issue in his way to become a mafia head in Slovakia, or like we are even worse, like in Italy, I would say. And I'm really afraid what they are going to do in the next weeks, months, and years. I think, this is my opinion, that they will lower the percentage of successful, I'm sorry, I'm not sure how, voting of people in referendum from 50% to 30% only. And then they will blame EU even more. They will blame Brussels, and they will try to make this referendum successful to get out of EU, because EU is responsible for everything, not Russia. It's EU, it's US, it's Anglo-Saxons, and simply it's really hard to live here among these morons, what I'm surrounded with. I am close to Bratislava, so it's not that bad, but in the villages and in the countryside, it's really difficult. So that's my few cents from Slovakia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maros. Okay, so we've got Piotr, Joanna, and then Loves Democracy. Piotr, you're up.
Thank you. Yeah, the question for you then from Slovakia. What do you think this does for like the Slovakian coordination with the other Visegrad members? Because we've got obviously Hungary permanent, but now it's lost its biggest supporter in Poland going the other way, and well, we've got Poland going the other way. So
just, you know, Czech Republic's sort of, I don't know, Czech Republic's a bit of a weird one. We've got Pavel at the top, but he doesn't really make decisions. So I'm just curious how you think Slovakia, as it goes in one direction, works in this little group, because they've been quite important in the sustained support to Ukraine in the past 2 years, you know.
From my point of view, we are getting more far and far from our Czech brothers, but they have also their troubles. Like Babiš will almost for sure win the next election, but he's not anti-Ukrainian as far as I know. But I would not be too much scared of Slovakia. This is just populism, and at least for some couple of months or years, maybe 2 years, they will follow Brussels, and they will, and hopefully until then the war in Ukraine is over and Russia is gone, and this will solve so much problems. Also, Trump not winning in US. So this is what we need to, all of us need to focus on to protect democracy as much as we can. That's simple. And Czechs are doing, they simply are like, we should take some examples from them. Like in sports, for example, today there is a football club post somewhere on maybe Twitter or Facebook, the president of the football club, the most famous Slovak team, Slovan Bratislava, that what problem is that we are going to play with Dynamo Moskva in Doha, in Qatar. This is something when you lose your mind if you read such. It's simply something which these people that they don't have some kind of behavior, or I just don't know what to say. It's losing my words. So, but Poland will be okay, or is already okay. The Czechs will be okay. We will also defeat Fico and Mafia sooner or later, and Hungary definitely too. Although many of my friends or colleagues from Hungary, they always say, "Oh, Orban, it's such a bad, so bad." And then I ask them, "Hey, what about election? Have you been did you participate in election?" "Oh no, it doesn't make any sense." So what can you say if they blame Orban, but at the same time they don't go to vote? What they tell me is like, people are really afraid in Hungary. I don't know if this is true, but what Orban can do, that he can, or his people will simply take your company. I'm not sure if this is true, or I even don't know. But if you have such a company which is profitable, which is important and interesting, then you will get visit from his people, and they will simply offer you the offer, which is not possible to refuse, like from that movie again. So it's strange, but we have to get rid of these Orbans, Ficos, Trumps, and the others like China, Turkey. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Maros. It is Joanna up next. Joanna, welcome.
Yes, so I want to thank Maros for coming up. It's nice to see speakers from Slovakia here. It's very, very good, because Slovakia is in the center of attention lately. And of course, you're right. It's not just the incident from 2009, the cause of Fico's position regarding Ukraine right now. We know that he is, populist, and even then in 2009 he had these tendencies. And I just wanted to illustrate the fact that it's very easy for these populist leaders, who are not really politicians but arrived in politics just to get some advantage for themselves. It's very easy for them to fall, under the Russian trap, to be received with honors by Putin, to have a elegant reception and probably other advantages, to be treated, like royalty there. And they are like kind of fooled by this, and they believe that Putin is their friend, which is not. Putin is not their friend. Putin is not a friend with anyone. The moment that Putin feels more better for him to, throw Hungary or Slovakia under the bus. He will do this, but it's easy for them to fall. And yes, you're right. He is a populist. He probably has a lot of, not good businesses behind him, and this happens in many countries. That's the reality. I just wanted to thank you for coming up and speaking, because we know all that, but it's nice to hear this from somebody from Slovakia. And I talked about this because I was just interested how he will be received tomorrow in Ukraine, especially after making those statements yesterday, in which he said that Ukraine must give some territories in order to achieve peace, which I found absolutely outrageous. So yeah, thank you for coming up.
Yeah, welcome. I would kick him I would just kick him out of Ukraine. I would never talk to him. I would, yeah, but this is diplomacy, so it works in a different way. But I would really kick him, punch him to face, and that's it.
Thank you very much, Joanna and Maros. Loves Democracy, you're up.
Thank you. I guess I just wanted to offer an apology, because I get a little sensitive on here sometimes, because America's not really a big favorite right now in getting aid to Ukraine, because since we haven't for a while, and I have to divest from myself and say, when someone's attacking America, they don't realize that they're attacking me. And I've even made that comment here, kind of like that a couple times. But then I kind of did the same thing. I did do the same thing to you. And I may be the only one who noticed it or thought it was a big deal, but I do want to apologize for that. So I'm glad that you came up and spoke.
That's very gracious of you, Loves Democracy. Thank you. Daniel, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I have a question for Maros here. When we have a Slovak here, it's good to use that. We have discussed earlier a lot about limiting Orban's possibility to influence and blocks things in the European Union, and there is a ongoing attempt to temporarily curb the Hungarian voting rights in EU. But in the final step of that, there is a need for a unanimous vote in the European Commission to actually agree on that. And I was wondering a little bit how FISO looks at that, and how is it from the inside? How do you deem the possibility for Slovakia to actually go along with such a vote? Because I guess it's sort of a threat to him also.
Well,
it doesn't require sorry, just a quick point of information,
okay.
Maros. It doesn't require a unanimous vote in the Commission. It requires a majority in the Council and the approval of Parliament. The Commission proposes the measure, or the Council can propose the measure, but it does. Article 7 doesn't require unanimity.
But what I've read in the Article 7, it actually does, because there's this 3-step process, and in the sort of before you actually can vote on removing voting rights or other rights from a country, you need to have an anonymous voting on actually getting there, so to speak, that you actually are agreeing that a country is in breach of the European values.
They've done that part, Daniel. There was,
okay.
I think, 495 to 100 and something in favour.
Yeah, but that's in the Parliament, and this is, as I understand it, it's from what I've read about it, from the Article 7, there's several steps where you actually vote on if they are breaching, and then they get a new chance to actually come back and correct things, and then there's a vote. And from my understanding,
they were given
that vote
30 days. 30 days already. They were given a 30-day letter to try and come back and correct things, and they didn't reply. So that's why it went on to the second, where they voted to say yes, they are in breach, and you know, Article 7 has moved to the next stage.
Okay, then my question is mute then.
Yeah, but I did read the same. I did read the same yesterday. That Fico said that he will never support, and since this needs to be unique decision or complete, all the EU members needs to approve this. Fico will be against. That's what I read yesterday, and he will definitely support Orban. He will, at least he says it now, because it's long-term process. So let's see what happens in the future.
Yeah, he's already been told that he might get his funding cut off, so I think they probably have some leverage there. Also, I do believe that, yeah, it doesn't have to be unanimous. It has to be something like 4/5 when it comes down to the last vote, purely because, obviously, Hungary's not going to vote in favour, are they? So that's obviously one vote against. So yeah, I think it has to be 4/5 majority. That's what I heard that somewhere.
Yeah, but stopping Fico from not doing it, the money is not the case. Remember my words that they will try to raise some kind of voting for stepping out of EU, because they have stolen so much money. They really don't need it. It's maybe simple what I say, but or straightforward, but they will simply try to push it this way, because altogether what they did in the past and killing this journalist, which is still at court, is Jan Kuciak and his girlfriend. Maybe you heard already. Maybe you heard in the past, in 2018. He was just stepping. He was really following the cases. He was young and he was really smart. He was following their cases, their bribes, and all the things they did in the past, and his Fico's comrades. So they finally killed him. Someone. We know who killed him, but it's not proved by court who ordered it. So they have so much money. They really don't need money from the EU, or they will not need them, because they will disappear one day somehow to Belize or somewhere else where they have some comrades already. So don't be fooled by that EU will threaten them with stopping EU funds. No, this will be only we will be the victims, Slovaks, ordinary Slovaks, and of course his voters. They will be they will feel it in the worst way. How, you know, it's really easy to understand if you think about it. I know every one of you has your own country and your political problems in your country, and that's why I really understand Slovak politics. I clearly see it, what is going on, but so EU is like kind of naive, but I believe that they know also, and they will handle this shit with Fico and Orban and the others who will in the future try to make some bad things towards EU. So that's it.
Yeah. Well, obviously, I still don't think that one vote will have the swaying possibility on this Article 7. That's what I'm trying to get at. Piotr, go ahead.
You called on me just as I put my phone back into my pockets. I'm like, no, I was kind of curious also for your take, buddy, on like, you know, Eastern Europe, Slovak, Visegrad, but also in the context of the 3 Cs initiative, because this thing's really begun, at least from my broad understanding, to gather some momentum. You know, Poland's militarization and their sort of much more pro-Europe, pro-unity sort of whatever, against Russia, is I think strengthening that 3 Cs initiative, and also because of the pressure we're seeing on Kaliningrad now.
I was just wondering, from your perspective, what you think about that, if anything at all.
Well, I'm not an expert, so I'm sorry. I just can say that Poland finally won their battle for democracy, hopefully for a long time, and that's it. I mean, I have no idea how to comment on sorry, how to comment on this. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Marosh. Yeah, sorry, Daniel, we owe you a correction. So you are correct that there is a degree of unanimity required here. So the Article 7 is a three-stage process. The first stage basically acknowledges that there's a problem, and that requires a two-thirds majority in Parliament and a 4/5 majority in the Council. Now, if the problem is serious and persistent, then it goes on to stage 2, where by another two-thirds majority, or proposal by the Commission, the country gets called before the European Council, and if it doesn't make a good enough account of itself, then the European Council votes again and must be unanimous in proceeding to Article 7.3, in which case the voting rights are suspended. So they have to decide that the breach is still occurring, then the voting rights are suspended. So the Article 7.2 is the bit that Slovakia could conceivably veto, assuming that the framers of this of the Treaty on the European Union were not stupid enough to allow the subject country a veto on Article 7. I assume they weren't that stupid. Daniel?
Thank you, Tim, because I was going, I was thinking that I was going mad about reading that. And that makes it actually more important than what Slovakia's stance in the whole question is going to be, and what kind of leverage they're going to have, and whatever other nations might have leverage on them. So it's a toss-up then, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the very odd things about or rather one of the very frustrating things is, particularly about the Treaty of Lisbon, is they don't seem to have taken into account this kind of adverse circumstance at all, right? So this seems to have been written on the understanding that there would never be two countries in Europe that were both allied to each other against the interests of the European Union, and therefore able to prevent, sabotage meaningful disciplinary measures. Yeah, it's very, very short-sighted. Daniel.
No, I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry.
Oh, dearie me. Well, we seem to have temporarily lost mockers. Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Go for it.
May I? Because I think I read the historical reasons why Article 7 looks like it does now. And if that was correct, it was because they had an occasion where it was attempted to use Article 7 against Austria, I think. But many member nations didn't like the sort of drastic measures of doing that, and wanted to have more of a diplomatic protest against Austria instead. I don't remember exactly what it was that they were doing. And then they changed the rules to have this sort of 3 steps solution. And since it's such a hard thing, I guess they went for having a unanimous vote. But there is a solution, I guess, and that I read something that if a member state is not participating, if it's absent, that lack of that vote will not stop the voting. So it's a unanimous among the present in the council. So there is a solution for it also.
So the solution is make sure FISO can't go to Brussels that day.
Yeah, well, he can do as Orban, go out and take a coffee.
Well, I mean, stranger things have happened. You know, Elizabeth I passed the Act of Uniformity partly by temporarily imprisoning half the bishops. So you know, these things have a long and storied history in democracies. Um, so yeah, I'm just reading about the Austria thing. Now, I would say that was both different and really quite egregious, because what Austria had done was elected the wrong party. So they'd formed a government which included the Freedom Party, which is kind of the hard right party in Austria. I think they've since been in government in Austria, haven't they? That's Sebastian Kurz's party. But yeah, so they voted the wrong way. Therefore, the EU got really cheesed off with them, which is something that the European Union needs to be better at, I think, because they're not very they're not very good at shall we say, they tend to throw their toys out the pram if people dare to vote in a way they disapprove of. They're a bit like The Economist in that regard. The Economist gets very upset and very frowny when there's an election and it doesn't elect a Blairite. Yeah, so yeah, that's an interesting one. I wasn't aware of that history before now. So thank you very much for that, Daniel. Okay, so we're just coming up on well, it's just past 3:30 Kiev time. This is the Maria Report. We are broadcasting 24/7 since the day before the Russian escalation of their invasion of Ukraine in 2022. We are manned by a core staff of around 45 volunteers, and as well as a couple of part-time members of staff of the organization. We are incorporated as a 501c3. So what does that mean? That means you are able to donate money to us. And if you are in the United States, you will, excuse me, starting to lose my voice. If you're in the United States, you will receive a tax refund, tax credit rather, for your donation. If you're not in the United States, then your tax mileage may vary, but nevertheless, you can still donate to us. Why would you want to why would you want to donate to us? Because we run periodic fundraisers in support of a number of Ukrainian and Ukraine-allied causes. We've done several of these so far. They've been phenomenally successful. We often get match donations as well. So we have a number of larger, very generous donors who will often match the donations you made. So basically doubling the amount of money we're able to donate and doubling the amount of good we do. We've just come off the back of our highly successful fundraiser for combat pants, combat trousers for SBU Alpha. That was a complete success. They got all of the trousers that they wanted. And we're now raising for electronic warfare equipment for the 18th Brigade of the National Guard of Ukraine. Now, we can't be too specific about exactly what the equipment is, but it is related to jamming, and it is very expensive, and it is very important. So I think we're about a week into this fundraiser now. I get emails every time somebody donates an amount of money. We've been overwhelmed by the support we've received, and we do encourage you to keep those donations rolling in. You can go to our website, MriyaReport.org. You can make a one-off donation, or you can make a regular donation, a monthly donation. We do urge you not to donate your bus fare or your rent, however much you care about Ukraine, because we don't want you to be destitute. But nevertheless, if you can afford a few pennies, please do chuck it over. Now, excuse me, I'm really starting to lose my voice here. So, in the headlines today, we have the big news is that in the UN Security Council, the Russians and their stooges are falling out with the United States and her allies. So Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, he's the one who looks like a horse. He has told the Security Council that any peace plans promoted by Ukraine and the West were a road to nowhere. So he's poured water on the idea of Zelensky's 10-point peace plan, which President Zelensky has been busily presenting, promoting at the both in Davos and also at the UN. If you want a thorough breakdown of Zelensky's 10-point peace plan, you can check out our main feed, and our newest co-host team member, Slavi, did an explanatory video of the 10-point peace plan. So go and check that out. It's really good. Now, for their part, the US Deputy Ambassador, Mr. Robert Wood, hit back at Lavrov, saying that it was Putin's single-minded pursuit of the obliteration of Ukraine and the subjugation of her people that is prolonging the war. And of course, as we all know, Russia started the war. So in other news, as we've discussed, the General Assembly of the Turkish Parliament will debate Sweden's NATO accession today. This is according to sources from within the parliament. Now, this has been a long and fraught process, with President Erdogan of Turkey holding out for concessions from the Swedes, particularly around the Sweden harboring a number of Kurdish terrorists and Kurdish militants, that sort of thing. Needless to say, Turkey doesn't have much of a sense of humor about that, but I will skip over the exact politics and rights and wrongs of that for the time being. Needless to say, they have been dragging their feet on this particular issue. Our view here on, well, my view at least here on the Maria Report is that Turkey, frankly, has very limited leverage. There is already very deep and there's always already very deep cooperation between Sweden and NATO. Sweden is in bilateral agreements with the UK and the US, as well as her immediate neighbours. They have their little defence bubble up there. We also have the JEF, the British-led Joint Expeditionary Force, which integrates the militaries of Northern Europe into a kind of all-arms core. And so Sweden is pretty well protected. It would be very nice if she were formally inside the tent, but it doesn't make an enormous difference to European security if Erdogan takes his time. Daniel, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, as a Swede, I want to give a little bit of my input on that, because first of all, sitting sort of outside, even if we are on the fence, is always a little bit more unnerving than actually being inside the fence. And being in the world that we are now, it's not really that certain. Of course, no one thinks that Russia will attack Sweden tomorrow, and no one really believes that Russia will invade the totality of Sweden, because we have a lot of buffer in between. But it doesn't mean that we can't be involved in war, in hybrid warfare, in blackmails, and so on, with nuclear weapons or whatever. So it will feel much safer to be within NATO than being on the outside, because the longer Turkey delays this, the more risk it is that we have other black swan events occurring. For instance, we don't know how it will look like in the United States after the election there, and we don't know what will happen in Europe if for instance, if US is withdrawing from Ukraine and Russia managed to fight themselves to some kind of a victory or whatever, and then you have a revanchistic Russia that will build up again, and we will be part of conflicts that we don't want to. And nobody knows, and that's the uncertainty, and that's also what's unnerving. So for us, it's actually a little bit urgent to actually get in there and get the certainty of being a member. But also, it's a matter of how we should build our defense. It's a little bit unclear how we actually how we will fit into NATO, and before we actually are in NATO, there is going to be still uncertainties. Though we are very much a part of NATO, we are not in all the rooms and discussions, and we cannot build up our defense from the commonality of doing it together. So it is very important for us. Maybe that's a little bit of paranoia from sitting in Sweden, sitting outside of NATO, and everyone else is feeling very safe and feeling safe for us sitting inside. But that's how I see it, at least. And just also adding to that, from Erdogan's perspective, I don't think it's just about leverage towards getting some deal from getting something from Sweden, getting something from the US. I'm particularly thinking about F-16s, which is what he's basically been trying to do. We've seen that, but it's also an internally politics sort of messaging towards his electorate. So it's sort of a complicated picture. But he has a lot to gain, and as I've said for quite a long time, once he does not see enough to gain and see more to lose, then he will actually vote yes for Sweden. And maybe, hopefully, I don't dare to hope yet, he has reached that point right now. So that's why we see it going up to the parliament, maybe.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
May I add one thing?
Yes, of course.
No, sorry for interrupting you. I just realized one of my points also is, yes, you say that Sweden being outside or inside doesn't make that much of a difference for the security of Europe. I would like to differ a little bit in that, because if you look at the Baltics and Finland, the NATO defense of those regions are going to be much easier with Sweden inside NATO, because Sweden is sort of a logistical hub, logistical throughput for those nations. It's much harder to strengthen those areas if you don't have Sweden, and primarily also the island of Gotland, which is, if you have air defenses and anti ship missiles stationed on Gotland, you're basically controlling the lower half of the Baltic Sea, and that's what you need to do if you want to strengthen and have to put in troops in the Baltic nations. So it actually does have significance, and having Sweden in NATO and having those benefits will actually strengthen the threshold for Russia to do something in the Baltics and Finland.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Mockers, I see you're back.
Yes, I had interweb connection problems. Apologies. I was just I was really waiting to add something to the conversation, and it just stopped, and I was like, what's happened? Yeah, so I completely forgotten what I was going to say, of course. So did you have something you wanted to add, or shall we go to Mete?
I think we should go to Mete.
Do it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mokes. Thank you. Yeah, to Daniel from Finland. I'm really sorry that we didn't go hand in hand with you, but I think it's still better that the Finnish border is inside NATO and not both of our borders. So it's been a long wait, but we really, really, really want Sweden in NATO. We so want to. It's like, part of us is missing. So, but thank you for your patience, Daniel. Thanks.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, I see your point, and I sort of agree with you. But I think it was what happens was the best in the situation. It's not Finland's fault that we didn't go hand in hand. I think it was the right decision to take, because with Finland in NATO, Sweden is more secure. With Sweden in NATO and not Finland, it would be sort of actually a worse situation for Finland than having both countries outside, I think. So I think it was the right thing, and the one who is to blame for it is actually Erdogan and Orban. So yeah, it is what it is, but it's going to come to an end sooner or later.
Thank you very much. Well, yeah, like with everything, more patience than should be necessary is required. I note we have been joined by Angry Ants. Are you there?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you fine, yeah.
I'm running off of my my laptop. I've been kind of taking a hiatus from social media, so it's good to be up here this morning and talking to everybody who's always here to support Ukraine. And Macher, it's great to hear from you and Tim. I just wanted to just come up for a minute. You know, for folks who don't know me, I work in Washington, D.C. I'm going to be spending quite a lot of time in the halls of the Capitol this week and for the next foreseeable future supporting Ukraine. And I just wanted to give everybody just it's been a really hard slog lately. And I think that, you know, it's easy to just get in a repetition of doing things, but I really want to let folks know if we can use the next few days to really lift up the idea of reaching out to U.S. members of Congress, especially U.S. senators this week while they're in session, and then most importantly, you know, reaching into the House in the upcoming weeks. That there's a really good chance of a bill getting called, but these politicians need to hear from the people in their districts. So if you're an American fellow or listener to MriyaReport, this week is the day to every day make one phone call to your senators and then to your member of Congress. It's 3 phone calls. I know Cece's down there and she's always lifting up the idea of this, and we are getting really down to the wire when it comes to this aid. This aid package that is working its way through the Senate really needs to get done and needs to get done ASAP. The way we can do that is use our voices. If you go to Ukrainian accounts, if you sign a way for you to email and call your member of Congress, they're going to be sending out alerts. You can follow accounts like DC, Ukraine DC Rally for information on what to be doing. Also, as I said, it's just really important. I'm encouraged, but it's going to be a hard fight for the next couple of weeks, especially once it gets to the House. So what we need to do is try and build as much support as we can in the Senate right now. There's a lot of other stuff being talked about that doesn't need to be talked about when it comes to Ukraine aid. We should only be talking about, you know, supporting our allies from defending their homeland and their freedom. But as I always end this, it's because I do have to drop down. It's a busy week for me. I got to spend a decent amount of time in Ukraine with Ukrainian veterans, and I've got a lot of friends who are on the front lines who are constantly asking me questions about this because they know what I do. And what I do know is that if this supplemental bill gets passed, Russia's going to be fucked. That doesn't mean they're going to get run over or anything like that, but they're going to be utterly destroyed. That they're not going to be able to keep up with the amount of kit that's going to get released. A lot of stuff people are talking about when it comes to the idea of aid, you know, vehicles getting to Ukraine. Those are in the list of this package. This package is going to clean the US's counter, the stockpile. This is going to get these vehicles, and the ones that can go and directly fight in Ukraine over there. Hundreds of Bradleys, more a bunch of stuff that just you don't see. So it's incredibly important. The guys in the foxhole that are freezing their ass off, and the girls and the drone pilots who are, you know, working for 14 hours straight looking through goggles, they need our support. And what they won't know is if you actually support them or not. The only person who's going to know that is you. So if you're an American and you're listening to me, I want you to look at yourself, take a second right now and ask, you know, have you done everything you can today? And that's maybe simply making those 3 phone calls to your 2 senators and to your member of Congress. No matter if they support Ukraine or they don't support Ukraine, they need to hear from us. And those people in the trenches are relying on all of us. And I just hope that we hear when I'm knocking on doors this week, that phone calls are coming in from members all over the country. But anyway, with that, thank you so much for letting me hijack it for a few minutes, Mockers. I got a little bit of a cold right now, so apologize if I can't speak very well. But you know, I'm sure Cece can add to you when it comes to, you know, who to call. To me, it's just everybody call your own senator and your member of Congress And then if you want to get actually active, if you want to move up the level of engagement, start looking at it. This is about funding Ukraine. It's not about anything else. It's not about any stupid policies. This is about bipartisan support for Ukraine that's needed dramatically right now. But
By the way. Thanks, Tim. Tim's making me a co-host. So now I can't
Oh,
turn the
good. Welcome.
speaker off. Thanks. I'll just chat for a moment
Okay.
until I can turn my mic off, though.
Works.
Well, yeah, it definitely works. That's something. So I'm hearing that there may have been an attack at another oil terminal in the Bryansk region. Now, Russian media are saying that the attack was unsuccessful. So I'll keep my eyes out for the big blazing fireball, just to note.
Stevie.
Oh, I think we've already moved on to the firebolt. I would just say that, well, two things. RaisonForUkraine.org is Raison's is the answer to the question. That's their website. But in Ukrainian, Raison means together. And I really love that, especially for what Angry and I always talk about, which is all doing this as a tribe, as a community, and pulling together to help Ukraine in this very particular, huge, most profound way, $61 billion way. So anyway, I just love it when the fact that we're all doing this together. And yes, we may be in our own houses or apartments or flats doing this, but or writing on democracy.io from all over the world, but we're actually doing it together, even though it may feel alone. And it's very rare in society to have something that you do together with a bunch of people. And I just really love that that facet of it.
Brings people together like nothing else, eh? A common cause.
Yeah, especially because a lot of this psychologically, a lot of what's happening, just like what happened last night, is so alienating and disturbing, right? And so coming together to try to heal and prevent more of these together is like, I mean, that's how humans since the dawn of time have dealt with tragedy, right? Is coming together and making things better as a group, not individually, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen what individuals can do when they band together. I mean, hello, NAFO. Just pointing that out. You know, not only an info operation, but a support network as well. And I always said this place is a bit like my support group because, yeah, at the beginning of the war, I honestly, I just couldn't keep away from the news. I needed to know what was going on all the time. And this space brought me exactly what I needed at the time. And well, obviously got a bit more involved since then, but yeah, it was something that I needed to soothe my nerves, I think, in one way. And yeah, together we are stronger. No, group hug. Would you indeed, Tim, would you like to hear about a problem in Yekaterinburg?
I'm sure there are many problems in Yekaterinburg.
Absolutely there are, but I have one in particular. So trolleybus route number 37 extension has been expected for over a year, but has had to be cancelled due to the lack of trolleybuses. Now, they ordered 30 new trolleybuses. Money was procured for, you know, set aside for the purchase of these trolleybuses. Never arrived. Don't know how that happened. There was another publication said that 50 had been ordered, 45 delivered. The numbers are all over the place, so it's very possible they were never even built. However, it turns out there are trolleybuses also disappearing from other routes behind the city, around the city. Someone was asking yesterday, what happens when they run out of them? Now, I don't know why, but do you think there's something they might be cannibalizing off trolleybuses? It's just something in my mind.
Is it ball bearings?
Well, I was thinking that. Would they have the same sort of bearings as maybe, you know, some of the train stuff that they use?
Oh God, I don't know. If only we had a train expert on the co-hosting team. That'd be amazing, wouldn't it? Like someone who's really, really into trains, like Peter Headley. No, I'm sorry, I've got no idea. I mean, one of the issues with ball bearings is they have to be made exactly spherical and a very specific size, right? So they have to be kind of down to the micro, nano, gigometer. They have to be exactly the right size. Otherwise they don't work, or they damage the machinery they're installed in. So this is one of the reasons why only grown-up countries make them, because they're difficult to make because they have to be very precisely manufactured. The way I understand trains to work is they sort of come as the bearings come as a sort of unit, and so you're not going to be able to take the wheels off a tram and put it on a train. Like it's just going to be two different systems for two different things. But it would be very nice if somebody who knows about railway engineering would come up and explain this to us.
Yeah, no, I just wondered because, you know, rail tracks and trolleybus tracks might be very similar. You never know. It was just something that I was thinking about, that's all. There is a whether it translates or not is a different matter. No, I don't want any notifications from you, thank you. No, well, anyway, there is a list of 163 comments on this particular article about it, and let's just say there's not a single one of them very pleased. Every single one of them angry. So yeah, I don't know what happens when all the public transport runs out, but there you go. You know 20 Days in Mariupol? Well, you obviously do. It's just received an Oscar nomination.
Oh, that's nice. Best documentary.
Yes, yeah. Just received an Oscar nomination. And you know what? The more publicity it gets, the better. So yeah, super pleased about that. So it whizzed past me on my timeline, so I thought I'd just bring that up to you.
Can I just make a quick comment about that?
Oh yeah.
That really will here in the States get so, I mean, that's not just, oh, cool for Ukraine, that a Ukrainian topic, that really will help infuse into, unfortunately, you know, entertainment really affects our society, right? But, you know, sometimes it's fortunately. So, yay, that's huge. It's not a forgotten topic.
Exactly. I think that will help to bring a lot of eyes to the film as well. Even a nomination, you know, it's still a big thing, isn't it? So yeah, I'm very pleased about seeing that. Now then, would you like well, what Japanese doing? Now, we know the Japanese have been very, very nice and helpful and awfully good people with regards to Ukraine. And a Japanese conductor has now set up a charity fundraiser for the Ukrainian Orchestra's concert from Odessa in Japan. So Yoshida Hirofumi is known to have been the principal guest conductor of the Odessa National Academic Opera and Ballet Theatre since 2021. However, the last time he was in Odessa was September 2023, where they conducted Puccini's opera Bohème. Currently, he's planning to hold a new concert with the Ukrainian orchestra in Japan and draw more attention to the war in Ukraine from his home country. So again, that's, you know, this is the soft power sort of thing, isn't it? Yeah, that the soft power is a way of creating that interest that isn't just about, sorry, I'm trying to work at the same time. Yeah, creating that interest that isn't just about, oh, death, destruction, war, you know, it's about, you know, an interest in the people, an interest in the culture, and then what's going on there, you know.
Absolutely. It's always nice to see from Japan.
Well, yeah, they make you know, they make a big impression, don't they? They're always trying to do something helpful, and I think that's particularly good. That he's going around sort of, you know, pushing the cultural part as well, because it's not just you know, trying to pressure people to provide weapons, but it's also getting them to turn their eyes in that direction in the first place. Iwana.
So that's amazing news about the film, the documentary. I wish they receive a prize, so it would be only normal that happens. But I wanted to comment on the other news that you brought about the trolley buses and about, you know, infrastructure development in Russia. I remember that there was an article yesterday in Kommersant about their 5-year plan for construction of roads. Apparently, they are publishing each year this kind of 5-year plan, what is taken into account to be, you know, developed and constructed and, you know, dealt with in the next 5 years. So they published the new one for 2024-2028, and it's kind of interesting because there are a lot of amendments to the previous plan. A lot of things that were supposed to be finished, for example, the M8 section to after Pushkino, which should have been finished in 2026, will finish apparently, according to this plan, in 2028. So they updated this plan. The number of objects increased from 2050 to 380. The funding from 13 trillion to 14 trillion. So it's not a big increase if we are comparing it with almost, you know, a 50% increase to the number of objects. But anyway, and it's a very big document, 394 pages, and almost everything in this plan is moving forward in a way, but this is not good. For example, highway from Ulianino to Nepețino moved from 2024 to 2026, bypassing the Oktyabirski village, 2024 to 2025. The M8, as I said, to 2028, and so on and so forth. So it's a list of about maybe 20 more things that are moving, and they are not moving sooner, but rather later. There are a few things that are planned to be to happen earlier than it was planned before, but it's not like they will happen this year. They are planned to 2026, so there is another opportunity in 2025 to move them along. So yeah, basically that's the 5-year plan for infrastructure and road development in Russia, and everything is balanced from the present to the future, because of course the future will be bright in Russia.
I'm really sure it will. Of course it will.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that was sarcasm, but sometimes it doesn't get through.
Oh no, I totally understand. Now then, there are rockets currently flying through the air. So this is the third full country air raid right now. So there is Sukhoi bombers, X-59 on its way to Kryvyi Rih, air defense working in Dnipro, Kramatorsk, concern, go to shelter. These are high-speed targets, please be safe. Explosions reported Dnipro. Kharkiv and Izium, go to shelters. So, yeah, there's missiles in the air, unfortunately, at the moment. So we'll see what happens, but one to Kryvyi Rih, one towards Dnipro. So, bloody hell, they're having a day, aren't they? They're having a day of it, the buggers.
They most certainly are. I'm sorry, Marcus. I'm almost completely losing my voice.
You would think that would be me. It's a good job I don't, isn't it? Can you imagine? Oh my God, we'd be effed. So I suppose I better go dig in my bookmarks then and find a way to do some work later. Okay, so there is something I did want to mention today, actually, which is Moldova. Now, Russia's puppet leader in the Transnistria region, after now being cut off from Moldova's easy banking service, has called on its defense and intelligence institutions, do you have some, to be increasingly proactive in their military preparedness. So the military preparedness of around 2,000 Russian troops occupying the region, maybe. And
is it really that? Is it really that many?
Well, exactly. I was being maybe, you know, a little bit generous there. But I've also seen some of their technicals, and I'm just going to send you a picture in, well, no, I'm going to put it in the nest because it's from a while ago, but this is apparently a Lada Niva technical in use by the armed forces of Transnistria.
That's interesting. Lada Nivas are really good cars, though. Well, they used to be. So,
would you use it in a war, though?
well, it depends on the Niva, right? So they used to be really good until the kind of mid '80s, when the quality of Soviet car manufacturing went off a cliff. I mean, it was never that high to start with, but it really went downhill. So it used to be a very, very capable kind of 4x4. You still see them rural areas around here because they're very good off road, and they had quite a big growly 3-liter petrol engine, and they were pretty good. The ones made now are not as good, and they're underpowered. Interestingly, the aesthetic of the car hasn't changed at all. So it's like, especially being inside it, it's like being inside a car from the 1970s. Like nothing, they haven't changed any of the design or any of the interface. But they are deceptively small as well. So they're really, really tiny vehicles, as you can see from the picture. And so, yeah, they do look a bit silly, actually, don't they? With a big gun on the back. I'm guessing that's a really small man. They've deliberately found the smallest man they could, so the vehicle didn't look quite as silly. The suspension's really not liking this either, right? Look, it's way down on its axle with that guy standing on the back. Yeah, those look pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, so exactly. There is a bit of amusement with regards to that, but yes, is Russians proxy leader in occupied Moldova is saying that they need to be militarily prepared. So all the initial threat from Transnistria appears to have sort of, reduced. Initially, it was considered that, it was more of a threat than it is now, put it that way. However, Moldova has now instituted customs tariffs on imports and exports on January the 1st, as well as cutting them off from Moldova's budget. And the officials in Transnistria have said it's a sad occasion because it hurts local businesses. Moldova, in turn, has simply said this is instituted equally across the country. Everybody else has to do it, and there's no reason why you shouldn't. Transnistria, which is largely dependent on economic and military support from Russia, should not be exempt. So Krasnolevsky said that the moves to increase military readiness were a response to provocations from Moldova. Yeah, give it a rest. So anyway, they've also accused Moldova of supposed acts of aggression, claiming earlier in January that they were daring to train soldiers, and that they had Ukrainians training to commit terrorist acts within Transnistria in Moldova. Of course they did. I'll tell you what, if they had, your officer would have blown up by now, mate. Anyway, Moldova's defense ministry categorically denied the accusations and obviously said that this was propaganda. The Institute of Study of War has stated on several occasions in recent weeks that Russia is seeking to further empower its proxies in Moldova and Transnistria. And on January the 21st, Moldova stated that Russian troops stationed in Transnistria apparently violated a ceasefire regulation and were, here we go, engaging in hostile activities which included the improper use of drones. So it would seem that they were maybe trying to sniff at something with drones. Naughty, naughty peeps. Iwana, go ahead.
Yeah, Mokas, you practically said all what I wanted to say. So indeed, the Russian troops in Transnistria probably between 500 and 1,000. The Russians say 1,000, but I think even that is kind of exaggerated. Of course, they cannot be resupplied and rotated right now because of the obvious circumstances. So not really a big threat, even if Moldova's army is not really very big, but they are confined to Transnistria, and basically that's it. They are very upset because Moldova is doing some training and some exercises not very far from Transnistria. So apparently they find it very, outrageous that Moldova is willing to do these exercises close to them. But I think it's a signal to them that, we are training, we are here, we do not leave. Also about the taxes. So of course, if they want to be separatist and they consider themselves to be other countries, and I'm talking here about Transnistria and Gagauzia, why not apply the tax regime that is for countries that have no economic agreements and so on? So yeah, they are very upset about it. Even the leaders from Gagauzia sent a very, desperate letter to some other leaders, including Russia, saying that they are out of money and the situation is very dire right there, and they need help immediately. Of course, Russia will help them. Russia is using them, Transnistria and Gagauzia, just to create more instability in the region. And of course, they claim that there were some incidents. I didn't find any credible news about the incidents, but of course, the Russians are trying to promote this, narrative that something is happening there. The Ukrainians are provoking, the Moldovans are provoking, everybody is provoking, but not the Russian soldiers in Transnistria who are there just to, do good. Of course, they are not doing good, and of course, the consequences, the economic consequences, are beginning to be felt in Transnistria and Gagauzia. So, yeah, I think that the Moldovan approach to this, if they want to be isolated, let's isolate them some more, and we are on the European path, and we are trying to defend ourselves and things like this. I think this doesn't go well with the Russians. And of course, let's remember that I think the defense ministry from Transnistria said, yeah, Moldova is arming now, and of course it's not for defensive purposes. Of course, yeah, that's the Russian, point of view. Moldova, a very big country and a very powerful country, will invade its neighbors very, very soon, according to the Russians.
Because Moldova have, famously been terribly belligerent to their neighbours.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I think they're doing the right thing, sort of like just starving them out, basically just saying, oh, you want to be autonomous? Okay, that's fine. You be autonomous. We'll just apply the same rules to you as we do to everybody else. We don't fund any other countries around us just for the sake of it, so you're not having it either. And yeah, I think it's quite nice actually the way Moldova's going about it, because they can gripe and complain, but what can they really, really do? Well, we'll have to see what they can really, really do, but I don't think it's going to be a massive amount. One thing about being all the way over there is that they kind of sort of cut themselves off a little bit, didn't they? Never mind. So, would you like a little bit of headlines, Tim? I've got a few headlines. Sure.
Yep. So hang on, just a very quick snippet. Rams are landing in Dnipro. People are in the shelter there.
Yeah. Yeah. Buggers, aren't they? So let's have some headlines. The head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland has been obviously speaking and said our task is to provide Ukraine with the necessary weapons and to disperse the European defence industry throughout Europe. They mean build up more of it throughout Europe. Lithuania and Poland are preparing to conduct joint military exercises in the Suwałki corridor. Yeah, in the isthmus or corridor. Now, this location obviously makes it vulnerable in the event of a theoretical Russian aggression on NATO's eastern flank. So the corridor is a 100 kilometers wide section of the border between Lithuania and Poland, bordering Kaliningrad, Kaliningrad, and that on the west, and Belarus to the east. In the event of a hypothetical war with Russia, obviously, it would be important to quickly seize the corridor and cut off the route. So that it would be more important for, Russia to seize that corridor. So we have to be prepared to defend it properly. So they're doing exercises in order to work out how they would do that. Good stuff. The British ambassador, Martin Harris, was in Kyiv. And when he said that the drones for Ukraine, for which Britain is allocating £200 million, will be produced on the territory of both countries. Obviously, we know about Hungary not wanting to participate in financing arms supplies to Ukraine from the European Peace Fund. But as a result of using the European Peace Fund, Hungary cannot interfere with any other countries providing aid to that fund. According to the Wall Street Journal, the EU is considering the creation of a new fund for financial aid to Ukraine. This again would be able to bypass Hungary's veto. This proposed fund would use 6.5 billion euros, again funneled through the European Peace Fund, which was established in 2022, I think, with an additional 5 billion euros planned to be allocated from 2024 to 2027. New fund is intended to compensate EU countries for their expenses in providing military aid to Ukraine authorities. It also aims to cover the cost of combat training programs for Ukrainian troops. The initiative envisions compensating EU countries with up to 7.5 billion euros in 2024. This aid initiative is designed to enable smaller EU member states with limited ammunition to continue to collaborate in joint purchases, providing substantial assistance to Ukraine. The former World Bank president has categorized the transfer of frozen Russian assets to Ukraine as elegant justice. He made these comments in the Financial Times. And I think he's right on that. It is an elegant justice to take away everything that they've squirreled away in the West and give it to Ukraine. They've got to pay them reparations somehow, haven't they? And they're not going to want to. So this is the next best thing, I suppose, isn't it? In fact, it's better than the next best thing because they don't really have to wait for it. So anyway, next. The war in Ukraine has reportedly led Russia to lose confidence in some of their conventional weapons and has increased the importance of non-strategic nuclear weapons, according to a report by the International Institute for Strategic Studies. As reviewed by the agency, a potential scenario for a Russian attack on NATO has been published. Now, this is published in the Daily Mail. So, you might want to just consider the source. But this is what they say, basically. Any invasion would begin with a major cyber attack, causing huge disruptions in the operations of infrastructure and or satellites. Well, that's kind of what anybody does before going to war, isn't that right, Tim? They tend to launch it with a cyber attack to keep you busy.
Yeah, I mean it's excuse me, it's fairly common. Yeah, I'd say
Yeah, so
to pull
I
out the
kind
stops.
of thought point number one there, a little bit obvious, in these days anyway. And then the Russian Federation would launch massive missile strikes, if you've got any, mate, against infrastructure facilities throughout Europe, airports, naval bases, logistics centres. Yeah, if they've got anything left to do so by the time we finish with them, but let's see. And then ground operations will begin. Their priority would be to capture the Suwalki corridor. And then, obviously, from there would be some sort of attack on Baltic countries or even Poland. They get a bit excited, the Daily Mail. Now then, the Russian Navy would try to take control of the Arctic and, with the help of missiles, the North Atlantic. After this, Moscow would take a pause to assess NATO's readiness to defend Eastern members. Now, these are conclusions, a little bit long stretched conclusions, but they were suggestions by ex-military officials that if Russia had everything they wanted, what would they do? And so that was, their sort of suggestion on how Russia could take control of the world and Europe and all that. But there's a lot of variables in there as to whether they would be able to or not. So anyway, there is a map describing a Russian attack on Europe, which I think we saw quite a lot yesterday that was bandied about. But again, these things have to be taken in context, I think. So, that would be, of course, if there was zero opposition, nobody else had a vote, nobody else fired a missile at them. So I think, you've got to sort of take that into account, that they wouldn't just sail on in and do all this with impunity. Ivana.
Thank you, Marcus. There is a new article in Kommersant talking about Lavrov presence at the UN Security Council. It's kind of a long article, but it's talking about his speech, the other speeches, and practically the difference of opinion between them. So are you interested in this? Would you like me to read it?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so this is written by Anastasia Dombitskaya, the Kommersant correspondent that was present there. So in her words, the meeting once again confirmed that radical contradictions between the permanent members of the UN Security Council have not gone away. At the same time, the meeting confirmed the unwillingness of those gathered to hear each other. Mr. Lavrov demonstrated this literally by leaving the meeting room before representatives of the majority of the other members of the Security Council and permanent representative of Ukraine, Sergei Klitschko, read their reports. So, as you remember, the meeting was initiated by Russia, and they wanted to talk about the supply of weapons to Ukraine. My parenthesis here. Sorry, but Russia is supplied with weapons by its allies, Iran, China, and North Korea, and there are proofs to that, but apparently they don't want to speak about this. According to Lavrov, this meeting became even more urgent after the attack on the market in Donetsk on January 21. As we discussed previously, it's really unclear that this attack was done by Ukraine. Probably it was done by Russia. OSINT specialists provided proofs to this direction of strike, time to strike, and so on. So probably a false flag attack from Russia, but of course the Russians are using it in order to, promote their own narrative. Also in their narrative, this strike was carried out using weapons supplied by the West. So Sergei Lavrov began this meeting by condemning Western supply to Ukraine and criticizing the United States and its allies, accusing them of pushing Kyiv to continue the conflict. I will quote from Lavrov, but be aware that it's absolutely outrageous. But here it is. Despite the complete failure of the Ukrainian armed forces on the battlefield, the Western patrons of the Kiev regime with manic persistence continue to push it to continue the senseless military confrontation. This is Lavrov's vision about this conflict, and of course, in his vision, the West is not only responsible for the fact that the conflict has dragged on, but also for it is at the origins of its emergence. According to him, there were no interests of the Ukrainian people in the war against Russia. I don't know how people are not seeing, people who believe Lavrov are not seeing um, the sense of this phrase. Of course, Ukraine was not interested in the war against Russia, but Russia was interested in invading Ukraine. So now there is the interesting part, and I think it's the first time I'm seeing this kind of line, a narrative line, and it's interesting, especially on the background and in the context of what's happening now, with the struggle in the United States to provide help for Ukraine, with what it seems, dragging even from European states to provide, the necessary ammunition and so on. So this is kind of interesting for me, and I would like to have your opinion on this. So Lavrov explained in detail why and how the West is waging war against Russia. According to him, supporting Kyiv is both a profitable business initiative and a geo-economic project to eliminate a competitor in Europe. And he said like this: for Europeans, I appeal to their sensible part. It's probably time to wake up and understand that with the help of the Zelensky regime, this is how he calls, the leadership in Ukraine, the United States is not only waging a war against Russia, but it's also solving the strategic task of sharply weakening Europe. So basically, what is happening in Ukraine is because US wants to weaken Europe. That's the opinion of Lavrov. So also he said that the military operation was not against Ukraine and not against Ukrainian people, but against the regime of Vladimir Zelensky. And the first bombing civilian apartments and hospitals and schools and museums and churches is against the regime of Vladimir Zelensky and not against the Ukrainian people and against Ukraine in general. US Ambassador to the UN, Robert Wood, statement: this war continues because of President Putin's single-minded desire to destroy Ukraine and subjugate its people. Russian imperial intentions are clear, and this meeting is yet another attempt by Russia to distract from its war crimes and military aggression. I like this statement. Robert Wood, US Ambassador to the UN. The majority of the meeting participants supported this position and accused Russia of launching aggression against Ukraine, condemning the attacks on civilian infrastructure. Good again. Malta's permanent representative to the UN, Vanessa Fraser, speaking after Lavrov, says that she condemns Russia's systematic attacks on civilian objects and critical infrastructure, called on Russia to stop hostilities and withdraw troops and military equipment from the territory of Ukraine. Now, China, Zhang Yun, or Jun, the UN representative, spoke in Beijing traditional spirit. That's a quote from the writer of the article, calling first of all to stop military clashes as soon as possible. We must maintain our commitment to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states. No country should ensure its security at the expense of security of other states. He called for taking into account the interests of all parties, but also said that we believe that NATO needs to learn its lessons. And it's at this moment that Sergei Lavrov decided to leave the meeting. So China, double-sided, speech. On one side, sovereignty and territorial integrity, because they kind of have Taiwan in mind. On the other side, kicking a little bit at NATO. So what should we expect from China other than that? The scenarios that presented Lavrov in his speech how could hostilities end. One scenario from the part of Russia and one from the part of Ukraine. So the first scenario is like this, and it's his word, I'm sorry, but yeah. Kiev regime, having licked its wounds, would have continued its course of exterminating everything Russian, and Western democracy continue to turn a blind eye to what is happening and remain approvingly silent. He said that this scenario is absolutely not happening, and it's not a viable scenario. The other scenario, the Russia scenario, the goals of the special operation will be achieved in any case through military or peaceful means. Ukraine is asked to lay down its arms, and of course, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians will definitely have saved their lives. I can propose another scenario to Lavrov. Russia will leave Ukraine immediately, and both Russians and Ukrainians' lives will be saved. Let's remember that we have how many Russians dead today? Over 375,000. So yeah, maybe he should consider this also, Mr. Lavrov. Okay, so this is the last. I'm going to finish soon. Many diplomats devoted space to the peace formula, and also that happened on the sidelines of the forum in Davos. Unlike Lavrov, the other meeting participants praised Ukraine's attempt to create the foundation for a future peace agreement. And Sergei Klishka, the representative of Ukraine to the UN, noted that the progress of the peace formula is real and in full swing. So basically, this is kind of a summary, of course, with Russian flavor of what is happening, what happened in the UN meeting. Note that again, Russia is pushing this narrative of creating a separation of interests between, US and Europe. I think this is very interesting. They are kind of profiteering. They are taking advantage of the context, international context right now, and they are pushing, the point that hurts at this moment. It's by the book, by the Russian book. And let's also note that it is presented in the Russian press with the both sides, which is good in this case because, it can maybe create a little bit of awareness about what the world is thinking about Russia, and not just the Russian narrative that is promoted inside Russia. So sorry for speaking so long. I just wanted to present this because I think it's one of the important things that happened today, and I began the day by saying that I'm absolutely outraged that Lavrov was allowed to step on US territory, but I guess this meeting was not really what he expected, and he's going, back not very happy. But of course, he is also meeting with Iran, Turkey, and Lebanon representatives, so maybe some other profitable business to be done for him there.
Maybe. I've just seen something which was quite interesting. So, how's about this for a psyop from Ukraine? There is a panic currently in Russia. Russians are complaining that their cities are covered with interesting leaflets with a QR code. And when you scan the QR code, the website opens with a warning from the Ukrainian SBU about a planned missile attack on military targets in the Russian Federation in the very near future, as well as data on the Russian war criminals. The local FSB is already looking for people who put these posters up, although they're unlikely to find them. So, for locations, Voronezh, Tula, Siberia are three of the locations where they've been seen. But people have been taking photographs of these and putting them on Telegram for all the people to see. And I have to laugh because they've got the coat of arms of Ukraine on them. They're like a black square with the coat of arms of Ukraine. And Yeah. So bear with me, I sneeze. No. Anyway, so some cheeky bugger's been going around putting these up, and yeah, okay. So no, it's like a black square with like a scroll at the top and the bottom in this QR code, and when you scan the QR code, the middle fills in with the Ukrainian trizub, and then you get the then you get the message. And I just think that's a brilliant idea, by the way. Also, missile attacks. Missile attacks? I just find that interesting. So we'll cross our fingers and hope that there's a lot more of that going on.
It's nice to use these leaflets, you know, as propaganda, but in a good sense here, because you know propaganda is not necessarily bad. It's used for bad purposes usually, but here is in a good sense. It's nice to use these leaflets. I think they used them before in Ukraine, you know, for that project, Surrender and Stay Alive, or how it is called. For the Russians, they practically fired leaflets into the Russian positions with the instruction how to surrender. Now these leaflets sent on, you know, Russian territory maybe makes them think a little bit about what is happening, and you know that the war is coming to them in a way. Maybe if it's even if it's not really going to them, but you know, just staying aware of this.
Well, yeah, also it's you know, it's bringing that home to them, isn't it? That the war is coming home to you. You will notice it very shortly, but don't worry, we're not aiming at you. We are aiming at your military stuff though, so stay out of the way. And I actually think that's brilliant. It's a nice message to the people that they are not specifically the targets, but you know, also they did this a little bit with the Russian soldiers. They said to them that Russian soldiers, by the way, you will be a target unless you would like to give us a better target. So, you know, you could always inform us of a better target, and we'll go after that instead and leave you alone. So, you know, there's always that sort of thing as well. If you want to tell us exactly where something is to make absolutely sure we miss hitting your house by mistake, you know, you could always just give us the exact location. That would be really helpful. So it's just that sort of thing that I think, you know, it's nice to encourage, isn't it? Now then, oh, I can tell the Americans are awake, by the way. My timeline suddenly changed. It's amazing, isn't it? How you know the other half of the world has woken up. So.
But do you want European news?
Oh, yeah.
Until you know, they drink their coffee, the Americans. So
Yeah,
apparently
definitely. Go ahead.
Yeah, apparently you moved ahead with the plan to use the profits from the frozen Russian assets for Ukraine. So it's progressing with this plan to apply a windfall tax to the profits generated by frozen Russian central bank assets, while not opting to see the immobilized money outright. So not the real money, not the real assets, but the profits from them will be, used to help Ukraine. So they agreed that Russia needs to pay for the damage that the war caused. The EU, the group of 7 nations, and Australia have frozen about 260 billion euros, $283 billion equivalent, in Russian central bank assets in the form of securities and cash, with more than 2/3 of that in the EU. The majority of EU-based assets are held by the clearinghouse Euroclear, and they earned about 3 billion euros last year. So the chief of foreign policy of EU, Josep Borrell, told the reporters that progress was made on this windfall tax during a meeting of the foreign ministers, and discussions will continue. Some countries are against using the assets themselves over legal concerns. But you know, this is not the assets themselves, but the proceeds from the assets. So the EU Foreign Affairs Service proposed a multi-step process that would identify the relevant assets and set out the actions that the central securities depositories holding those funds would need to take and step forward. So they will design the procedure, the mechanism in which the windfall tax is applied to the profits generated by the frozen assets, and how this is transferred to the EU budget and used by Ukraine. Some expenses will be, or national taxes will be deducted before the proceeds are transferred. So this is an article in Bloomberg about this. It's going slowly, but it's going ahead. And I do hope that they find a way soon to use at least the proceeds, you know, from the 3 billion. I think Ukraine could use the 3 billion euro, or even what is left from the 3 billion after taxes. They could use that. And I do think that even the assets could be used to help Ukraine. There are certainly great minds out there, legal advisors, lawyers, financial specialists, that can identify a way in which these assets can be used. But for the moment, at least the proceeds must go to Ukraine, and I do think that this can be solved quite soon. So this is an article from Bloomberg. I can share it with you if you want to.
No, I did grab that earlier, and yeah, I think it's well, like that guy said in the Telegraph, the previous World Bank head. It is, you know, a very elegant way of sorting out some of the funding problems and sorting out, you know, what to do with those frozen funds, because we really don't want to hand them back to Russia, do we? Not after all this palaver. And I don't know, holding them in abeyance for some sort of promises in the future. Any promises they make are a big pile of turd anyway, aren't they? So, you know, why would we bother? Why would we? Now, there is something here, which is that Italy are now the G7 chair, I believe. And they are going to use their presidency of the Group of Seven this year to challenge the increasingly popular narrative of Russia winning in Ukraine because the West is tired. Because, you know, we'll just get tired. Not quite as tired as the Ukrainians today after their third complete countrywide air raid, I'm sure. But anyway, you know, tired. So there is a report. Now, it does name an unnamed source, but I mean, this is something that we kind of expect, really, isn't it? That Italy have been very strong. Meloni is obviously quite a tough cookie, and she's got a really strong moral core that she's not prepared to bend on, and that's that. So I kind of feel as though, you know, it's a good time for them to be the president of this, and also it's a good ally to have, and it's a good message to take forward. So there has been this constant niggle of, mainly a lot of it propaganda, in order to cause what they're sort of doing at the moment, you know, doubt, slow down. Oh, well, you know, nuclear war. Oh, give me a bloody break, honestly. Anyway, worries about the future of Western support have been growing as there's all this slowdown in the US. The EU has been blocked by Hungary. Financial aid is stalled by domestic political bull. And it's come to the point now where Italy will chair the G7. So, G7 is a group of major democracies that includes Germany, the US, Japan, the UK, France, Canada, and throughout 2024, and there will be a G7 summit in June. So, their sources said that the main issues on the leaders' agenda would include the Middle East, food security, climate change, development in Africa, interaction with China, and AI. However, one of the more important points on their agenda will be Russia's unjust war against Ukraine. So G7 leaders reportedly aim to demonstrate that they remain fully committed to Kyiv. I wish they wouldn't say that. I wish they would kind of say to Ukraine. It's just, you know, we don't say to London, do we? We say to the UK. We didn't class the UK as London. That's all. So anyway, and cannot risk showing signs of weakness after, well, nearly 2 years of this invasion. And so the message is we must change the narrative. Italy plans to hold 20 ministerial meetings during its presidency, starting with a 3-day gathering on industry, technology and digitalization. This will be March the 13th to the 15th. Bloomberg reported on January the 10th that the entire Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, was urging her Hungarian counterpart to unblock the 50 billion euros in back-channel talks. Didn't work though, did it? But the EU will revisit the 4-year funding agreement at a new emergency summit on February the 1st, which isn't too far away. So hopefully we'll hear a little bit more about that at the time. So that's something, at least, that's a possibility. Nobody wants to talk to us, Ioana. Are we that terrifying? We
I
must be
think so,
terrifying.
Marcus.
Either that or just you know, everyone wants me to get the sack, obviously. So anyway, let's see what I've got if nobody wants to talk to us.
I have a nice one from Kommersant. You know that we spoke about problems with employment in Russia. The title of the article is "Teenagers Embrace the Labor Market." There is an explosive demand for minor employees in the labor market. More than 40,000 vacancies were opened on the Headhunter platform alone, available for candidates over 14 years old. And the trend is confirmed by several large companies, Ozon, Oshan, still in Russia, Kusno, and so on. So the school children are willing to be hired as couriers, promoters, salespeople, and cashiers. So yeah, the numbers of offers has tripled over the past year, yeah, then the other details are not so relevant, but you know, it's booming. The work of teenagers over 14 years old in Russia. Of course, it's normal times.
Of course, normal times. They're absolutely nuts, aren't they? They're absolutely nuts. Now then, I'm just looking to see if there's anything more on Ramstein. So Austin has called on allies to find more air defense systems for Ukraine. And he says that Putin's only hope is the missiles and drones will be demoralizing the Ukrainian people. Yes and no. From what I can tell from the general feedback that I get from Ukrainian people, it's not really demoralizing. It's more angering. They're not really fed up anymore in that way. They're not really as depressed as they were. They're more peeved now. That's the kindest way to put it. And so, yeah, very peeved, I believe. Somebody tagged me and I've lost it. Never mind. Oh, it's okay. So, yeah, just, 1,000 dead Russians every day doesn't matter to them. But, every Ukrainian life that's lost matters. And so every time they do this sort of shit, they just make people really mad.
I'm sorry, I just seen a video posted by Gerashenko and it's really, really nice. Have you seen it? I posted I sent you the link in the Black channel. Apparently, Putin was gifted a talisman for victory. And guess what colors the talisman is?
Oh, I've just seen it now. Beautiful blue and yellow little talisman. Yes.
He likes it, apparently. So
It
yeah,
looks
it's a
like a little
talisman.
blue angel or something.
Yeah, of course it's a talisman for the victory of Ukraine. Sorry, Mokas. I stopped you like this.
Sorry. I was talking to a muted mic. I was just saying, I wonder who made it. And you know how they worry about all the Ukrainian witches cursing them and stuff? I like it. I like it a
Yeah, me
lot.
too.
Talisman of victory. I'm going to retweet that, folks, so you can see that. Just realised I hadn't. So there is something that I am looking forward to. And I know, folks, yeah, this is how exciting my life is. I'm looking forward to the 13th sanction package. Yes, that's right. No, not a Saturday night out. The 13th sanctions package. That's me. So the European Union is preparing now a further embargo against Russian aluminium. According to the trade organisation European Aluminium, the previous rounds of sanctions left about 85% of Russian metal exports to the EU untouched. So, according to a senior EU diplomat, the main problem is that all the major targets are already under sanctions, while the others, nuclear energy, liquefied natural gas, cannot be introduced because of individual countries being either too tied to them or not happy, full stop, about the idea of having to buy from anybody else. So yeah, it's difficult to do some of the sanctions, but they're now going after metals, export of metals, which I think, it's somewhere that they can make an impact, I think. What I would really like them to do, though, is to enforce all the current sanctions as well, fully. I know they're slowly getting there. There's some sort of, secondary sanctions that are coming up, which are starting to bite now. But I would like to see all of those sanctions being, fully either implemented or enforced. Let's make the current sanctions work harder and better, and then by all means bring in all sorts of extra new packaging. Now, it won't just be the metals that are on this, but that will be obviously a founding part of it, just like the 12th package of sanctions was like, a founding part of that was the diamond business. So it looks as though this one's going to focus now on the metals trade. Dan, my lovely, welcome up.
Morning. Well, it's morning for me. I slept late today. Yeah, the sanctions. I'm going to say it again, and I know this is a little generalized because I'm not the brains that you are, all you guys. But I'm going to say this. I think we should. I think liberal democracy should start sanctioning countries that sell so much as a toothpick to Russia, eggs included. That's my opinion. If they don't close the door, I've said it before, if they don't close the door, they're just going to keep doing the same old, same old. That's my opinion. Sorry.
No, you're absolutely right. We need to be stronger and stricter on this. Absolutely. I know it's not easy to shut everybody down, but come on, if journalists can find out about it, governments can too. Surely they also have resources. So, you know, when journalists print these things, you think, well, surely the government's onto it. And then you're like, oh no, this has been going on for months, years even. And no, nobody's looking at this. Why? You know, it shouldn't take a journalist really to do the job of the, you know, whoever they are. Those people who, you know, don't exist or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I know that we only have, you know, so many resources and manpower and stuff like that, but gosh. Now, one thing I can say, I am loving the investigative journalism though. They are, you know, like the Cyprus Confidential thing. They are busting stuff open like that, and they are picking out the bad guys. You're absolutely right, but I am very keen on yeah. If there's anything we can completely embargo, we should. And you know, they want to be not part of the West or whatever. Well, that's fine. That's fine. We build a high wall, and you know, we just leave them to it. That seems nice and easy, doesn't it? If that's what you want, you go over there, do that. Oh my goodness. You remember saying that people were struggling with their heating and stuff. Ioana, I've just seen the most beautiful video. I'm just popping it into the nest. Hopefully it'll turn
Oh,
in a minute.
do tell.
Do tell. Well, you remember that guy chipping out his table? Well, there's a guy here, and I think he's trying to chip out his kitchen. I'll just retweet it in case it's not popping up in the nest. Oh, there it is. There it is. Check that out. Now, I know I have to mop the floor in the kitchen because cat paws all over it, but at least I don't have to chip it out with a sledgehammer, eh?
Yeah, I guess they don't need ice for the cocktails for a long time.
And look at how he's keeping warm using that sledgehammer. That's a really good idea. It's going to keep his temperature right up that. Brilliant. See, the lack of heating and water and what have you, and the motherland provides. It's provided him with something to keep himself warm doing. Amazing.
That's the healthy Russian way, you know. Exercise, keep cool.
Your thoughts? Dan?
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. I remember in college we used to have these tiny refrigerators. We used to be able to defrost with it took a while, but you could, when they got that bad, you defrost them with a hair dryer. I think that would take a little longer. Yeah, the Act and the Pix is a good way to get hot quick. Yeah. Oh my God. and yet, folks in Russia, ask the Kremlin, do you have heat? I'm sure they do.
You know how the Russians are struggling to heat the outside, you know, with all those fires, because they probably thought it's more, you know, lucrative to do that than heat the inside of the houses. Of course, when the pipelines are not working, it's better like this, so they heat the outside. So now with the fridges, why just keep a fridge and having, you know, the cold inside? You can just freeze the outside of the fridge and have it in the apartment. Having a apartment-wide fridge, it's a good thing.
Well, that's why they keep their stuff on the window ledge, isn't it, in a box or something like that. But
Probably
yeah.
it's warmer outside than than inside.
Oh, that's absolutely true. It might be. Now then, you know how air defense has been a bit crappy in the Leningrad region, apparently. Well, the Institute of Study of War have been having a little look at this situation. And what they have noted is that the air defense in that area was never actually created to defend for attacks from the south. Anti-aircraft defences of the region were formed with a view to protecting against strikes from the northwest and the west, as Russia has historically built its air defences in the area to protect against the hypothetical NATO attacks. Ukrainian strikes in the Leningrad region may now force the Russians to reformat any of their short-range air defences along the expected new flight paths, obviously to try and protect the targets more. According to the Institute of Study of War experts, short-range air defence systems such as the Pantsir may not be able to cover all the important potential targets in this region unless they want to add some additional systems to the area, because it was never set up to protect against this sort of attack. And so there's some distinct holes in it. But basically, Russia are just driving in the back door, which is unprotected.
Yeah, so it seems strange. Sorry, Marcus. Yeah, it seems strange for me initially to have this statement that the systems were not designed to protect from the south. But I guess it makes sense. If you look at St. Petersburg, there is the Baltic Sea, the Gulf, so to the west, and then to the north there is Finland, and of course Norway, and it makes sense to design those devices, those air defense systems to defend against, other countries than defend against your country, because coming from the south is over the territory of Russia. So of course you won't think that some threat would come from your own territory, from the Russian territory. So probably that's why those systems were not designed to look to the south. But coming from Ukraine, of course, they are crossing into Russia, and those drones are coming from the south. So yeah, a new puzzle for the Russians to solve.
Well, that's it. It's like attacking them from the inside, which is kind of how Russia try and attack everybody else, isn't it? They sort of, as well as obviously attacking from the outside. Oh, there was something that I needed to say before when we were talking about Transnistria complaining that Ukraine have, not Ukraine, Moldova have been doing exercises where they can see them, for goodness sakes. I know they can see them exercising. Terrible, shocking. But what did they say when Russia was doing all those exercises in early February along the borders of Ukraine in 2022? I bet you they didn't see any problem with that, eh? So, yeah, I'm just going to say, at least Moldova doesn't have that many people on their borders doing exercises, just exercising, I think that's probably why they're so paranoid, because as soon as they see someone else doing exercises, they're like, oh, it's a pretext to an actual attack, because that's how they do it, yeah?
And when you are not very very fit and you see your neighbor from across the street exercising with the curtains open in front of the window, and it's really fit and looking good, and you think, look how bad they are. They are exercising in front of me. They are showing off. Oh, how bad these people are. So yeah, the Transnistrians are very upset, apparently.
Well, maybe it's just because they've been a bit put to shame because they've watched these folks doing their exercises and they're kind of like, ah, yeah, we can't do that. So they will be carping themselves, no doubt. So, MiG flight continues, hopefully landing soon. There are enemy aircraft. Tactical activity continues in the south and the east. So that's just coming out of the current updates, the list of updates there. Do you want to talk a little bit about Sevastopol, Ivana?
Just before that, I remembered that I've seen an article, and it's related to St. Petersburg, the attacks there. So there is an article in Bloomberg from today, and apparently the Russian crude shipments were hit badly by the storms in the North Sea and by the Baltic drone strike. So the shipments fell to the lowest in almost 2 months, undermined by the weather and the Ukrainian drone strike that halted flows from a key Baltic export terminal. So 3.36 million barrels, that is the number of crude that were shipped from the Russian ports in the 4 weeks previously to January 21. And that was really down in the last period. So the weekly average fell by 340,000 barrels a day to a 7-week low of 3 million. So that is due to, as I said, bad weather and the fact that the condensate processing facility was shut down following the drone attack. So there is more in the article about the crude oil exports that were cut, and they talk about the alternative routes and so on, but it's good to know that indeed this affects the Russians, and the drone strike came after a period of bad weather, and it's even worse than before. So yeah, that's the article. I will share it with you.
You know what? That's sweet, sweet music to my ears, Ivana. Yeah, not only has the drone strike caused them a huge problem, but also the fact that there was loads of weather which caused them problems. I mean, we're all experiencing a bit of wild weather at the moment, but seems to just be particularly nasty over Russia for some reason. I think it's because that they've done so much damage to nature. Nature's having a dig back. So we can have a little look at Sevastopol. So so this is today, right? So other than the Karakurt class, one of the new small missile vessels, there is mostly just older missile corvettes and mine countermeasure vehicles left in Sevastopol today. 5 Rapucha class in port, 2 in the dry dock, 2 alongside that don't appear to be operational, and 1 other that looks as though it may be available for use. There is still the Kilo under repair in the dry dock, and there is a sub pen that is there that is currently empty. However, there are, of course, still grain thieves hanging around. So there are a couple of grain thief boats, but other than that, not an awful lot in Sevastopol at the moment. And I know some things are out, but out on the water, as it were. But isn't it like just quite noticeable that all these ships have disappeared over the last couple of months. There is also some information or recent imagery showing the defences to Sevastopol's harbour have been replaced. Now, there is what appears to be a boom defence, you'll be glad to know. They appear to have reinstated the dolphin pens as well. Maybe they managed to round up their dolphins. But there is, what, 1, 2, 3 sort of defensive lines. There's obviously the gap in the middle for the ships to come in and out. But on both sides, yeah, they've got these sort of 3 lots of defensive booms. And then further out, they've got, I don't know what they are, just like a bunch of buoys hanging around, perhaps, to indicate where the channel is. So, just commenting on the weather, somebody said, I woke up this morning and it's like Christmas. I've got a new trampoline, someone's garden shed, a patio table, and a Ryanair out the back. Yeah, exactly. It's been that kind of weather. So, oh, God, sorry, I've got stomachache. So I'm just, I'm also whining in the background here.
I'm sorry, Marcus. But as you talked about ships, of course, you talked about Sevastopol and the military ships. I can give you a quick update on the Black Sea corridor. So it was a good day today too. 7 ships outbound, which is nice, and 10 inbound. All of them arrived in the Odessa area, so this is good. We have 1, 2, 3 bulk carriers of the size that is destined for the grain, between 20 and 35,000 tons. We have some smaller ones, cargo ship, a bulk carrier, no, 2 cargo ships, a bulk carrier, and a chemical tanker that is going in. Also a big one, actually 3 big ones. Iron Destiny, 89,000 tons. Argeus, which was before in Ukraine, this is the second time, 81,000 tons. And Vu Young Glory, 75,000 tons. It's nice to see Vu Young Glory because it was one of the first that went into Ukraine and spent about a month in port. I was wondering what happened with it, but now it's back. So 10 inbound, which is good. Overall for January, 169 inbound and 160 outbound. Of course, my numbers can be a little low. Maybe there are some others that were invisible to, you know, the tracking that I use. But anyway, it's a good number. It's more than November, for example, and there are the premises for it, for the capacity, the combined capacity to reach maybe the levels of December. We are at 4.59 million tons right now. In December, let's remember we had 6.7 million tons, which is absolutely amazing. And we are almost 4.6 right now, and still time until the end of the month. So this is going quite well indeed. So yeah, I'm glad to see big ships going to Ukraine. I'm also glad to see smaller cargo because, you know, usually the smaller cargo is transporting more expensive stuff, and chemical tankers, of course, and it's a good mix-up of ships. And also glad to see many ships going back. About half of the ships that are going to Ukraine have been there before. So this tells a lot about, you know, the confidence, the trust they have that the Black Sea corridor is going well. So yeah, that's my maritime update for today.
Thank you. And I absolutely love to see this corridor just working as it should. Russians having no say in any of it. And I bet you it really ticks them off. Bear with me, I'm just going in the bathroom to get some water. So it's closer than my kitchen, that's all. Oh, just kicked a cat in the head. Never mind. We'll get there. So, yeah, I do appreciate everything that Ukraine have done in the Black Sea. And it drives me crazy that they don't get a bit more kudos for it, to be absolutely honest, because they'd just done the most incredible. Basically, they just wore Russia down, didn't they, with regards to the Black Sea corridor, that grain deal. They always knew it was a really bad deal for them, but it at least would, allow them to get something out, create some room so that at least they could, harvest the same year and have somewhere to store their grain. They made massive efforts of storing grain as well, because obviously they had more storage than they had. They had less storage than they had stuff. So, there was all sorts of ingenious ways they managed to save the next harvest and the previous harvest. And still, it was so difficult to just get ships out, wasn't it? And obviously the Russians were slowing everything down. And yet, bit by bit, while all that was going on, they were still attacking Russian craft. And it wasn't like they were doing anything, small. They were really going after them. And as soon as they said, right, that's it, we're pulling out of the grain deal, I think Ukraine sort of breathed a big sigh of relief at that point. Yeah, thank God for that. Can't hold us over that anymore. And then, of course, came the real big booms. Whacking Sevastopol until basically they went away as far as they could. And well, there are going to be armies and naval forces that study this for years. Their absolute, just refusal to be bullied. And that is how you stand up to Russia. You basically just keep hitting them until they finally go away, and then you can do what you want. You obviously have to keep a wary eye out for them, but yeah, you just keep punching them until they decide it's not worth staying. And so that's what we have to keep doing in Ukraine. Yeah. At every level, whenever they show their faces, they need to be punched right in it. And so just, putting that out there, it would be really great if we could help Ukraine to do that a little bit more. Now then.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention just the total number of ships that went into Ukraine in the last 4 months.
Sorry,
in my table is just over 600. 600. Can you imagine that? So it's probably even more than that, because I might have missed 10 to 15 ships. But yeah, over 600. That's nice.
How long did it take them to get greater than the number of ships that have been allowed out in the Russia-Ukraine deal?
So in November, for example, the capacity reached 4 million tons. September, October was not very much. September, 5 ships, 0.3 million tons. October, 66 ships, almost 2 million tons. So from November, it picked up 4 million tons in November, 6.7 in December. And right now in January, as I said, we are at 4.6 million tons. The number of ships in December was 230, and this is over the number and quantity during the grain deal, and it may be at the same level as the average from before the war. So it really picked up since November.
Awesome. So they've absolutely knocked that out of the park, haven't they? They really have. This is the sort of thing which, we really should be waving about, going, hello, could you do this with such little resources? Could any of our navies do that without really any ships? Well, I suppose they could eventually, once they, figured out what they were doing, but the point is none of them would have to. Anyway, While they're at that, while they're kicking butt in the Black Sea, obviously, they're also kicking butt everywhere else. So just go away, box, thank you. So Kremlin spokesmen are now accusing Ukraine of inhumane attacks. I know. Even if damage is slight, you know, like, for example, the damage to the Novatec oil facility here, or gas facility, whatever the flip is, this was apparently inhumane. That's right, because it bothered them. It actually bothered them, this one. Now, Ukrainian Air Force spokesman said, currently, Russian air defences are becoming more and more like Swiss cheese, and he promised there would be many more raids of this kind. So, drone attacks kicking off a new Ukrainian strategy targeting energy and military infrastructure inside Russia has probably been the most impressive thus far. On Wednesday, at around 9 p.m, residents of an usually quiet border town of Tlintsy in Russia's western Bryansk Oblast saw flashes of light in the sky. Local officials quickly announced that drones launched by Ukrainian terrorists had flown across the international frontier some 20 kilometers to the south, but said there was no danger to Russians or Russia because they'd been successfully jammed or destroyed. Yeah, we hear a lot of that in rubbish, don't we? However, the citizens of Tlintsy were, you know, still a little bit concerned, but official statements continued. Don't be concerned, nobody was hurt. Russian air defences are very strong, there was no damage. However, just 48 hours later, users of social media in Tlintsy started furiously exchanging messages of how the oil depot was burning and that the fire was anything but small. Images posted on the Telegram channels, geolocated, showed a massive blaze in a fuel storage facility operated by Rosneft. The first official Kremlin announcement was relatively upbeat. The Russian Ministry of Defense announced a single Ukrainian drone was shot down by the air defense units. They did not make any reference to any damage or any fire. However, as the sun came up, local media users began posting images of the Rosneft depot burning fiercely, with 50-meter-high orange flames and black oily smoke clouds billowing into the clear blue winter sky, and highly visible from kilometers away. So, you know, nothing to worry about there, folks. Just that massive black cloud looming over there. So, Defense Ministry spokesman continued to try and advance the narrative that a single Ukrainian drone had been knocked down by jamming. However, it did cause a small fire when it landed as it released an explosive device. So teams from Russia's Ministry of Emergency Situations arrived at the fire scene and had it all under control, the official statement said. Shall we look at the video? So, some Tlintsy residents declaring a disconnect between what Moscow was saying and what they could quite clearly see outside of their window. Indeed, they continued to post and comment and provide more images of the blaze in a direct violation of Russian laws that ban the unsanctioned placing images on social or mainstream media that show the results of any strikes inside Russia. People were shouting, "It's getting bigger. Look at this. This is Tlintsy right now." Kremlin attempts to suppress that content that confirmed the successful attack were kind of complicated by the oil depot being located in a city of 63,000 and directly adjacent to a main railway line. Kind of hard to catch all those people. Hundreds of travellers arriving or passing through Clincy were met with real-life images of the oily smoke sweeping across the train tracks. By midday, authorities were forced to admit that the fire wasn't yet fully under control and that a fire train had been called and was en route to reinforce. Subsequent reports, backed by hundreds of images, confirmed 4 oil storage tanks were burning fiercely, one that appeared to have broken and exploded its contents. There were at least 5 more multi-ton fuel containers only meters away. Official statements changed from a narrative of a controllable fire to a serious fire, but set off still by a single Ukrainian drone that, although competently shot down, had dropped an explosive in its dying moments. Sure. In an unfortunate turn of events. Now, it says here that had touched off the bonfire. So, by evening, video of the moment the explosion took place then appeared on the Russian internet. Oopsie. So later that evening, the Ministry of Defence announced, maybe with pride, that their air defence forces had knocked down actually 2 Ukrainian drones flying in the airspace to the east of Clincy. Meanwhile, they didn't really mention the raging fire just down the road at the oil depot. Shortly before midnight, local emergency situations ministry authorities declared the Clincy Bay blaze a Category 1, the most serious classification. 32 people living downwind were forcibly evacuated. Some moved in with relatives, and others were given emergency shelter by the authorities. Good God, don't want to know what that was. Firefighters battled the inferno all day on Saturday as national Russian media began to arrive and report on the actions of all the brave firefighters. On Sunday at 2 a.m., some 68 hours after the explosion, the fire was finally extinguished. Vadim Uvarakin confirmed this in a statement. He's the Regional Emergency Situations BOD. So, according to Ukrainian sources, the Clincy fire totally destroyed 3,000 tons of oil and 4 of the 8 reservoirs on the base. Citing the army intelligence, Ukrainian news reported that in total a 4 square kilometre of the oil storage base has been destroyed. By Monday, no Kremlin officials had still acknowledged in public that Clincy had just seen an epic example of the new strategy by Ukrainian long-range UAVs. On January the 20th, as the Clincy fire was still burning, a new pair of explosions hit the Ust-Luga terminal, major Russian gas port facility, some 170 kilometers west of St. Petersburg, also igniting major fires that took more than a day to put out. Ukrainian drones, launched from an obviously undisclosed location, managed to put the Baltic Seaport facility, critical for Russia's military operations, temporarily out of action, which I think is absolutely awesome. which I think is absolutely awesome.